Today is January 13th. This town of Crestone Board of Trustees meeting is being held both in person and via Zoom. The time is 9:35. To ensure timely completion of the town's business, the following procedures will be followed. All participants must keep their microphones muted and videos turned off except during citizens' comments or when called on to speak by the board. Per section 7.3 of our procedures and rules of order, we allow 15 minutes total for citizens' comments. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address before speaking. If your comments exceed 3 minutes or the allotted time expires, please send your comments to town hall as correspondence for the board's response. If multiple citizens share the same comments, please be brief. Unspoken comments can be submitted to the town hall for inclusion as correspondence at the next regular meeting. We're gonna have a roll call. Ariel, please.
Mayor Byer.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kinney.
Here.
Trustee Lakai.
Here.
Trustee Martinez.
Here.
Trustee Pauluzny.
Here.
Trustee Oglesby. Here. Trustee Mamonakis is absent with, or with notice, my apologies.
Thank you. Next we have our vision statement. Dennis, Trustee Pauluzny, will you mind reading it off the wall or? Oh, you guys, I get it. Think about this for, you wanna read it?
Sure. Historic Crestone, Colorado exemplifies small mountain town beauty within a community dedicated to multi-generational well-being. The town continues to celebrate its pioneering spirit and unique diversity through contemporary self-reliance. Crestone's goals are to enhance economic viability, environmental preservation, sustainable living practices, and social responsibility.
Thank you. Next, we have approval of agenda. Any changes, updates, comments, concerns?
I have a few. I did read the draft, and the drafts were great, but I was not present at the special meeting. So I don't know if I'm able to approve the minutes or if I should recuse myself, but I read the draft and it looked okie dokie to me. So where would you stand?
Even if you didn't, weren't present for the meeting, you can either make you can be part of a motion to approve the minutes, or you can make corrections.
Well, I read the draft. I move we approve the minutes.
This is for the agenda.
Oh,
Just
so
the
for the
agenda.
agenda, sorry.
Where do you want me to fit in?
Let's see, trustee report.
I don't see those.
Let's add trustee reports after the mayor's report. So,
After the mayor's report, trustees?
trustee report.
So I have a question, Benjamin, on
Yeah.
the agenda on this being January 2.
January.
Is the budget, about seeing the budget on the agenda?
So the budget is, we're supposed to have a budget hearing on the 27th of January. Now, that means that we have to have a draft ready by the 17th.
So it's
So-
not on this, doesn't need to
It's
be on
not.
the agenda today?
Budget progress is, item 14C, for the old business.
It's a bit, it's right here. So it is in here, doesn't need it, but we'll discuss it.
Okay.
We don't have it yet. Any other changes, updates?
I make a motion, we approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Next, we have approval of the minutes, so now we can move on to December 16th, 2024 is our regular meeting.
The December 16th minutes. I move we approve.
There's a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Under discussion,
Wait, discussion, sorry.
I know that it was at the December 16th meeting that we did talk about the upcoming budget. And I know there had been discussion about, maybe approving the budget that we had. And we had made a decision to wait until January. And I believe this was at this meeting, but I'm not seeing it in here.
It's under 8, treasurer's report, the board discussed the urgency of submitting a budget by the end of the year deadline, emphasizing that without submission, they would only be able to work with 90% of the budget.
Yeah, I thought we had set, the reason I'm asking is I thought we had set a date for when it was gonna be next presented to the board. And I remember, that's why I'm asking about today's meeting. I thought we had said that on this date, that the budget committee was going to report to the board. And so I'm not seeing a date in here and,
I think we did set a public hearing for the 27th.
There it is, it's in
is that
there.
part of it?
The motion is approved, the motion to approve 2025 budget as submitted, made by trustee Paslusny and seconded by trustee Maminakis. The vote was as follows: trustees Maminakis and Paslusny voted in favor, while trustees Kinney, Lakai, Fire voted against. Motion was made by trustee and seconded by Lakai to schedule a public hearing to approve 2025 budget on January 27th in accordance with all guidelines and requirements. The motion passed
It's
unanimously.
under 13B.
Okay,
All
all
right,
right, I see it now. I was looking under the financial report. So, all right.
Any more discussion on the December 16th special meeting minutes? All in favor? Next, we have January 3rd minutes. Special meeting regarding, fire mitigation and.
I make a motion to approve the January 3rd minutes.
second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Next, we have citizens' comments. Lauren Stevens.
How you doing?
Go, please.
I'm Judith Swoda, and I,
Yeah, and also, if you don't mind, Dana, if you don't mind.
Before for the recording. Oh, I got you. Is that loud enough?
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm getting feedback. I'm Judith Swoda. I actually live in the Baca. But I was invited to come. I have walked the road in front of the cemetery for years, over 10 years, and suddenly it's closed. And I talked with a woman named Patty at the front desk who said that it's actually an emergency access road. But the owner apparently got mad and closed it. The way it's closed makes me feel that negotiation with this guy would be useful. It was closed, it looks like in such a rage. There's 2 posted no trespassing signs and multiple lines of tape and rope and a rock slide, a forced rock slide, like, something must have happened. I don't know what your plans are or what, I haven't read Tom McCracken's letter that I just saw in the minutes, but it just strikes me that the woman I talked to said you guys were probably going to build a different road. And I'm thinking, might be cheaper to just see what happened, see if there's some way to mitigate what happened and put a fence along the western side of the road that exists so people stay off his property. I couldn't have feeling that he was trespassed. I could be wrong. And so I'd love to see that road stay open because it's a beautiful walk. And the people that have pets in the pet cemetery probably are gonna be upset about not being able to get to their pets. And I just would hate to see a huge gout of existing landscape torn up, heavy machinery compacting the crap out of the ground just for the sake of one guy being really mad. Could be wrong, but that's all. I'd love to see that road stay open and just do something to mitigate.
So we're not really supposed to comment, but I am going to.
Okay.
It is gonna come up at this meeting. We have it on the agenda. There's all these letters and various
Okay.
things. Also, I believe he didn't close it for walking, so you can still park and walk in there along the edge.
Taking
I
your
know-
life in your hands, getting over the rock slide.
Well, there's a section that's still town property.
Really? Okay,
If you go out there now, there's a post, and
okay,
right next to the post, you can see there's like
Okay.
almost like a trail developing.
all
And
right,
that keeps you on town property.
okay.
Um,
I respected the signs.
right.
And, you know, so I just thought.
And I went out there the other day and there's a fence that's on the west side that's down.
Oh, okay,
And it's kind of down, but you can step over that as well. I mean, it's not
Okay.
ideal, but it's a way of staying on the cemetery property
okay,
and still getting back there, because the road then continues,
okay.
so.
And I didn't even know at any time that I was on private land on that road.
Yes,
So posted signs along his, he could have done a better job with that, I think, because I had no idea.
yeah, it's been open for a long time, but
Yeah.
we're gonna discuss it
Okay.
later in the meeting.
All right.
Thank you so much.
I have a letter. I did not send an email. It would have been at my house. Can I just give you guys a letter?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Mark Stevens.
Stephen, we're going into the fourth year of financial mismanagement. And it's become obscene, and your budget process is not working. You don't have a budget that will be able to be presented to the public on the 17th.
27. Oh. I see.
Thank you.
Comments from the citizens? Daniel Gray, you want to make a comment?
No, thank you.
Anybody else online that wants to make a comment? Hearing none, I'm gonna move on. Presentation of bills. Do we have any new bills, or we did the last meeting, so we're.
I do have new bills that you can.
Well, we probably should meet.
They haven't met, didn't see met, but that's.
Well, hopefully we'll have a finance committee meeting. The night after this meeting, no. Oh, yeah? Sure. Okay, so we'll do that tonight. Next, we have a treasurer's report. Thank you for your thorough report. Want to go through it?
Sure. I'll just try to go through everything and not read it necessarily. We're making the migration to the new software for water sewer billing, G-Works. We're scheduled for January 28th, 2025. I think that's a good date because that would be right as we're getting ready to put out our billing for January. So it should all work smoothly if everything goes to plan. Our office has been working on addressing some of the larger accounts that we have unpaid balances on. We were able to create a payment arrangement for one account in particular that was extremely high. And they've already put down the money towards that and will be making monthly payments from here on out. The other people we're still pursuing. I spoke with the mayor and he said that I guess there's no reason we can't shut off water. For accounts of that nature, like for example, the account in question was 3 years unpaid. So just looking for ways to have some teeth in pursuing these large unpaid accounts that are unpaid for years. So I'm gonna look into that further. We're up to date on reporting for the highway user tax fund and the conservation trust fund. But we haven't received the highway user tax fund money since last year. It's due to a report that hasn't been submitted. So working on getting that cleared up and hopefully by the next time I report to you, that will be taken care of. We recently tried to implement the purchase order system and it's getting to be kind of confusing and a little bit cumbersome. Especially for emergent situations and small purchases when people are going to get $12 worth of gas or, small parts from the hardware store. I guess I'm just wondering if we really do need it now that we have some other financial controls in place in the office and we're making sure that all receipts are being taken in and tracked, and the same with invoices and billing. I'm also wondering if we could get some clarification on like staff spending limits as well in that same vein. As you all know, we didn't have heat last week, the boiler was having trouble. It ended up being, $521 for a part. It was to my understanding that we could spend up to 500 when it's emergent like that, and we're here that heat when the pipes could burst, like, is it okay to, how do we, I guess I'm just asking for clarification about how we would handle that in the future. And then,
Should we talk about that a little bit now? Just-
I think it is somewhat of an emergency if you're out of heat or water or whatever. That would be, I wouldn't worry about it, just get it fixed.
What would be the policy as far as like, is there a amount that we wanna say, like up to $1,000 in emergencies? But how do you determine an
That
emergency?
sounds reasonable to me.
How do you determine,
I think we have to just, be in the good faith of our intelligence staff.
So that would probably be handling the emergency. An emergency could be $1,000 a lot of times, it could be $5,000. And if we were gonna wait for the board to approve something, that's what I'm understanding is we couldn't handle the emergency until the board convenes, is that correct?
I think the answer to that question is the severity of the emergency. Probably a phone call to the mayor, and if he's not available, just.
Well, that's what I was about to say. Back in the older days, we do a phone poll. And we get the board, we call them up and say, hey, this is messed up. What do you say? Yay. Okay, then call the next one. So we had a consensus. Oh, we only had 3-2, or we had 4-1 vote. But you can do a phone poll and get that done. If it's something like $5,000 that you're referring to. But I think setting the limit at $1,000, at nickel and diamond, $12, I don't think you need a purchase order. That's ridiculous.
No,
It's a
but we
waste
do-
of time and paper.
we are trying to track now down to literally the penny
Well,
of every expense being made. So if we're not gonna do a purchase order, then we just need some system that's in place for every expense that you guys.
I think we have this
Yeah.
system in place.
Yeah.
So I would suggest that you have, we keep the 500 limit, but in case of emergency, can it go up to 1,000, and then the mayor is notified. If not available, then the mayor pro tem is notified of what's going on. If it's something that's beyond $1,000, we really do have like, oh, this is a 10 grand emergency, then I think you do what Kim is saying. We either try to meet or you do a phone tag, and, I think that in emergencies, the mayor acts basically almost like a town marshal or the town person to be able to make that decision. And it's not something that is done lightly, but I think.
If I get a call from you, I will, reach out to everybody I can.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I
hopefully
think,
it's not like we're spending $10,000, like, and it's gotta be 30 seconds to get it, that's.
Yeah.
That would be
That would be
outrageous. That would be outrageous.
Well, generally, I would have to say, you would be informed of anything over 1,000, I would just automatically, that would just be an automatic thing for me to do, to instruct, to begin to inform anybody.
I guess what I would say is, if we have to spend it, we still should have some sort of purchase order saying that we spent it on, like, for instance, that part, right? Now we all know that part was being spent, so it's not like you're just spending money and then it goes invisible.
All right, let's talk about purchase orders for a minute. So I was with the corporation, we had 100 people spending money. Okay, purchase orders were vital, okay? Here, we have 2 people spending money, Ariel and myself. Okay, there's no vendors, our vendors would not do work unless they had a purchase order. There are no vendors that we've ever worked with that require a purchase order here. So, just so you know, but what we have implemented is, and this is what I recommend. We were working with the budget the other day, there was a whole system of codes there. I recommend that we take those budget codes, and those will be, that's what we use. In other words, we will code every receipt with that budget code. It will go into there, you'll have perfect, tracking, and then it'll take all this other stuff out, because the other stuff was kind of put in last year when we didn't really have a handle on what was going on. Ariel's implemented things, she and I have a system down. Basically that PO system never came into effect because of the past treasurer. It never got implemented. So we just kind of came up with another system that would work. The system's there, it's working. And to implement this PO system is redundant, and it causes a lot of, I was just going through some of the scenarios with the mayor in regards to the system, and he could see that there was a bottleneck right away. I think so anyway, my recommendation is we adopt the coding system from the budget, and we code all our receipts with that coding system, and that would be our tracking. And if you guys have a problem, it's just Ariel and myself.
Trustee Lakai.
So, I think the idea of, we can't do it all during the town meeting. But I would suggest that we have somebody from the board, maybe Dennis here, to be able to work with the staff here to see what is being recommended for changes to a purchase order, incorporating maybe some of the things that we just talked about, and come to the board with a plan on how to implement these things. I also would like to then make a motion that we allow emergency purchases up to $1,000. And with attempts being made to notify the mayor or the mayor pro tem of the reason for the emergency purchase. And that any expenses over $1,000 for an emergency purchase be brought to the attention of the mayor and mayor pro tem with all efforts to try to notify the board that expenses beyond $5,000 would require a board vote. What do you think about that? Changes?
So you said 1,000 and 5,000 is a.
Yeah, I'd say anything over 1,000 would require a board vote.
Anything more than 1,000 requires a board vote, okay.
That'd be my only.
Yeah, but an emergency funding up to $1,000, with the mayor or mayor pro tem being notified if possible, anything more than $1,000, requires a board vote.
I would second that motion.
And obviously, yes, would you like to make a comment?
If the board would read the municipal code, I believe the limit's in there already.
$2,000. I think it's.
That's not the number I remember.
I think it's 1,500.
Yeah, I wanna move this along so we don't spend an hour discussing this. I think the idea of emergencies do come along, like a heating system. And then we have a check and balance that says anything beyond 1,000. And then I think it is a good idea for us to review at some point. I mean, if we've got a fire going on or a flood going on, we might need to call in help with resources that could be of a lot more money. And all the board might not be available or not. Hopefully they would, but we could set up that sort of a thing. We don't need to set it up right at the moment, but I think it is something that we should look at if it's not in place already. But I think right now what's on the table is to go for an authorization up to $1,000 in case of emergency. And that's the motion I'm making.
Yes, trustee, discussion.
Yeah, I just, it's easier to get forgiveness than permission sometimes, and if you've got a serious emergency, I would just take, if it were me, I would just take it on. And I mean, it's a serious emergency. I wouldn't screw around with anything, and I trust our staff to be able to do that. And I also trust them to try to do it. In emergency cases, it's not always possible at the best possible price they can get. It's just getting the emergency going is really what the issue is. But as far as the purchase orders, going into this budget preparation year, there was a boatload of small purchases. Nickel and dime, $5 here, $1.50 there, that we just didn't have any receipts for, didn't have any idea where they went. We made some assumptions. So the new process that you have now where you're recording that almost immediately, I think is a good replacement for the purchase order process, more into the 21st century, so to speak, instead of that paperwork. So I would be all for that myself, as long as that recording kept going. And maybe sometime we'll talk about the 536 form and where we are with that, because I looked on our account and we said we got paid up until December. And they haven't gotten January. It seemed like they were paying once every 2 months. So I don't know if that's correct or not on my part, but let's talk about it.
So we have a motion on the table
A second.
in a second. Want to read it back real quick?
Motion to allow the emergency purchases of up to $1,000 with attempts being made to alert the mayor and mayor pro tem for the reason of the emergent purpose. If over that, bring this information to the mayor and all purchases beyond $1,000 would need a board vote.
How does that sound? I mean, obviously, there's gonna be a little bit of
We
flexibility.
could just cut it off at 1,000 if you will.
I believe what Warren said. I believe it's in our municipal code how far we can go.
This is just kind of a re-looking at it so that our new staff is clear. And if you could find, you know, a more detailed policy, then bring it forth.
I do think if it's in the municipal code, that there's no reason to go through more codification to change it. So it would be ideal for me if the staff.
I remember
Right.
when Leslie was here, she had upped it to maybe $2,500 because she wanted more control. So I would say,
There's no reason to decrease it.
well, the reason it decreased it is because we're not, right now, we don't really have like a full administrator and we're not necessarily going to have one. And that was kind of the idea, but I think it should be a little tighter controls now on just only because we've gotten so far out with our expenses that
And you,
now we're starting a new system. 25 is gonna be
you
a
think,
lot better.
do you think that strongly enough that you wanna submit that for recodification?
I would like to find it and see what it says. I
Can we
just,
table it till then?
huh?
Yeah.
Can we table it till then?
Okay, we can table it till we find out exactly what it is. And I
Might
mean, if
save
there's an
us-
emergency, like you said, you're just gonna do it. I mean,
So
ask.
But what you missed is that it's possible that the current code has a higher limit than what we're
It
talking.
seems like that's the case.
So we should find that out before we make a vote.
Okay, yeah, let's just see what the code says, and I think go with probably, from what I remember, it
Can you
seemed
find
very,
that?
it seemed workable.
And then as far as the purchase orders, I would
I
say,
will withdraw my motion.
as far as purchase orders, I would say, yes, it's probably some redundancy happening and we should streamline whatever system needs to happen so that we're as accountable as though purchase orders were in place. You see what I'm saying? So you know, a purchase order really is designed, I think, for a hierarchical structure where, you know, the one person down here needs something for a truck or say, and then it moves through the hierarchy and gets to the person who's supposed to be spending the money.
Yeah, it used to, like a manager would issue a work order, a vendor would call in or send a bill a month later, it would go into bookkeeping. And that's when the bookkeeping would match up the purchase order, which, you know, most of my purchases I'm doing right away. It's on a credit card most of the time, and if not, if there's a bill comes in, it gets coded and it gets sent straight to Patty and then to Ariel.
I would say the only
It's
time
really
we
simple.
should be using the purchase order system is maybe when, like, when we're updating our electronic system up at the, where you're actually writing out everything you need.
And then, and in that case, there might be a time for that. But usually I'm gonna get a bill in and it's gonna get coded to the budgetary code, so it's gonna go, there's not really, I don't really see.
I'm thinking of something like
really see
office,
any-
certain office supplies, say you need a new computer, I mean, would you put in a purchase order for that?
I would just code it, I would code it according to office supplies, but generally you guys are probably, depending on how much it
So
is.
I would like to suggest again that we don't spend a long time going into the details of this, but since it's been brought to our attention that the purchase order process could use some reworking, if this could be scheduled with a board member or the mayor or somebody to look over.
The issue that I have is that they've already came up with a policy that's already not working. And it's not that it's not working, it's just that it's got some redundancy. I just want to get it clear with the clerk and Public Works and everybody that every expense, we have to figure this out, because in the past, the problem has been, we have all these things, even big items that have come before us, we don't really know what they were for.
So I agree that the purchase order process needs to be looked at and reworked and brought to current, so it's functional.
So I
I'm just
figure,
saying, we don't need to do it this moment in the meeting.
well,
It's
it's
something
treasurer's report that's the only thing, is it's under treasurer's report, but I'm willing to move on. Does everybody agree to move on?
Yeah.
I guess my last two things, I'll skip over the training because we're training all the time. And then I had issues with the cash management system I was asked to put in place with First Southwest Bank. They're missing a number of documents from us. I won't go into too much detail, but they're done sending things to us electronically, and I'll have to go pick it up and make sure that we all get everything signed so that we can put the cash management system into place. I will work on doing that this week. And then finally, something I didn't have on here that I did want to add was, I'm not sure if you guys can speak to this. I don't know why the hydrant fees were billed on the water sewer system. I think it's confusing. I think it's caused us a headache and a number of problems this year. I would like to do that on QuickBooks moving forward. And I think invoicing out of QuickBooks and being able to match the payments will just make a lot of financial headaches go away too. So if you guys don't have any objection with that, or if anyone could tell me the reason why it was put on UB Max.
I think it was just easy tracking, and they didn't have the same QuickBooks system.
Yeah, I don't think we had online QuickBooks links for payments before, but now that we have the whole online QuickBooks, I would assume you're providing payment links.
Yeah.
Which would, because people could only pay cash or check, and credit card, it was ideal.
And then also, I think, you're gonna have to transfer the data from there onto QuickBooks, is that right?
I'm just gonna remove it from water sewer billing altogether. So I want them to,
They're gonna be totally separate.
yeah.
Does everybody agree with that?
Sure.
Yeah. You want a motion?
That's okay, I just wanted to make sure there's no extreme objections. But that's all from my report. Thank you.
We were just curious about the history behind it, why it was put on UD Max in the beginning.
Well,
Yeah, what you guys kind of covered, that was our main question.
Any questions for the treasurer, comments, concerns?
Just one last thing real quick. What would be probably helpful is if staff, before bill approval, would just also approve that purchase, like, if it's something that we weren't aware about and might not even know the vendor, or it could be just a little explanation on the bill, on what it was for, and, that just helps speed up the process. So I understand. When before whoever's on the board side approving the bill, if staff would take that very same invoice and request for that payment and just approve it as well.
He's asking for that one line, you know, our stamper on the very bottom line, it says approval, and it's even blank, for them to like sign through.
Yeah, generally, I do that.
So I'll know that you looked at it before.
Yes, and what, yeah, everything I submit has already been, it's been initialed by me and usually stamped, received, so, yeah, I think that's already, we're kind of, yeah, we're already doing
I didn't see the.
What about adding the code on that part of the process even?
that's what I do that. I don't know, that's what I do on my end.
That'll drill it.
I coded with our very inadequate coding system right at the moment. This is what we need to focus on, is getting this,
It's this coding system on here, right?
that's gonna do it. That will take care of almost everything. If we adopt that coding system, then it'll match right up with the budget, and there won't be any question. Yeah, and I think that's gonna be our solution.
Well, I think in QuickBooks, you can actually add more detail too, so even though it might have a code. Like a main code, we should even getting more detailed with.
And we could create subcodes in addition to, so we can break it out even further. If I have a special project, you can make a code, special project code, and you'll know exactly how much that particular project cost, yeah. So there's a lot of flexibility with that system.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Finance Committee report. We met twice, and I know that, there's still a lot more to go. Actually, we met 3 times. I think you guys met twice. Everybody who was in the committee met twice in between. And we came up with a draft budget, and then.
Which is later on in the agenda.
Yes, but, then Dennis and I met and we went through the grants, and we're going to have to insert the grants into the budget so that we can.
You have the editable copy in your computer and everything.
Hopefully we will have something. I mean, I talked to Andrea today, and the 23 is, at the auditor. She's working on getting it back. She's gonna check with the auditor about, what his status is at. 24, she said that she has all the way through November reconciled with the bank, and she's going to be finishing up to December 31st. She needs some information that we're still trying to get, which is just basically when we switch those CDs over. So that was one of her requests, but hopefully we can meet. We're gonna meet today after this meeting to get it. If you wanna stay, great. So, any more with that?
I don't think so.
My report is, kind of free form. As usual, I want to thank our staff for the work that is completed and continued in the interim time between our meetings. Their work has become more thorough and well organized and deserves recognition and our gratitude. That's to you guys. Appreciate that. I'd like to remind you that our work as a town government can only be done with a dedicated board that is excited, energized, and present for these meetings. A quorum is absolutely vital to keep the town functioning, but having all the board members present at meetings and work sessions is an ideal structure for sustaining proper governance. The broad range of collective intelligence is what keeps our systems alive and well. I want to thank the board for being here today and taking the time from their busy lives to put our collective intelligence together in order to move our town into a sustainable governance. I want to wish everybody a happy new year. I know it's, we're coming out of a interesting year. 2024 was, I don't know, I still feel like there's a lot of, stuff happening with almost like a catch up from COVID times. I still feel like we're dealing with that. I know at our place at our store, there's parts that were made during COVID that are still coming out and still, for some reason, they weren't made well during COVID. So now we're having all these breakdowns and he's just slowly replacing parts. So there's still this weird catch up happening. And I'm really hoping that 25 is a year that we get to the next level of that and really take the bull by the horns and get ourselves together a little more. And we can honestly say that we've, you know, I always say, I want to get to a point where we're just kind of humming a little bit and we're able to feel that hum, not, you know, not dealing too much with heavy projects, and we're just kind of going along in a way that feels good for everybody. I met with Tom McCracken. I had an email dialogue with Eliza Marin. And I ran into Steve McDowell regarding all this stuff that's happening out at the cemetery area. There's a lot of complexity out there. I'm hoping, you know, we're gonna discuss it later in our meeting, but I just want you to know that it's maybe more complex and overlapping than we would like to admit, and finding a solution is not gonna be an immediate thing to this issue. So I think it's just, again, it's gonna take our collective intelligence and gathering information in order to really get this together. I mean, basically, the county wants to put it on to the town, but the town, you know, if we start fighting something like that, we might get into a real battle that's gonna cost the town way more money than we wanna spend. So everybody's kind of passing the buck. So we had some ideas, but we'll discuss that later. My other reporting stuff is kind of spread out amongst the agenda, and I feel as though we'll hit on all the topics in this meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, what else is there? I met with Andrea this morning. I felt that she said that she's in a holding pattern with her auditor, so. And with us as far as getting her a little more information. And we're in a little holding pattern with the bank because of some issues. So I'm really wanting, us to work with the bank to get all of the stuff we need in order to make sure that. So there was a problem with signing contracts, and now they're requiring us to do everything, on paper as opposed to online, so there's stuff with that. And Ari will work that out. Any other questions for me as far as? Yes.
Not a question, but just a comment. I kind of remember dealing with this earlier, and Seth was not happy with the way the
One term.
bank had, one term in the contract, the way the bank had put it together. The bank made it very clear that they weren't going to change anything because Seth wanted to, and it was their standard form, so to speak, standard contract. So, I myself wouldn't feel like I was getting too far off by sidestepping the attorney and go ahead and giving the bank what they need so we can continue to function.
I think that's what we're going to have to do, because we're not gonna change that contract for us.
Right.
And, it's not a big deal, really. It's just so that we have management, better oversight on the bank's, website.
Change hands.
Oh. Not that easy. We have a lot of accounts right now, man. I was gonna talk a little bit more about like sustainable governance and accountability, but I think something that we should keep working on, being accountable as a group and really spend as much energy as we can provide towards these collective goals that we have, which are to get this 25 budget done. We really need to get this budget done and to the public and out. So I'm willing to put in some time this week. We're gonna work after the meeting. We really need to, get this out and get it done. So, I know there's a lot of parts to it and a lot of people that are, working on it. But, wow, we really gotta get it out there so that it's done. And once we get that approved, I think we're gonna have a little bit of a lighter, because then we know what we're spending, we know what where we're going this year. And we're pretty close, so it's not really that far away. Anything else? You guys feel good about sitting in your seats? I'm hoping that we'll all start feeling better about sitting in these seats.
I'm fine.
Huh?
I'm fine.
You're fine?
Yeah.
I know that trustee or Mayor Pro Tem has something to say, so I'm gonna move on to him because that's who you want the floor. So, you have the floor.
Alright, I don't really have anything prepared. And I'll put something in writing, but I've definitely been here for 24 years and, pretty much my whole adult life. And I have an opportunity to go have an adventure somewhere else and maybe learn a little bit more about how to take care of my home and my family. So I'm not gonna sell my property, but I am gonna leave, Colorado for a while. So I'll be resigning from the board. And that could be a year, or it could be 5 years or 20 years, I'm not sure yet. But
Also not today.
I'm leaving in 2 weeks. So I'd be resigning today,
Today.
yeah.
Ew.
I'll put something in writing and I know I've been here for a long time and I definitely don't think I have any real physical comprehension right now of the how meaningful that's been, so I'm not gonna try to say it right now, but I'll put something in writing.
So I really hate to see Adam leave, but I think we all have to make those choices in our life and do good things for ourselves and our family. And so I wish him all the best in his new adventures. I want to really thank Adam for all of his years on the town council. He has been professional, insightful, dedicated, does his homework. It'll be impossible to replace his position on this board. And so I just really want to thank him for his many, 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 many years of hard work and dedication to the town of Crestone. And I would hope that you might be available for a phone conference now and then when we need to pick your brain, because you know so much about the operations and everything. You know the history, and that knowledge is really valuable. And I hope you can go, Adam.
Christina says I should charge you.
Oh, some things are work to love, you know. But thank you,
Yeah.
Adam. Thank you for all you've done.
Yeah, thank you, Adam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll miss you.
I'll miss y'all kind of.
We'll miss you, not just here, but in the community, in all ways. And Christina.
I mean, this is, like I said, my whole adult life, so this is who I am. I'm kind of curious about who else I might be, but
Future.
I won't Yeah, I won't, this will be home and we won't be selling our property, so we'll be around.
Well, I hope when you come back, you come back.
Yeah, I think I probably will come back a little bit different than we have been doing things. Even in regards to this, it's like, it's not very, it hasn't been very sustainable for me for the past couple of years, which is why I've sought out other experiences, even running for county commissioner, trying to find different ways that I could care for my own family. So when the opportunity presented itself somewhere else, it really feels like a good opportunity to learn some new skills.
Well, I would make a motion to accept Adam's resignation.
If you wanna wait
Do you have
until I
your-
write it,
Okay,
so it'll give you guys a little more time to
Okay.
decide if you wanna,
okay.
um.
So while you're still here, we can still rope you in for things?
I mean, I got 2 weeks, I'm gonna leave at lunchtime today, I didn't even sleep last night, and I have to,
Okay, so there's budget things.
yeah, for sure.
Okay, all right, not yet. We will.
Alright,
You're not resigned yet.
but that'll give you a little more time to decide how to move forward.
Okay.
Um. The next, any more trustee reports? Anybody wanna? Speak out?
If I may,
Yes.
I would like to see if there's some time, if not in this month, maybe in February, that I could spend a little time with Brent and Public Works and, do a little tree orientation. That's permission from the board for me to be able to, take some of Brent times to perhaps walk around town and look at trees and some of the needs that are required and, do a little planning towards, springtime.
Sure.
Oh, good.
All right, everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Clerk's report.
Municipal code, I do have that under new business, but I did receive a quote for you guys to review. It hasn't been codified since hasn't been supplemented since 2022. So I just recommend that you might want to have this done so that we have an up-to-date code book to disperse. People have asked for it. Just a reminder about the NIM 700 training, I think that would be really good for all of us to do, board and staff. It's a 3.5-hour course on the FEMA website, and I will send it to you guys again if you haven't already done it. We've been working really hard in the office trying to create policies and procedures and just make sure that everything is documented for those policies and procedures and for some of our normal, like everyday items, like doing the water sewer billing, how we're doing our customer service. Just want to make sure that we don't ever lose any institutional knowledge again. I met with Ginny DuCauley, the planning commission chair, and we worked on an approach for planning commission. One thing we did do is we put the rules and procedures on the agenda and we had everyone read through it together to find where things didn't make sense or could be revamped or just better for planning commission. I felt like that was extremely helpful. There was a lot of things I didn't know about planning commission and how it's supposed to proceed. So honestly, I did the same for you guys today and I put your rules and procedures on this agenda just to read through, look over, make sure that everything makes sense. So that we're all on the same page in that way. As for municipal court, we still haven't issued any tickets, we still haven't had court. So I've asked that some of the, I don't know what's called, personnel involved in municipal court all meet this month on the date we would have municipal court. I asked for Judge Zollers, I asked for Seth Walker, I asked Mateo, our code compliance officer, myself, and Under Sheriff Royce Brubaker to all meet virtually to kind of discuss ways to move forward with municipal court. And I just think it would be a good educational experience for Mateo and myself because we haven't had municipal court ever. If anyone wants to join that meeting, you're welcome to, it's not closed, just let me know. I think it's currently set for 8:30 AM on that day. Just more talk about training, and then finally, yeah, it's my 1 year here, so I just wanted to say thanks, guys,
Thank you.
for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ariel, for your hard work and your dedication to this office.
It's been a big year, I've learned a lot here.
You've really taken it to multiple levels, you know,
Thank
in
you.
so many different directions. I'm really proud of you.
Thank you so much. I love it. Great.
Happy birthday too.
Thank you. What's your name?
Last
It was on Saturday.
When's your birthday?
The 11th.
The 11th? Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thanks for listening.
Let's take a 6-minute break. Ben just walked out.
Here's just this made for you.
Yeah. She's starting to get it. She didn't understand, and she didn't understand the difference. And I just kind of got that word. When somebody taps in, then
Feels slightly less confused.
I said, that's confusing.
So that's the only one that's gonna be in.
That one's not good.
I put in all the ordinances except for 003 of the tax and the title page. It's the old code.
So we did it,
More
We did adopt the orders, we just couldn't change.
the part he said, and he's gonna talk about that today. He's gonna speak to that in his report. And then we can do our codification every 6 months and we have it. It would just be around June. That we find out.
Oh, great.
Yeah, 6 minutes.
You gonna run for the board? No,
I'd like to wish you good luck.
thank you.
A new adventure is really a good thing.
Oh, yeah. It's gonna be far away,
Where?
Seattle.
Oh,
Rains all the time.
Yeah. Sick of the sun though.
Yeah.
Been to the airport.
Sierra?
Yeah.
Did you go to Vancouver?
Huh?
Did you go to Vancouver?
Yeah.
I never been there.
Oh.
I think that was his favorite time. We had an incredible public trip. Yeah, it just did it,
When I was there.
barely.
Christina's excited to like put some pots
Did you see
outside
this fire?
and have stuff like.
Roll.
grow.
I don't know where it was, did you hear that? It was massive.
No bowling.
This, it was. I'll send you some.
Yeah.
What did he say? Yeah. Yeah, this is the lodge. I don't know where it was, I don't know if you heard about it. Did you guys hear about the house fire?
Yeah,
Where was it?
Pitkin Avenue.
Where, in Salon, it was in Salon. We were looking at pictures, we were trying to figure out where it was. It's on the south side of the town, but the street the schools are. It's there, yeah. Cause it looked like just watching Village Road.
Whose house?
Like Crestone.
Whose house was it?
I didn't even know where it was. Pitkin Avenue. It's like center tire over there too.
Do either one of you still get texts?
I do get them, but I did not get them last night.
Yeah, sometimes, every now and then, usually from the, yeah. Yeah, they're kind of random.
Are you on the text thread?
I get them from, dispatch, but they're kind of random, they're just every now and then, and, yeah. You know, it's like maybe 3 or 4 times a year. Probably is whoever's on dispatch uses a certain list, whereas the others don't, you know.
Is there dispatch, police as well?
Yeah. And that's who dispatch is the sheriff department.
Yeah, it's
The
the
sheriff does the ambulance fire. Except for the vodka.
Yeah.
They've gone out of Alamos State Police.
Yeah, and state police does theirs. Yeah. It's really convoluted.
So if you want an ambulance, call 911.
If you wanna report a fire, you gotta call 655-2525.
That's their non-emergency number.
Is it?
No, 2525 is the emergency. 2544 is the secondary one.
Back in, and we were gonna move on to attorneys, well, attorney report gets carried over to, afternoon. New business, we're not gonna do an executive session. We're gonna go on to the Crestone Artisans Gallery Retail Establishment Renewal. Liquor license renewal.
Did it look good to you?
It did look good to me, and they paid all of their fees as well. It's, they do this every year, and we've never had a problem with them, I've never had any complaints.
And it doesn't require a public hearing?
I don't believe so, no, this was just,
I make a motion, we approve the Artisans Gallery application.
Second.
Discussion.
Does this include their champagne party once a year thing?
Yeah.
they did put a number of dates on the back, and I'm pretty sure
Okay.
one of those is.
So long as everyone knows that, but. Cool.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Moving along to Pet Cemetery Access Roads, we are talking about that in new business. Everybody got some letters from Tom McCracken, Sean Homer. What you didn't see was the letter from Eliza that basically mimicked Tom McCracken's letter that they're sending out they're having Elvie Samora from Road and Bridge write a letter. So I went out there and took a look at the new pins, cause basically Steve and Elaine had hired our previous surveyor who did the LiDAR survey to basically run lines along, or run flags along the edge. So I think it was known, but if you go out there and you turn from Galena Street right, you'll see that the road going up to the cemetery is also on their property. But there must be an old easement for that one, because I mean, that road has been there probably even before the cemetery,
You're talking about the road that goes north,
road that goes north,
so the county road ends at the gate, basically.
county road ends at the gate.
But Elby and I met, and we went over all that, and he came in,
And there is an
right,
easement written
so
in,
so that is county road, that northern part, that's county road.
but it's an easement.
Yeah, so county road includes an easement, right, exactly, yes.
You're talking about the road, like, it ends at the cemetery gate.
At the cemetery gate, basically, that's where the county road is, according to LB's documents.
So as trustee for the 40 acres that, goes along Galena and the other side.
Right, the other,
Okay, the south pin is on the south side of Galena.
south pin, you know,
The
south,
the southeast pin is on the south side of
so
Galena.
Galena also is included in that.
And Galena, and then the road runs, the property line runs diagonally to the north side of Galena
Okay,
at the edge of town.
so then there's probably an easement with that property owner or no?
To the best of my knowledge, there is no easement at all. And that's why I was curious to find out, because I heard at the last meeting, you had seen that there's documentation of that. I've seen no documentation.
Yeah, the county road.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just assuming that the county road has an easement. And that's, and I mean,
Well,
those,
supposedly-
but I think it'll probably be an LB's report, you know?
Yeah, supposedly, they're researching it and they're gonna look back and see what the easement includes, how much land it
Yeah, we
actually
didn't
includes.
know that, we didn't have any of that.
So we don't have that yet,
No.
but it is,
But it is county road, we did determine that. He brought up documents, coordinates, and then he and I went in there and we looked at our aerial maps and we compared everything, we kind of sorted it out, looked at it, and then determined. you
so
know,
Steve's
what
trying to
was-
figure
what was
out
county,
how
what
wide
wasn't.
it is.
Yeah, we don't know that yet. Those are probably, and I will come out with his report.
For clarity's sake, Galena, once you hit town border, if it wasn't on the 40 acres that you caretake, would it then be on the 40 acres of the southern property? Cause there's no county land in there. So the easement or the road is on either their private property or your private property, right?
To the best of my knowledge, there is no easement. I'd have to go back and review all
But
of
if the
that.
road wasn't on the property you're caretaking, then it would be on somebody else's private property.
So I know from the people that used to own, it was Marge and Jack's house, I think Goldie, his mom owned it, I don't know if she still owns that, but
She
it's
does,
that, the first house outside of the village on Galena there, on the south side,
Uh-huh.
they own to the other side of the road. From conversations I've had in the past.
Well, that would make
And the
sense.
same thing going down the road, that.
They own to the north side of the road?
The Grips would own to Barbara's property line.
On the
which
north
is
side,
On the north side.
but your pin is on the south side?
One of
It
them.
runs diagonally, of course.
weird, you can see.
But either way, the road is on people's private property,
To the best of my knowledge.
because there's no
But,
public
With
land.
at least 4 property.
right,
Okay.
and usually, I mean, if it was a normal county, we would have real easements that were written in from whenever that road was put in.
So public roads cross over private property everywhere. I mean, just everywhere, there's road
Yeah, I know.
access that goes through. And what it comes down to is you're looking at the law, RS 2477. Which basically said that if a road has been used across private property for 20 years or more without
Object.
contest of it, it is established as a public right of way. And this is something you see, especially throughout the West, but I mean everywhere, but in Colorado, this road was developed or created in order to protect the public's access to places. And, so because it goes across private property is not the issue. The issue is that this road has been long, for 100 years, been used by the public. And to access, whether it's like to access that part of the town cemetery, or to access public lands, to access the BLM, to cross over to San Isabel Creek Road. It is on all the old maps, it's on all the current maps, it's an established road. And that is the issue, and according to the state's rule of RS 2477, it has gained public access right away. And, the private property owners, anybody along that road does not have a legal right to close off access that has been historically publicly used for 20 years or more. And so that's the real issue, not all these other side things. This is what the law says. And when I was doing the Crestone Eagle, this issue came in several times because people buy a piece of property and they decide, oh, I want to close off the road access. And sorry, that's been access to the National Forest BLM, you know, for 100 years, certainly 50 years, certainly 40 years. And they have to, property owners have to abide by that. So what was done basically was illegal according to RS 2477. And my own feeling is that this is not a town issue other than it has blocked off access to a historical part of the town's property, which is the cemetery and now the pet cemetery. But that road has accessed the town property, you know, for how long? And it's actually going across county land. So this is a county issue, and I know they're trying to push this back towards us, but it's on town property, and we, as a town, can, I think, approach the county as if any private property owner who had access to their property blocked off, to say, we request that the county act under the rules of RS 2477 to ensure that this road and public access remains open to the public and remains open for the town to access its own property that is historically accessed. All these other things are just sort of muddying the waters. It's a real simple thing that this is a long time public road and it falls under the jurisdiction of RS 2477.
I agree with the things Kism just said, like everything she just said.
So in order, so
And I mean, chiefly that the law, but then chiefly that the county also needs to be actively involved in writing this issue. And they shouldn't just be pushing it off onto us. Especially when they get voted in and paid quite a bit more than any of us do to deal with state issues.
well, according to Tom, he said that he has fought these issues before and has won. They're not, you know, I don't know if it's like a big enough issue for them to actually get their lawyer to take it on and actually see it as something that, you know, is worth fighting in court, because that's where this stuff plays out. Like, they're gonna close it because it's their land, and then it basically has to get court ordered to be reopened under 5277. So, you know, we have an option, we have some options that we can, you know, we can work with, but, you know, it's really like, it's something that a judge has to decide, not us. Like, we could say, yeah, that's illegal, but they're gonna say, no, it's not illegal, and we're gonna have to fight it. So, I mean, it's just.
I think it falls on the county, it's cross county land, the county needs to enforce the law. The county needs to enforce the law.
Yeah.
Because this is a precedent setting, there's all kinds of roads all over the place. You know, we have dealt with a lot of roads here and throughout the county where there's been historic trails and roads. And they have been grandfathered in as a public road under this legislation. And in order to preserve public access to places like here, the cemetery, the BLM area. And so to me, the county needs to enforce the law.
Yes.
All right, in my impression, as our last administrator stated, old towns have old surveys. Our town has shifted. Things change. Somebody's gonna lose a little bit, somebody's gonna gain a little bit. To be honest with you, I don't know why Steve is so upset about that corner. It's been there forever, long before he was born. And he bought the property like it is. To be honest with you, right across the street, Bob King's old house he owns now is 2.5 feet on my property. Do you think that keeps me up at night? Or should I go take a chainsaw and buzz cut that puppy? You know, it's not that big of a deal. I'm not really gonna get upset about 8 feet here or 2 feet there. One thing, the fence at the cemetery right now is incorrect, okay? We actually could put a road to where we're not, but we're talking money here. We're talking a lot of money. Cause, just from here to there is like $5,000 in road base. We're talking a lot of money, but we could encroach on our cemetery and put a road in, and then where does it go? But he's had also encroached on our part of it. And the back gate, he dug a ditch that if some teenagers went out there and tried to take the back gate out, it's like 20 feet down, this dip thing that he dug out. And then there's the gate. But the fencing is all wrong. Nobody knows. I went out there, I've lived here all my life, but I was confused when I saw those pins. Because they're all over the place. He's encroaching on us, we're encroaching on him.
The pins are right. The pins, I mean, I went out there, I took pictures and they're, if you look from the corner of the property,
Right, but the fencing isn't.
fencing's not.
Right.
Fencing's not accurate. There's another fence on the inside that's definitely not accurate.
And I think they did a beautiful job of mitigating. You could see the land, it's gonna be a beautiful, beautiful.
Well, one thing that you
And that's why they got upset, was that we were cutting down trees. We were not cutting down trees. We were mitigating. And I think that's why they got upset.
Unless there's a dissenting voice on that, like, if anybody thinks we shouldn't do something about it, then they should say so. And if everyone thinks we need to follow up on this and do something about it, then we should figure out kind of what our next step is.
So let's just go through the options real quick. We have
Right.
probably like 5 or 6 options. One that you brought up that I thought was kind of an interesting option was buying the land from him. It's about, depending on how you look at it, it's about 8 acres total that's there. So that was one option. Second option is to talk to our lawyer and go through that process of either writing a letter to him, you know, which I think is, in my opinion, is not the smartest move. Another option would be to talk to the BLM, cause he's claiming that the BLM told him it was okay to close that road because they're fed up with the trash and the stuff that's happening out there.
Which Sean Holmers also talked to BLM, and that's not what he reports them saying.
Right, so we could get a hold of BLM and find out if, you know, because really, a lot of the roads, what I've read was that a lot of the roads that had to be reopened because of this 5277 thing has to do a lot with the feds and access into the national forest or BLM land. So usually it gets to that level where they're actually fighting that law. So it's almost like the county's not even big enough to fight it. It would have to go before, or the BLM would have to say, we want it open and we're willing to fight. And it's,
Well, and then I also think that there again, it comes into the county, because the road goes, the access is from where the Lima exits the county. The access is on county land, all the way across, other than that one section that runs across town property. And that's established through the town property. Now, whether or not the road access is kept open beyond the town property, I mean, the town should have access to its property. It's had access to its property of the cemetery for 100 years. That road to the cemetery of the town, I mean, the town's property, that road to the town's property, that corner, as it goes to the corner of the town, that road has been access to private property, the town's property for 100 years. Anything beyond that takes it from the town property all the way through, over to the BLM and to San Isabel. To me, that's something that is whether or not the county or the BLM care about.
The town property? Is that owned by the town or
Yeah.
annexed by the town,
It's owned by the town.
but not annexed?
No, it's not annexed,
So
it's
it's
owned.
county land,
No, it's county land.
right? So yeah, this is completely out of our jurisdiction,
you're talking about the land that's,
the cemetery,
the actual cemetery or the land that is being
the 40
blocked?
acres,
42, yeah. That is town owned.
but it's county jurisdiction.
Beyond Steve's parcel is,
North of Steve's parcel is the town's 42 acres.
right,
1906 Howard Taft,
Jurisdiction county,
jurisdiction county. It's not
correct, so we
part
have
of-
zero jurisdiction
okay.
over any of them.
Oh, interesting.
Could I add a couple of things that I haven't heard anybody mention here? Number one, just north of the second ditch, that is a US Forest Service Road number 951. There's a sign there. It enters BLM land.
Yeah,
So that's basically, that's where it enters. And secondly, as a former assistant fire chief, that is our only egress, and we have.
That's not true.
That is true.
It's not true.
Okay,
The board has a letter from Elaine that was sent by the mayor in 2020.
and where's the
The
second?
end of the lane is the egress out of town, okay?
Uh-huh.
Through their property, not at the cemetery
It's the
road,
old railroad.
which has always been a ridiculous access,
But that's also right through their private property.
which they get permission
Oh, through their property.
through their property.
So there's a gate there that has a lock on it and they've said,
If it has a lock on it, that's not.
they said, cut the lock is what
That's right.
they cut the lock.
Okay. Well, yeah, as far as it being an open access, I would say no, but anyway, that's a continuation of federal road. And if what Skizzen is quoting, that's a federal, law, and what I looked at. It was tabled in 76, but anything before 76 was grandfathered in. So it looks like it is a federal, law that showed that basically what she said is true. So, but that is private property,
So
from what I.
according to our attorney, he said that they're probably gonna put up objections over the time, that 20 years, or even just put up objections in the past saying that they've objected to it multiple times and that's gonna slow down the process. So basically you have to, like I said, was that,
You're going to court.
you're going to court.
but this is still, I think, given the county land portion of this, that we need to contact Tom with that information and say, I hear that you're saying that this is a town issue and you want the town to deal with it, but the reality is that it is a county issue and we need your support at least in dealing with it. Cause we don't have the resources to deal with it alone,
Or the jurisdiction.
or the jurisdiction to deal with it alone.
And
At
why,
the jurisdiction, that's the key point
Yeah.
right there.
and why aren't they, rejecting the north-south aspect of the road?
They are,
or disputing?
they are,
So they wanna close off that
No,
to the cemetery?
no,
no, when you come, you pop back out onto.
No. The continuation of T Road, T.5.
No, see, yours is off a little bit.
Well, this is indicating that it's on Stephen Lane's property.
Oh, right, no, it is. You can see
So
it.
why aren't they disputing
Because
that?
supposedly there's an easement and they're supposedly gonna get the information on.
And if there's not an easement?
He said that he's gonna, huh?
If there's not an easement, he said what?
If there's not an easement, he said that they're never gonna cut off the access to the cemeteries. What he told me to do, I mean, he said, I'll never cut off but I'm going to narrow.
That's what's
road."
cut off.
See,
T.5.
this goes back onto his property
No,
here.
no, we're talking about the section going,
T.5.
no, going to the, yeah.
This is where county road ends, right here.
That's
This is the
over.
map, this kind of
If
gives
it's
you.
a county road, does that mean that there's an easement?
Yeah.
I just don't understand.
That's-
Well, I don't know for sure. We don't have that answer, but I just know that he said that that's where county, LB told me that's where county road ends, was right there.
So he's not gonna dispute T.5,
No,
but
he,
he's,
he told me that he was going to try it, they're researching the easement. If there is an easement, he's finding out exactly how wide it is. And that if it's narrower, then he's going to decrease the size of that road.
yeah, I was just looking at that.
Okay,
On the parcel viewer though, so it actually shows.
okay, where the property is, yeah. But the problem is it cuts off the access to the section of the,
I mean, can you give the county the option to either keep that open or fund a road on our property?
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to,
'Cause I'd rather not deal with
Well,
court and.
see, I've got a couple of options that I've been moving around, and number one is we can allow access in here,
Yeah,
and then we could access through here, establish a perimeter, and then cut these trees, and then come back in, and then cut these trees, or there's a desire path that I've noticed since the mitigators have been up in there, which I think implementing a desire path, principle into this. Basically, the desire path comes up here, and it's kind of hard to see on the map because it's a brand new thing, but basically the mitigators have made a trail that goes in through here diagonally, and that would, we could open that up with very little mitigation. In other words, we could just trim trees back, take a few stumps out, maybe a tree here or there, and then we could just connect here with the BLM road. That would improve our mitigated area, and we don't have to do a lot. And get a bulldozer in there, just
That's what I was
straighten it
thinking.
up a little bit, maybe not even put anything down, maybe just make a trail.
but encourage the county to participate.
Well, yeah, we could
Because-
definitely get them to do that, and that would open that mitigated area up. If this way, you'd have to remove a lot of trees.
yeah.
So just so you know, one other big piece of information is the southeast corner is actually southeast corner, that one is actually about 12 feet, maybe even more, 20 feet out past the driveway, which I think your sister has an easement to go through cemetery property to get onto.
Yeah, the pin is on the other side. of
So
the
theoretically, that edge actually has a wide enough space for a road to go up to, if we don't want people to open up the gate and go through the cemetery.
Yeah, we could actually put it on the outside here, but the only thing is you've got a lot of things to
Dense,
clear,
very
yeah.
dense.
Yeah, it's dense, and I was looking for the easiest route, and this desire path would be the easiest route. And like I said,
Why do you
I've
call it
already,
desire path?
desire path, you ever seen like if you've got a courtyard, it's got a square grid, and you see a trail that goes through the middle diagonally? That is a desire
Social-
path.
Social trail.
It's just, yeah, we have them all over the place. And that would eliminate that, and it would apply that principle, and it would be less work, and it would just naturally flow up here to this Forest Service road.
I mean, one other option is, we are going forward with, having,
sorry.
the LiDAR survey, looked at with an engineer.
Well, does the desire path, from what I've already been up it, it's not gonna require any culverts or anything. It's a natural path. That is, and we can just improve it a little bit and it'll go.
I'm just wondering if-
It wouldn't cost hardly anything to do
Yeah.
and it would.
But what I'm saying is like, say we're expanding our cemetery. And then all of a sudden now we have traffic running, two directional traffic really, even though it's probably not gonna be
It's
crazy,
probably only.
right through the middle.
Only 20 cars a week, maybe, yeah.
Can I just ask, who owns the Desire Path land? Was the town already?
That's the newly mitigated area of the cemetery.
Town,
Okay, so
It's
the
a
town.
town, yeah.
but it's county jurisdiction.
Got it, but it's not owned by a private landowner.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
I
that
don't think
would-
the
yeah.
traffic would be very, I mean, it's not very much.
Well, I mean, it's one concern about having people actually go through the cemetery proper, the one that we have now. Like opening that up to, first of all, there's a gate there and people already go through the gate, they leave it open on a regular basis, they're not, respectful of it.
We'd probably have to stay open if we did that, yeah.
Okay.
And it would be more traffic in the cemetery, which might not be so
It
desirable, but
goes up to here.
it would open it up and it would be, this would be the path of least resistance
Where is it
for the
showing?
time being, maybe until litigation happens.
There is also, like, the road that already exists through the cemetery is probably the path of least resistance. You would have,
Until it gets here,
yeah, till it gets there.
and then you've gotta cut all this out. And
But
that's
is there
gonna be-
another section like further in that could be?
Maybe, I haven't looked, but there's not a desire path there, but yeah, it could, I mean, we might be able to figure a way. Yeah.
I think that maybe this is like a good option to present to the county in appealing to them to participate in this issue. Because, I mean, nobody wants to go to court. I mean, I doubt Steve and Elaine really wanna go to court either, hopefully. And if we can maybe present some options.
What if we present the option of them buying the land?
The county? Yeah, I mean, there's options.
Well, there's
I mean,
another one there, yeah.
I think
Cause
that
it's
that's
actually two
ridiculous,
sections, it's
but-
like, if you look at it, you could actually cut off right where at the bottom there, right where there, if you went in about 20 feet and drew a line, you could cut that section out and say that was one parcel, and then you could go up there,
That's from here to here. yeah.
yep, and then up there,
And then from here to
take
here.
another 20 feet over, or 30, and then cut out a parcel.
But as the federal law is indicating,
Okay.
they're legally required to provide access.
And yeah, it seems, that according to my research, it seems to be that's the case with that federal law, RS 20.
I'm not denying that there's a law in place, I'm just saying that
Well, this
it
would-
doesn't seem like,
Yeah.
those property owners care that much about the law.
Well, then, and these two options would basically, we wouldn't be negotiating with anybody, we would just be taking the lead, as the county would like to do. That would be our lead, is to establish
Now, the only other
a right of way
thing that
through
could
the
happen,
cemetery.
depending if that easement, like if they say, well, we're not happy with all this traffic going up, through the cemetery.
Those could be things, yeah, those could be objections that we have, but you already have that traffic.
Can I just say to Kisman's point, taking the line of least resistance, maybe setting the precedent that then makes other landowners, because if you don't wanna go to court, they can get a corner of their property back. I think it just sets a bad precedent to just let the current landowner, quote unquote, get away with it. If it's been there for 100 years, that's crazy. And if you say all over the county, there's all over Colorado, there's stuff like.
Well, there has been a precedent set, there's a lot of roads surrounding our town that have been cut off,
Bad precedent.
The mayor's got one on his property,
Yeah.
okay? The mayor's got one, Nick Chambers has got one, Kim's sister has one, these roads,
That have been closed.
yeah,
and they have closed those roads.
for public access. And I didn't close it, it was closed prior to me, but I
I
definitely,
mean, you're going into a giant.
It just seems like a can.
So I wanna say again that the town's interest is that for 100 years, there has been access from the county road to the western portion of the town's property of the cemetery. That is been 100 years worth of access. And we have actually used that area now by having the pet cemetery that's in there. We have solidified our need for access on that because we are actively using that parcel of the town's property. And it all comes down to this is a long established access to the town's property. And according to the law, cannot be closed off. Now, what happens beyond the town's property? That's something I think the county might want to deal with, or the state, or the feds, or the whoever. Other than it does create, emergency vehicle access if we have to get a fire truck in there to start the fire. But I think our legal foot here is that we have had 100 or how many, 10 years access to the town's property through that established road. And according to the law, that has crossed their private property without them protesting that usage for certainly more than 20 years. We have the legal right to access our property. And this is what the law allows us to do. We have legal access to our property on an established road to private property. That's the key thing. We don't have to look at making routes around anything else. As Warren says, there's all kinds of roads everywhere
So,
for private property.
I just wanna say something. In the Ten Commandments, stealing has been in the Ten Commandments for how many thousands of years, but people still steal. And in order to catch them from stealing, I mean, we just caught somebody stealing pretty bad, and now it's all going through court. There's gotta be criminal charges, there's gonna be civil charges in order for us to even get, and they're probably not even gonna reimburse us for all that they stole. It was a huge theft, I mean, it was like over $10,000, I guess. And so, what I'm trying to say is that just because it's the law does not mean that they necessarily are, I mean, the amount of money that it might cost to go through this court, it could be in the $75,000 to $100,000 range if it draws out. I mean, I'm not saying that, just all of the work that our lawyer would have to do, and then, we only have our lawyer for a certain amount of time, we could increase that, but we have to pick our fights, and so if everybody wants to fight, and that's your decision, and we wanna direct our lawyer to do that, I'm gonna go along with it,
I
but.
don't wanna direct them, at this time, I don't wanna direct Seth to do anything. I want to direct Ariel to write Tom an email pointing out the nature of the county land.
All the commissioners.
Actually,
The
all the
newspaper.
commissioners, the
Okay.
newspaper, pointing out it doesn't just have to be up to Ariel, like, as pointing out the nature of the county land, the nature of the law, the nature of the people of our town who have reached out. Several of them have reached out about how the cutting off access to this road
Of our county.
Yes.
Reached out.
and how detrimental it is, and compile all of that, and basically kind of publicly shame, as bad as that might sound, like, bring in the peer pressure, because it is kind of messed up, and people are being affected, and people want it to
I
be done.
agree, and we're all
It's the
affected,
law.
I'm not happy with this
And
code at all.
so that's how,
I
I don't wanna direct Seth to do anything, I don't want to start with litigation. I wanna just start with
I just-
compiling all of the
just,
information we have.
and that's fine, I just don't think that there's gonna be. I don't think anything besides a court order is gonna open this road.
Potentially, but we don't know until we try.
And then the
So-
town does not initiate a court order.
Yeah,
The county.
Yeah, it's
That's
the
fine.
county, it's county land, the county needs to initiate, they need to enforce the law across their property. It's no different than there was any other location in the county that somebody decided to dig up a road and stop people from accessing private property. It's no different than any place else, just because it's owned by the town. I mean, it could be owned by a private property owner who owns 40 acres out there and has the family for 100 years.
But if I was an
When's that
attorney
trustee first?
or a judge, I would probably say, well, you can access the southeast corner. So.
Yeah.
You've got
Southeast?
access to that.
Yeah, they would say, we have access,
Yeah.
right? So,
And I, I'm just wondering, I know the letter coming from Marianne, the town of Crestone. I wouldn't think it would hurt if we also had a letter from our attorney explaining the law. So, I don't know if it's necessary right at this step, but I think it's something that, our attorney does represent the town, and maybe we should, as part of this, have a letter.
Isn't what, I think what you had said at the very beginning, holds true. It's not our jurisdiction. We would be asking our attorney to stick in his nose into something that was not our jurisdiction. And I think we should just write a letter to the county saying, sorry, guys, it's your property.
There's just one more piece that I said at the beginning when I sat down, and it seemed to be reiterated. Does anybody know what caused the owner to suddenly object?
Yeah.
Would it be, you do know
Yeah.
specifically?
Yeah.
Have you talked with him? Is there any other mitigation besides close the road? Because it seems that
Pay
negotiation,
him, he said.
I'm sorry, say,
I think he said pay him.
yeah, he said that he would sell the land.
for how much, like $10 million?
He said make an offer, I don't know.
Oh, okay, well, okay, so you put that on the table. Okay, cool.
I wish that we could talk about it and say, indeed, we have dealt with your concerns, we're not on your property, we're not doing fire mitigation, we highly respect your property. And I would love to see that be the first step solution, that we actually work it out as good neighbors. I think that's always the best option, is, working it out as good neighbors. Mm-hmm.
I think you guys are the biggest hypocrites I've ever met, okay? For 3 years now, you have failed legally to do your job in regard to budget. And you're currently not doing your job according to the law. So you sit there and be holier than thou about the law, while every meeting you continue to break the law, okay? And so just find it a gross hypocrite.
What is your suggestion to try to resolve it? Do you think that the town could have a good outcome with sitting down with Steve and Elaine about this road?
I think you might have a good outcome sitting down and having a conversation that might work. I have no dog in the fight about it. I just think this thing is grossly hypocritical. While you spout the law, well, this is the law. Well, the law is, the state law is that you are supposed to provide a budget. Okay, you're supposed to have supplemental budgets. All right? You went through the whole business with purchase orders. You got $7,000 last year of unaccounted funds. All right, along with the money that was misappropriated.
Okay, this is like getting out of hand.
So,
That's a situation you're dealing with.
so I wanna ask the board, is there people on the board here, before we take it to pushing it towards the county? There are people on the board who can meet with Steve and Elaine and try to work for resolution on this. Do we?
I met with him, I felt like it was actually a pretty good meeting. He was upset that when we were doing mitigation on the property, that they were using his road to access the cemetery. So it wasn't so much, they were upset about the mitigation, yeah, so that was like maybe the straw that broke the camel's back, because he's been threatening to close that road forever, because he's actually really upset. The main thing that I got from him was that he's really upset about the people going out into the BLM and kind of abusing the BLM, is what he claims. And that camping, they close all the Forest Service roads during the summer, so a lot more people go out there in the winter. I mean, and to say that there is somebody camping on town property. Now we see it. It is fully town property. It's not even, so we have a squatter out there that has a campsite with a big thing. It's a health
It
issue.
shows up on the parcel viewer.
Yeah, it's huge.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
And he
so-
thought, I guess, maybe, I don't know if Elaine originally thought that it was, had to be on their property, and so they were giving him permission, but now it's obvious that he is on town property.
So back to the question of, can we sit down with Steve and Elaine and try to say, what's it gonna take to get over this? What's the problem? How can we avoid a legal fight? Cause I agree with you, it's big money and I don't think a legal fight is the first step when dealing with neighbor issues. And is there possibility to sit down and try to go over this? And really see if we can get the road open, certainly at least to the town property, and avoid that.
I think we should get Charles to go cut some trees and make a road on our property.
Charles has got trees.
I know.
And just bypass
We
the,
need a,
He wants to recognize.
I don't, I think that it would even just, it's like the best first step. My sense is that it's not going to, that they're not going to budge on it.
I think
It's
there's,
just my sense.
I think they're probably taking a similar perspective as Warren, which is, this is more like a gesture to put our hypocrisy on display than an issue of somebody using the road.
So
So
we have,
maybe we could create a budget, and then maybe they'll let us use the road. But
don't we need to, create access for cemetery plots?
we have it,
Pardon me?
we have it.
An additional access?
I think we have it through the cemetery.
yes.
We have it on
No,
our-
but we don't have a plan yet. And we should really,
Right, and that's where I'm going. What Brent was talking about is that, and I know we have drainage issues that we'd have to address along with that, but is that anywhere near close to what we might design into a road pattern? Or the other plots that we haven't established yet?
yeah, that's
There's
it.
only the one that road that goes in, is they built the ditch on the back gate, the north gate. They will put that ditch in,
Right.
that's 20 feet down. So there's no way to get back on BLM as far as
If you get to that point, then you're at
your,
that end,
yeah,
so to speak.
so to speak.
You can go into the, there's a way around that ditch, if you could just, yeah, you could have it.
So do we,
With that corner that you're referring to, yeah, there's a place where we could go,
do,
we just go around.
there's a lot of options. We're talking a bit in circles, and yeah, I mean, I don't have, maybe we should have some folks go talk to Steve and Elaine. And maybe we should reach out to Tom and request some, with the information we just talked about, reach back out to Tom McCracken and just get that ball rolling. And at the same time, figure out who would be best to go and talk to Steve and Elaine about this issue and, call those the first steps in dealing with this.
Well, I'm
So
certain I would
looking
lose
at
my
this,
temper.
looking at the map from where the county road ends and where the road has been blocked, running alongside the cemetery. From that location to where the cemetery road cuts through, accesses the cemetery property. Is not that long of a stretch of road. It's a very short stretch of road.
What do you think?
And so our issue, I think, is with access to our own property. What happens beyond after you exit the town's property? I think kind of falls on the county and government agencies. So I would like to see if we can work with first step to see if we can work with Steve and Elaine to open up just that one section to where there's access to the town's
Pet cemetery.
town's property at Town's Road on the cemetery. So what is that, like about 300 feet, 400 feet maybe, I don't know.
It's, well, the whole property line is 1,350 feet, 1,393,
How much
1,393 feet.
from where the road's close to
From the
where
pin to
the
pin, pin to pin.
So that's about 200 feet.
200 feet from there to here?
No, from there.
Here? No, that's about 600, if it's half, I mean, that's halfway.
I thought you were just talking about this. So you're talking about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be 700 feet.
But is the road actually in the cemetery property?
Not there.
Yeah, there is
There
a
it
section,
is.
there is a little section actually that sticks out.
Yeah, she's pointing to it.
So right there, there's a pin that's in his so-called road.
Yeah, it looks
That's not
like
accurate.
it would be here anyway. It's about 6 or 700 feet.
So what you were saying is, that Brent was saying that we could go into the cemetery and then go through there
So there's an old fence that runs along the edge there. And theoretically,
between the fence, between the fence and that road? Cause the fence is right up against the road.
yeah, it's right up against it, but then some of that property is ours. It's on the,
Some of
South
that
end.
road,
some of the, just the property, it's like if you go out there, it's really strange, but basically. The pin, this corner, if you just eye it down there, some of his road. That he closed off. Is our property. And there's a pin there, and you could actually walk over it, stay on our property. And walk along, and then
I think he's talking about it, pin right there.
okay,
it's further in.
It comes from here?
No,
I saw it like it was right there, that's where I know.
it's right here.
The one at the southeast portion,
No, so there's a pin, yes, there's a pin
somewhere like right there.
and here.
Mhm.
It runs like that, and it's on our map, but no, I'm talking about right here, this is the road that takes you out. There's a pin in, like, maybe right down here.
We couldn't find it. Did you find one?
Oh, yeah, he just went and redid the whole thing.
Oh, he did, oh, these are new ones, okay,
The whole
this
thing,
was about a
this
week
whole
ago.
thing has been redone.
Okay, all right.
You can see
Cool.
exactly where.
We were looking for them,
Yeah.
there weren't.
No, it's totally, and actually, so he goes off a section that is town property. Now, here, this fence is falling down all along this edge.
And it's in the wrong
And-
place anyway.
What's that?
And
It is in the wrong place.
Well, it's not in the wrong place.
It should be farther out.
so is that road on the town cemetery or is it on?
This one? That's ours.
This is inside the cemetery limits, the one that he blocked off is on this side.
Right.
You can't really see it.
So theoretically, what you could do is you could, I mean, the gate is kind of the issue. You could put the gate further up here, run a fence along here, and this would now be the new road and continue that to there. And that would be the first step, and then dig out a little piece of fence right there. So that would probably be the easiest of everything, just to get over to this section.
Well, that's the thing is the mitigation, but I mean, this other route avoids all that. There's already a trail. You don't need to move it, you don't have to remove any trees. You just have to cut back a few limbs.
But
That's
then-
the only difference.
So for short-term solution, we could go into the cemetery, turn left on that road,
Mhm.
and then exit that. And parallel that other one to connect.
We go up here and then open this up to there. And we
Or find another road.
Yeah, there might be another one through here, so we could probably, we might be able to find a desired path.
Okay, to me, that actually. That does seem like a viable solution that if we wanted to avoid any kind of litigation, that we could access that property through that way. And I'm willing to explore that. It still really bothers me that a public access road was closed off. I mean, and I don't want to legally not, I mean,
Benji.
give up our rights. I don't wanna see us give up our rights to access that property. But I can see where we could do a temporary access to that area if we need to. And I would like to see us try to work with Stephen Lane to see if we can come to what is the problem and what's the solution. And my feeling is if on the other up above on the property, if they want to close it off, then the county can deal with it. But the town needs to have access to its own property.
Where's the likely expansion going to be?
Well, there's a way out over here. Yes.
That's the northeast end.
So in the terrain,
It's
In
pretty,
here?
it's flat, yeah,
would it,
There's a gully through here.
but they're pretty minimal.
would we ever expand into the northwest corner?
That's what the new expansion of the cemetery is.
That's what I'm asking.
We haven't decided.
This is something that we could incorporate into our
We
expansion
ought
plans.
to.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. This would just fold into our expansion
Right.
plans.
Which would
and open this
also,
up. Yeah.
I mean, ideally, would also end up tying in on the northeast corner to the county, northwest to the county road.
Yeah, well, this is not a county road. This is BLM,
Okay, to the BLM road.
and then this road connects to
So, I
the
mean,
county road.
if we had $1 million, we could do it all. and
But we
make
could
it
just make a
awesome.
trail.
But we could start.
Yeah, we could just start really cheaply. I mean, just, yeah. we could
I've
have
talked to a
it.
few people and they've offered up equipment and time to go out there and make this right. But the one thing, when we access the BLM, we've got to petition the BLM for a new access point. Even though it's only 20 feet away.
Here,
Yeah,
yeah, right here.
we got to tell them that we want this to be our new access to BLM.
Because, yeah, there's a ditch right here, so we would have to come in this way instead of
Yeah,
like this way. We'd have to come in around this way.
our pin, or
This one.
pin up at this
Right.
is about 20 feet from where the gate is now. So if we move that over, but it's going to require, and this is what started the whole thing, is cutting trees, removing trees.
Yeah, we'd have to remove these trees right here.
And
They're
down
pretty
here,
minimal.
we can make it, but we could, there's enough room on this road that we could get equipment around and cars could turn around. But, we'd have to cut these trees right here, and then we can make maybe a 12, or 16-foot road. And just push the fence back just a few feet, you know, and then we got the
There's
access.
room in there along the cemetery road.
Yeah,
but there's some pretty big
Yeah,
trees.
Right,
There's
but
some pretty big
that's
trees.
what started this whole thing, is cutting trees.
So from that point where the cemetery ends, can that be then push through to where the old road is? Would it be, how many feet is that to try?
You're looking at about 100 feet from where he has it blocked off, going to the west. That, we're talking access like this, right now. But if we move the fence over like 5 feet, then we'd have a 10-foot road that goes through and then we'd be out.
So what about running the fence like on the north, like along the edge of that cemetery? And then putting a gate on the far end of that? So basically, the first layer of road becomes the road. I mean, the only problem is the main gate into the cemetery.
Right,
I think if we want to create our own road, then, that's like a totally different conversation. And we need to go out there and really not just look at a map, but be looking at the physical space, make a plan. But are we moving on from actually talking to Stephen Lane and sending the, and talking to the county?
Do you feel?
I mean, I'll talk to Elaine, I don't think it's really gonna go anywhere, but I will go talk to her.
If it's,
Can I just say one more thing?
Yeah.
You already said that he said, make me an offer. Do you know how much money you could offer for a 200-foot length of land? Do you know what I mean? It's like how wide and how big. If you went and talked to them with,
They usually put their property on the market for at least $1 million.
Not that much.
Well,
that's what I figured. If he's really mad, then yeah, he'll jack it up.
We also, we don't have, we don't really have, the town doesn't have money really to buy the land right now.
But would the county subsidize it just to get out of the court case?
So that's why
See, if you went with an offer in hand, not just a hey, stop being so mean, that it might be more effective.
Yeah.
Or maybe if, you know, if they are wanting to negotiate, like they did up there by Kenny's Pit. You know how, Boyce gave up 10 feet and Kenny gave up 10 feet, and then that road comes in. And then it accesses BLM, could we do a deal like that?
If we stayed on our own property, we have access to other parts of the cemetery for other plots.
Right.
We forever not be beholden to anybody, either the county or private property owners. Maybe just the BLM to make that other access. And it'd be over. I mean, there would be no issue.
How hard is it to pick up those, big concrete, gates, posts and actually slide them in to like,
I
They're in the ground.
wasn't here when they were put in.
Yeah,
so
we don't know the construction, but yeah, that's gonna require a little
It
effort.
was a long time ago.
Yeah.
They've been there before me.
So looking at this man,
They're probably built really well,
if we came
because
in,
they're still there.
came through here, it looks like it's probably what, about 300 feet?
Mhm.
So that's 300 feet that the town could bulldoze a track through there, create a track that would take it to the road so that we have access to this property. This whole property, and we have access to the pet cemetery. If we were, I would be in favor of looking to do this. However, I don't think we should relinquish a historical claim of access. I think that sets a really bad precedent. Doesn't mean we need to go to court on it, but I think protesting it is not a bad idea. Just, you know, because of this, you know, if you don't reply and protest,
I
then
like
you've
your
got to
idea.
give
I
it
just
up.
gave them.
Well, Kizen just brought up something and I just now saw it. If we get this road, that still wouldn't give us access to the pet cemetery. So this would actually be the more preferred route. Yeah, because we need to have access to the pet cemetery. And that would be, yeah, but that would, like I said, that we already have mitigation. We could probably.
the cemetery could expand off of that road too.
Oh, but instead of over here.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Where was the
So maybe
mitigation?
we can always move it.
Mitigation was along the top edge
Up
and
in here.
then down along the.
Yeah, down kind of along here.
But not just north of the property line?
Well, they kind of hit that whole area.
No, but down the southern property line?
I don't think, they
It's too
got there
dense.
a little bit, but I think it's mostly along here, along the perimeter, I think. It's kind of hard to tell, yeah, but they were along here and then,
The only issue I have with doing that is the gate. The gate kind of blocks.
it is a tight turn right here, and we would probably we might have to move that gate. Because what's gonna happen is eventually somebody's gonna run.
Or just
over.
take the gate down temporarily.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, yeah, just move it out and then we can relocate it where we need to at another point, where we kind of see where the flows are and how everything's moving. Then we can put the gate where we need it, and we've got plenty of room on this side over here, we can
I mean,
expand
I
it really
still
nicely.
do like the fact that the cemetery that's existing right now is closed. You know, it has like a containment.
The one,
And I don't wanna,
Oh, yeah,
I don't wanna like totally just open up the cemetery for non-containment, like, so.
well, we can
My
move
thought
the
was
fence
that
too.
it had, things have to be contained from that road on. I mean, it is a very wide road. It would be a really nice road to continue. But really, we gotta do the preparatory work in order to make sure that people can't go further in without opening something.
And the one problem I'm seeing right now is, the gate's been hit probably 2 or 3 times. And we gotta take it down, and I guess it's set up with, Ivan to true up the, bent gate. And all that, and then we gotta worry about the attachments that go into the pillars. And you know, our town truck, it's tight going through there.
It's pretty tight, yeah.
And there's somebody with the trailer, and it looks like that's what happened, is somebody with the trailer going out to get some of that wood, hit it. So now, you know, it's,
Recently?
yeah, oh yeah, we gotta
It's
pull
pretty
that off.
recent, yeah.
And just having access, just open access, I like your idea, keep containment.
Mhm.
We gotta have a fence there, cause during winter time, you really can't even tell the cemetery's there.
Right.
There's somebody comes tearing.
Oh,
through
yeah,
that
they
with
just go
a-
right over.
Yeah, knock over headstones or whatever.
So my thought would be the money that we spend would be to, I mean, improve on what we have by putting a fence up along the edge, fixing 2 gates there. And then carving out that road before we actually start carving.
Yeah, that's stuff, I'm just trying to do it as inexpensively as we can. Maybe we gotta pull the old fence out, drive cheap posts where we want to. And then put that old fence on until we get new. And just open it that way they keep along the same way, but just on our property.
Well, I mean, you can do like, end things,
Yeah, quarter posts.
yeah, and then run T-posts between them.
And we could bypass the gate altogether if we needed to. And just leave the gate where it is and go on the west side of the gate and just make our own access for now. You know, if we wanted to, there's a lot of ways to skin this cat, yeah.
Right, but then that's also back to square one, we're gonna be removing and cutting trees.
But I was gonna put these proposals,
Well, but it's our property, so I don't see the removing and cutting trees is what started the issue, but if the issue can't be resolved by Steve opening up his road again, then we're gonna have to remove trees, that's just the way
That's what
it
I'm
is.
saying, it just started this whole thing.
Yeah.
So what's the solution
I just
here?
sent Elaine an email, asking her if you could meet sometime this week to talk about it, so I'll connect with her. And, talk to her about basically what we talked about today, what the various, sides of this issue are. And I will report back on what she says. I think we should still reach out to Tom. And at least, like, at the beginning, at least get the county to write a letter to them.
I've reached out to Tom, they are writing a letter to them.
Great.
I mean, but this was even before I reached out to them, they're writing a letter from Road and Bridge, talking about that. Those issues.
Yeah, I think that us writing a letter to the county commissioners and stating our position,
Yeah,
I think is important, just that we're showing that we legally object to this. And I think that's important to have on the record. And I really would be hopeful that we could work out a solution,
You
that
guys want?
good neighbor solution.
I mean,
But if not, we've got this backup going through the cemetery.
yeah, when I say write to Tom, and I do mean all the county commissioners about how that it really is their issue to handle. It's not just a town issue that they should be pushing off onto us.
I mean, I think that what you said about it being town-owned land inside of county jurisdiction is a kind of real important thing to start off with.
Yeah.
Because I didn't quite get that, but it's not, like you said, it's not annexed in. That's a really important point.
That's on the edge of town. Yeah,
Huh?
it's on the edge of.
It's
town.
not even on
In
the edge, it's
county-
actually,
in the
it's,
county tax.
it's not-
tax district.
so like if something's bordering town, then it could be annexed and then it would fall into our jurisdiction.
Right.
This is actually town owned, it's like, it's actually their jurisdiction.
It's like if you owned it.
Oh, it's like
Yeah.
private owner, it's not annexation, it's just we own the land, I see what you're saying.
We own the land inside the county, so. That's a real important point.
Sketch out.
Do you wanna direct Ariel to write the letter, or who wants to write it?
Yeah, Ariel, can you have the time to reach out to the county commissioners with that information?
for sure.
I think it's really key to bring up that point right off the bat. The town owns land inside the county jurisdiction. There's no arguing that. And that's like the beginning of it.
Can we give you guys a draft before it's sent out?
Yeah,
Yeah, if you just wanna send it to us and then, everybody can just read it and.
Even, you could even say there's no option to annex.
I'd just like this to get over with, not take years to get done. Because,
And maybe,
people wanna go see their dead pets. And, it's town cemetery, they should be able to go out there, and they've done a lot of work out there. They should be able to have access to it, and I don't want this thing to drag on for years.
But it is part of a multi-year vision and process that
Correct.
is lacking a reason to move forward, and that is the development of the cemetery and that land, and to have a really nice, simple and unintrusive roadway through that, which will help us develop the cemetery. It sounds awesome, and it's gonna, that part will take years. But even like they said, if we start with a Jeep trail with tree stumps still in the road, it'll be not much different than what.
This is a great first step for our expansion.
Anyway,
So keep that in mind when you're thinking about it. That's the thing.
Colorado revised statutes, Title 43, Transportation 43-201, Public Highways. That's also part of the law that states all roads, private or other lands dedicated to public use by due process of law and not herefore vacated by an order of the Board of County Commissioner duly entered. Like it says, so basically all roads over private lands that have been used adversely without an interruption or objection on the part of owners of such land for 20 consecutive years. So I sent that to you.
Pretty clear.
That's at RS 2477.
It's Title 43, Transportation 43201, but
What, Colorado?
Colorado.
Is it Colorado?
Colorado revised
So you got
statute.
Colorado and you got state and federal are saying that these are anything that. Yeah, I don't think there's a.
And, to Warren's point, if we wanted to say we're hypocrites when we can't cite the law, then we should just stop enforcing everything.
We should, what?
Stop enforcing everything in town.
Yeah, we should stop collecting water bills and sewer bills and just like give up and lay down and
Let's not
quit
get
trying.
let's not get too far out there.
One other thing, it's gonna be interesting to see what he does with his eastern boundary. Because as you go up, the cemetery road heading north, okay, his property is across the road, his property line.
Right. But they claim to be researching that there's an easement already in place.
Oh. Oh,
We're not for sure.
Ooh, I think we should stop talking about
Okay,
this.
let's move on. We got a plan. You're talking to Elaine, you're gonna see.
Yeah.
We have a letter going out and we have. And Ariel and I are actually gonna be discussing with an engineer. Options for the cemetery as well, so we can, it's all kind of falling into place anyway.
If there are any points you want me to add in the letter, can you let me know? Just wanna make sure I don't miss anything.
I would-
I have a good idea.
I would take the survey, you have that, right? Not the red one, but this one, and just put that as a letter, just so they can see what's going on.
You send it to me then, just be sure.
You guys should have that all taken care of by the time we get back, right?
Yeah, like 10 years from now.
Yeah, maybe.
So moving on, email, we got that. Baca Water and Sanitation District fee increase and sewer rate increases.
Has anybody done the math, how to translate to a bill?
No.
Huh? Oh, that's why I'm here. All right, well, good to know.
833 per 1,000 gallons of flow. And what was our gallon limit again? Was it,
We don't have one.
well, in the new contracts that we have, yeah,
They're changing it to 60,000.
they are,
That's what it was.
right.
That's what it was.
And it was 30 and, because it was 30, right? They
It
wanted
was
to be
60.
30.
They wanted it to be 30.
Yeah,
In our old agreement, in our new agreement should be 60,000 gallons.
okay.
And what was it before? It was $8.33.
I don't remember, I thought that was the old rate. 7 something maybe. but I don't recall offhand.
Warren probably knows.
So it'll be, I mean, if we used all 60,
833 is what I saw recently.
It's the new
but
one.
we use like 15 right now, right? 15,000 gallons typically, okay, if we just call it 15,000, then 100, at this rate, it's about $125,000
No, it's not making sense.
No,
for 830, oh, per 1,000 gallons.
A day,
124,
a day.
yeah.
Well,
Light on it. Okay, it's not really light, it's the image of the light.
With $44,000.
a year,
Yes,
that's lower.
but that's not including the BOD.
not including the, that's just for,
Dollar something, which is another $1,200 based on what last month's was. On the average, and that's about what it is per month.
I think I did the math when they proposed that in the contract negotiations, and it was pretty nominal. But it's also just what's up. So we're gonna say, okay, they raised the rates, understood,
That part's up to us to be able to bring that number down.
right?
But what about the flow? Last meeting, you said that the flow of the new meter and the flow of the old meter don't match.
Brent should be here for that.
Yeah, Brent is, I'll let him talk to that, but I know he's got a meeting scheduled with, their operator, and I believe it's Wednesday. But I'd let him talk to that.
Do you wanna move on to that? We can- It's here and.
Maybe wait for his report.
I mean, we don't, it's just kind of like, this is happening, right? Like that was like. And now we know,
Do we that, you talking about the rate increase?
yeah,
We were talking about we jumped ahead accidentally to your.
Well, this kind of folds into that. I do have a meeting tomorrow at 2 with the ORC to go over our BODs, our flows. We got severe discrepancies.
Our
between
ORC or theirs?
With Chad Tate from Baca Grande, Water and Sanitation, and myself will be meeting tomorrow at 2 p.m. Our main focus is to take our 2 reports for our flow meters and do a technical analysis and figure out what's going on, troubleshoot it, and that's the first step. So, and after that, we'll be discussing everything else in addition to that, but that's a huge discrepancy. I pulled reports from when I got the bill this month from Baca, and then I went down and I took flow meter, I took my measurements, and we are not even, I don't know what's going on yet, but we'll try to get to the bottom of it tomorrow.
What's the approximate
It
discrepancy?
doesn't make any sense. There's huge differences. And theirs is a lot more, let's just say that, than ours. Our flows are more than half
oh, really?
in most instances, yes.
And are they still charging us based on their meter?
I've taken several daily flow measurements, and they range anywhere from 50% to 30% difference in the amount of flow. Theirs is always higher, and
Are they still billing us for
Their
their
rate,
readings? They're billing us for their reading.
well, I understand, yeah,
They don't
seems
have
like
any
that seems to be the case, they're not using ours. So we have to sort through that and see, I don't even know what it is, it might be the units of measurement. But I can't, until he and I get together and actually go to the source of the reports, I can't tell you right now, but I'll have an update for you guys on the 27th. I think that's the next meeting you're gonna have.
it's really great you're there.
Brian, when you get those, when you nail that down.
Yeah.
Can you get that report out sooner than the next board meeting?
Before the board meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, I'll just let you guys know as soon as I get it, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll just give you,
Make sure
I'll give you guys an email update as soon as I find out.
make sure you got everything covered before you put it out, so we don't get anything that's sends somebody off in the wrong direction.
Okay.
So, with the letter that we have, the one that says there's a rate increase is 8.33 per 1,000 gallons and 105 for BOD. That is the amount that is in the IGA. So it's not anything different than the IGA that we had from back in, but our last draft with the IGA. Those are the numbers that we have in there, so they're the same numbers.
Cool. Well, don't tell them,
Oh,
Okay.
but
Okay.
but Dan's here, so.
But they're the same, so I think this was part of their anticipation of, what was coming down the pike, and so that was what was put into the IGA, but in comparing the two amounts, they're the same
Yeah.
amount, so we don't really need to fuss about that.
Yeah, I don't think it was an increase from the
Yeah, I
newest,
mean,
the
that's,
newest
I just
agreement.
pulled up that
It was just-
IGA and those are the
It just showed up in
numbers.
the bill this time.
So we're good. Right?
I'm gonna move on, cause Allison's been sitting here for our whole meeting, so if you wanna give your report so that you don't have to
I
stay,
think
come back.
Gary wanted to say something, do you want me to unmute him?
Is it regarding the water sewer rate increases?
Were you talking to me?
Dan, what's your, are you talking regarding the Baca Grande water sewer rate increase?
No, I just wanted to say that from what I understand that Baca Grande Water and Sanitation installed a state-of-the-art, top-of-the-line meter, and that they're monitoring the meter and taking readings more often. They were taking them once a quarter. Now they're taking them, I believe, at least every week. And that's what they say in their meetings.
But the meter that we put in is, yeah, I'm just letting you know that we put in our own meter, and that's the meter that we are comparing off of, that we're getting a different rate on, different
I
amount.
understand.
So that has to be worked out, because we have a pretty state-of-the-art meter as well. In fact, ours might be more up to date than that one.
The new one?
Yeah. So
well,
We
let's
have to
give them a
find out.
chance to do it.
we're gonna have to find out.
We'll find out for that.
Allison?
So the biggest reason I'm here is, when I submitted my report to REL, I realized that, I did not put out any information on the time frame of how you'll get your reimbursements. So, these are two emails from Julie Byers, who's the state rep that I deal with, and I told her that the trustees were asking for a time frame, and she said, please let them know that the state has 45 days to review any RFR request for reimbursement. And it's on first come, first served basis. We work as fast as we can, but have limited time for RFR. The initial RFR always takes longer, as we check on it last week, but got pulled away to work on an older RFR from a different grant of mine. Reimbursements are something that can take 3 different reviews at the state level. I can try to work on it today. This is on the 6th of January. Review and go a lot quicker. On the 10th, she emailed me and said, I asked for an update. I did spend a lot of time reviewing the expenses, but needed the procurement policy. So I've asked, I don't know if the town has a procurement policy,
It's our bidding and purchasing.
We do.
policy. Yeah.
purchasing policy. You do?
Yeah.
Could I get a copy of that? Because she's saying, but needed the procurement policy. If I don't have time to work on it, I plan on doing some work during the MLK Day, and we'll make it a priority to get all your expenses reviewed and moved over to the next step, which is the second review. They have 3 separate reviews that they do on each reimbursement request. And then I didn't know if you had any questions about the spreadsheet I put together for where we are with reimbursements. The most were submitted, December 20th. And then there have been some in January. Mine will be submitted probably until around the 23rd of January. But everything to date, I just got a new one from Mateo that I'm gonna ask him to revise. I want some more information on his invoice. But every time I get an invoice, when Benji and I sign it, it goes into the reimbursement. I create the expense and then I create the RFR.
But it goes through us too.
Right, exactly.
The only thing I would say is we kind of guessed on a number of how much was spent in twenty-four, because obviously we're not getting reimbursed in twenty-four, but we spent money in twenty-four, so we want to be able to carry that over into the next year's budget.
Right.
So we said it was 35.
You can't carry it forward.
Well, not,
You can't carry it forward as income.
so if we spent it and we're getting reimbursed in twenty-five,
It's 24 budget.
wait a second, if you have a grant that you put in. So you're saying that you can't carry over,
Can't carry over you don't carry over the income as new income. The income goes into the 24 budget as part of the accrual basis. That's when you spent the money, that's where the money gets appropriated.
so then we add it into,
Not from an account.
So then do we call our, paying back the Dollar grant a 2022 expense?
I don't know how they dealt with it.
If so, then that works.
Yeah.
If
Why not? You haven't amended that budget yet either.
well, we could save it this year.
I don't know, we put in totals. And the total I have is 97,687.
right, but as far as spent, that's how much we have to.
I don't have anything.
So what we did was we said. Total demand was 139, then how much we spent last year.
Would you have how much was spent?
What I'm looking at was, 2 invoices from Moonglow, my invoice for payment and the Diversity Network and the Eagle, $32,502.50.
32,000.
$32,502.50.
Okay. So you're saying if we spent that in twenty-four, and we're getting reimbursed in twenty-five, we can't,
It's not income. I believe, you'll have to check with your accountant, but to me, from an income standpoint, it's not, it's on 24's reimbursement, it's just a reimbursement.
okay,
It's not income.
grants are so freaking complex too. but-
Well, I think he's talking about the structure of our budget more than the fact that it's a grant and just that it's the accrual basis.
That's an accrual.
So like if we were just running a business and invoiced somebody in November and they don't pay us till February, according to accrual basis, it would count
Right,
2020.
right, I get that. But then as far as like the auditor, for instance, is coming into twenty-five, we had on the budget for twenty-four, how,
He's doing 23's budget.
right, but we pay for that in twenty-four normally. That's when we would normally pay the money for that audit of 23, but it's now carrying over to 25. So do we double it in the budget in 25? I mean, if we didn't spend the money, does 23 then, or 24 then?
Look, the work took place in 24, even though it was for 24.
No, the work's taking place in 25.
Well, I mean, the year before, whatever it might be, right?
Maybe we should ask the,
Somebody who knows.
instead of just going.
Instead of a jackass like me.
Yeah, instead of the jackass.
I guess my point is that if you don't spend it to the fund, the budget kind of becomes like, it's a planning tool that we use in order to understand how much money we're gonna be getting and receiving. So if we're keeping track of the fact that in 24, we're getting reimbursed in 25, and it goes into the budget, that's part of our,
Is it a
Planning
Randy
tool.
question? Like,
Well,
is it
we-
something we should?
We had the same situation with the grant here for the rehab of this building. Spans over 3 years. We haven't spent that much on it, and when was that grant awarded? In 21, 22?
yeah,
So I think you
carry it over.
carry it over, right? And all else to do.
But we didn't spend any money for that or anything.
I think we did spend some.
You spent $5,200 and nobody seems to wanna go look for it.
I think that's the money about it, $200. But anyway.
Wow. Okay. Any more, Allison, that you wanna report on as far as,
Not unless you have questions.
So we're just gonna wait 45 days.
Correct. So like I said, some were submitted December 20th. The 4th, the 10th of January. And all the rest of them were the 20th of December. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very much, Allison.
Yep.
Next, we have,
So can we move on, can I have a decision on the invoice for Daniel Dawson?
it was a new one?
Is there a new invoice in there
No,
from him?
From
Goes from.
Mateo,
No, from
Okay.
Dan Johnson, he submitted a third
I-
invoice.
I did submit one, yeah.
Yeah, so.
what was that for?
That was phase 3, the western side of the cemetery property that cost,
I thought that was phase 2, no?
no, phase 1 was Melanie's property, phase 2 was along the north border, phase 3 is the west.
When did you submit it? It wasn't in the bill.
It's in here, it's, for 14,550,
I think it was last Tuesday,
it looks like this.
Sticking to the price per acre. I make a motion, we pay that bill.
So,
More discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Jim?
Yeah, I think she was doing
Okay. Next, we have 4th of July management, Nick Navarez. There was a letter in our binder that he submitted. Basically, he wants $4,000 from the town for that event
That's the only event we
fund.
fund. And what's in our proposed? budget?
7,500.
I make a motion, well, I don't know if there's details. It needs to be considered.
Again, he doesn't do the trash. Thank you, Allison.
Yep.
Have a good day.
You too.
He does not do trash and bathroom cleanup. Paying for mosquito abatement spray. Last year I purchased it and the town reimbursed me, which I'm happy to do again. We use the Bone-Eye mosquito beater essential spray. We don't have any money in the proposed budget for mosquito abatement. So we do have 7,500 for events, so we could use a little bit of that money for trash and for abatement.
I make a motion, we enter into contract with Nick Navarez to manage the 4th of July.
Yes,
just,
wait, let me see if is there a second?
A second.
Okay, now,
I just saw, last year, the events committee, worked really well with everyone, but I hadn't heard anything. from them.
yeah, I mean, the chair, Allison Wonderland has basically, I don't know if she's backed out or if she just has not activated the committee. We really do need to get that finalized, a lot of that stuff that was came up with. I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that we cut our lawyers' hours and we were waiting until he had some time to be able to write a code that actually worked for the town as far as the events, but
I remember her presentation was pretty thorough, and it wouldn't take much to take what she presented. But it, yeah,
Yeah.
And it seemed like the
It still
events
has.
worked out really well last year, like complaints were pretty non-existent.
Let me see if she wants to do another.
I'm curious
I think-
about the restroom deal. Do we pay for that?
No, 6 porta potties.
Okay, he just doesn't want to pick up trash.
Concerning the contract and the events committee and the allocated funds. I think the town could take $1,000 or $500 and print out Crestone 4th of July 2025 t-shirts. And make more than that money back, because that seems to be a really big, awesome event that people travel for. But that might be something to address in a contract, like sale of merch or something like that. And I think you can get the community involved in providing artwork or something. But that's just a money-making idea.
Do you think that, the one thing that we're coming up against that the attorney brought up was whether if like the town wants to make money on merchandise, how does that actually play out in our finances? Cause you create like an enterprise fund for that, or,
Yeah, I don't know.
so
Right.
there's a trick with that. I don't know about him, I mean, that's kind of his own. I mean, maybe you talk to him.
I just think, I still think if we know we have to increase revenue, the monetizing, tourism and the brand of Crestone is an option, but I hear what you're saying about whether or not that's allowed.
Mhm.
You know, we had, I heart Crestone buttons that we would sell for $1 a piece.
The town or the LQ?
That was just, we just did it.
So the motion is basically to
It went over pretty well, so.
move forward with Nick's event and say 4,000 and that. I'm just curious about what we wanna do about bathroom cleanup and, trash and abatement spray, if we wanna add that into the motion that we're gonna pay for it out of our event.
He doesn't wanna get involved in that at all, or?
That's what it says, not included in my fee, trash and bathroom cleanup, paying mosquito abatement spray.
But if we were to ask him to include it in this fee? Would you take it?
He didn't want it.
He would do it, he usually doesn't do that.
Bathroom
Didn't they get a
cleanup
bunch
is,
of kids to volunteer last year?
Last year I went out there and cleaned up trash, and I'm pretty sure Andrew, there was like, I don't know, just kind of volunteer cleaning up trash.
bathroom cleanup should be the servicer.
Right. It's only one day, so.
Yeah,
We'll haul it off, but you gotta pick it up, kind of thing. You know, they
trash?
can use the dumpster, but you gotta pick it up. I don't know.
Eddie's getting his license,
From what I understand today, his driver's license today,
so we have Eddie.
So what you guys wanna do, you wanna add it in there, is it, that we'll cover that?
the trash,
Trash and bathroom, well. Trash and mosquito spray,
what was the deal with the mosquito spray last time? Did we buy
I spent
that?
about a few $100.
He
Seemed
bought
like,
it,
seemed like Eddie sprayed it out. Didn't Eddie spray it out?
I think someone went out there. and
I don't know, I wasn't paying a lot of attention, but it seemed like we bought it. We bought a couple cases of it, and then
Did we
Eddie
use it
sprayed
all?
it out before the event.
I'm not sure, did we use it all?
I'm not
I'll say
sure.
yes.
It seemed like I saw a case down there
Yeah, there
for
were some
4 or
pellets
5
or
gallons or
something.
something, I don't know, I took a look.
We
That
should see,
kills the larva,
He
yeah.
bought he bought special,
This
he bought,
smelled like
he bought these little things that he put around when they fly into the, what you're talking about, something we did on our own,
no,
the spraying.
Well, I just
He did-
remember
he did spray
smelling
that.
the spray, that's all I know.
he did,
I thought,
here, I'll show you.
It was some kind of spray,
yeah,
because you could smell it everywhere when you first put it down, and I think it was Eddie that did it.
Hang on, I have to find his, he sent me the stuff, we ended up buying it. It came in like, I think a half-gallon container. He ended up getting reimbursed by us for it.
That was the spray stuff, or that was what was in the other things? that
It's
he handed
stuff
out?
that he went out and bought on his own and then we reimbursed him for it.
Is that what it was? Yeah.
I'm just saying there's two types of mosquito bait
Oh.
that went on,
I don't know.
and I don't know which one.
Yeah, I only-
One was his and one was us.
I'm only aware of that.
Well, here it says paying for mosquito abatement spray. Last year I purchased it and the town reimbursed me, which I'm happy to do again. We used Bonide mosquito beater essential oil spray.
That's what I still, yeah.
Well, it seems that, I mean, the trash for one day, we can probably handle in our dumpster. Or like, or, yeah, with Eddie, and then the bathrooms, we already have those, and.
No, that. So how about this? We just say dedicate a little bit of money for the mosquito spray. You know, $350 or
Yeah.
something. And then dedicate a little money if we have extra overflow on the trash. For Eddie to.
To,
So that
Call it out.
form of his hours.
No, it would be separate. If he does his own trash run, then and
So I wasn't involved in this. This year, it sounds like Public Works is gonna have a hand in some of this. And when you're speaking, I'm gonna play catch up here.
okay,
So, bathrooms,
he's bringing them.
you're talking about the portable toilets.
Yeah, he's.
Okay, cause we have, from what I understand, we have these alt toilets and somebody shut them down.
Yeah.
And we're not using them, so I wanna make sure that that's
That's
right.
not what he's talking about. No, he has 6 portable restrooms for the event and
Oh,
2 hand washing.
the bar is done.
Yeah, he's getting
Oh, he's getting
$11,000.
Oh, okay.
It says he gets $11,900. We're gonna put in 4,000.
He gets donations,
Uh-huh.
He
And then,
buys-
and then,
he rents the
and then he
toilet.
rents them or whatever.
but he won't clean them, and he won't pick up trash.
Well, how are we supposed to clean them? What's
It
what's
should be the
arrangement?
service or.
The service cleans them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, we just pay for it.
But like if one gets covered in feces, he's not gonna clean it.
Yeah.
It'll probably just get locked.
neither are we.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I just
You won't
wanted to
pick up
understand how
trash.
it works, because I haven't been part of this at all.
So it's in the binder. I don't know if you get the binder, but if it's in the binder, there's a letter. Basically, our commitment is $4,000, which is in our budget. And then he gets the rest of the money. He won't deal with trash cleanup, bathroom cleanup. He won't pay for the abatements, the mosquito spray. And so
That
that's.
sounds like my
that's on us.
responsibility.
Yeah,
So I need to.
that's fine. It's just,
We just.
as we get closer, there's gonna be some updates. But yes,
Okay,
so you would be responsible for trash, and if there's an overflow, then we would have to figure that out. So
Okay.
we have a motion on the table to go with this.
Yeah.
I'm trying to add in a few extra little things.
yeah, and I think, we're totally good with accepting
You guys wanna add that?
Okay, I just wanted to understand that.
At whatever.
Mosquito spray and trash overflow. How much? 500 total,
Cost?
600 total?
Well, I mean. Are you talking about adding to Eddie's hours and paying him to take?
No, Eddie's hours,
Service.
so basically his hours,
Outside of,
service.
outside of his duties as a public works. Okay, I mean, he's not gonna charge you $500.
It's like $100. He does it for the energy fair. And it was like $100 for him to
if
take
we
the
have,
trash at night.
But if he's working for the public works now, why would we want to
Yeah.
contract out with him?
Totally.
does he do extra trash for public works?
Well, we could hire him to do that, I mean, we could put him on.
We can add, we can approve 12
And
hours.
then he has supervision, and then, I mean, he's already got supervision, and we could just do that, and we just take on those responsibilities that Nick doesn't wanna do. And I'll make sure they're done,
Okay,
how about that?
so then, but the mosquito spray is something we have to pay for,
Why do we have to pay for it?
because he's not paying.
He doesn't wanna pay for it.
But, well, again,
They'll
you
spray it.
utilize public work, to buy the.
Yeah,
spray.
public works will buy this mosquito stuff.
Don't we
We'll take
have
care of the
$500 put aside in our,
We don't have anything for mosquitoes.
we put zero?
We should have $500, I thought we had $500 for paying. No, we figured that. Did you take it out? Mosquitoes are gonna have a piece.
And we might have a few gallons of garlic
We
spray.
gotta have something in there for mosquitoes.
The spray that they had.
You guys are gonna be miserable.
Well, then we should just put that,
I got my.
yeah, we could approve, a purchase of spray.
Okay.
I don't think it was, yeah, $500 should do it. I don't think it should be much.
Okay. Add $400 of extra on there as part of our event,
Well, for us.
but it's part of our event. Okay, any more discussion? All in favor?
Wait.
Yes?
I have some discussion. Have you checked the public works building? Because apparently they purchased some mosquito stuff.
I've seen something, yeah.
And it's like pellets, it looks like popcorn stuff, you get in big
The
bag,
one I saw was.
but it kills the larva. The reason they didn't use it last year was because it takes like 2 weeks,
You gotta put
but
it
there's
on
no
at the same time.
spray. It's not toxic to critters or people or children, but it kills the larva before they become grown-up mosquitoes. So I would check on that,
Well,
if you could.
I would like, because of the way that they have it set up, I would say that's a separate deal, just
Okay.
do the mosquito abatement according to the instructions on that stuff. Maybe have Eddie work on that, but that's a separate thing.
We'll see what we've got and then, yeah, we're gonna we'll put a program in place.
Okay.
Yeah. We got till July.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We have 10 minutes to do something else. You guys wanna talk about F?
Andrew's thing,
Yeah.
okay.
I appreciate Dennis's, the assistance and support specifically in the Public Works Department. And I think we've got Brent, who's doing a kick-ass job. And I think he's got Eddie, who's very well trained, and we're tightening up our systems, and really cleaning up the manner in which we employ people. So I would make a motion that we take that suggestion. And, I guess stop employing Andrew as a consultant and trainer.
What suggestion is this?
There was a letter suggesting that we stop employing Andrew as a trainer. We don't need it anymore.
Okay, are we looking at having, Andrew work in any other capacity?
No.
Did you make a motion?
I did.
I'll second your motion.
So as part of the discussion, I would like to have an idea of the staffing of public works. As we get into warmer weather, there's a lot of work that has to do with the town planter beds, the town parks, the town trees, fencing for the trees. Do we have the staff who to do that kind of work?
Mary Ellen said something.
I can speak to that. Right now, it's Brent and Eddie and Andrew. Without Andrew, we had a motion to hire a public works employee. And we have had some interest, like I have an interview set up on Thursday.
Second to Eddie?
To work with Eddie,
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember making that motion,
We advertised the position.
I can pull it up, I was told to advertise.
but Eddie filled that position.
No, this is in addition to
When did we advertise that?
October. It's been out for a long time. But we do have it.
We don't want a third person.
No, we don't.
We want Brent, Eddie,
Basically,
and access to temporary employment during a busy season of weed whacking.
I think that's what we're looking at.
And this is what that'll work out, yeah.
So we're not looking to hire somebody else.
Well, we're gonna interview someone, yes.
It was voted on as a group to have me advertise for this other person. I can't tell you the exact name, but I can pull
Yeah,
those.
and I don't know
notes
how
for you.
that correlates to Eddie and Andrew and Brent. I
It
mean,
was well after Eddie was hired.
I think
This
it was
was like
October.
in October or
I
November.
think so.
and you think that the board wanted to hire a fourth person?
I don't think we were looking at having a fourth person on staff. October actually was supposed to be the time when Drew was to break away from the training part of Eddie. I think at that time we were looking for someone it'll be, temporary. And I think since that time, that's developed into something that Brent and I have talked about as far as ground maintenance, which is the flower beds and the grass.
So if people are turning in applications, would the process look like you interview them and say, we might call you in May for 5 hours of work?
I'm confused now, I don't know. Cause
We're not looking for another person to have a job. We're looking for a selection of 4 people that are available and want to work for 5 to 10 hours a week during a busy season.
We'll need to have an additional person, like Kizin says, during the growing season.
Yeah, during replanting.
Andrew's time as far as training, since I've taken over, the need for Andrew to be there can go away. We will hire new people to fill those 2 spots. We'll have 2 slots.
What 2 slots?
2 slots, two part-time slots.
No, including Eddie.
Not the freaking budget. Eddie and someone else,
So you
and
might,
myself.
okay, so there's a total of 3,
Three.
but the third is a temporary employee.
I'd have to look and see what the ad says, but I think
Sure,
it is,
season.
I think it is season.
But that means they're not getting hired now or in February or in March. And they're not on the.
I'll have to see what the ad says, I don't know.
And then I don't know how far we've gotten into personnel, structure, but you don't have hiring authority and you don't have hiring authority. So that'll have to run through
The hiring committee,
Right, and the board has to
and
approve.
the hiring committee will recommend that to the board.
Yeah. But my understanding, and I don't remember the motion you're referring to, is that we'll have you and Eddie. And then during season, even if you had to shovel snow one day, or weed whack in the springtime, or pick up trash at the energy fair, maybe you have somebody that's available that you can hire, but they're not a benefited employee that's on the clock every week.
Well, this is, okay, let me just go ahead and go into my report, and I'll address this in my report real quick, just a paragraph.
All right.
So, public works staffing needs evaluating, that's what we're currently doing, the current structure, staffing structure, and planning for future needs to ensure the public works department is adequately equipped to handle its responsibilities. This will involve identifying key roles and determining resource allocations to support the town's operational goals. In other words, we're in the process of doing that. I'm gonna be looking at that as the director, and I will be presenting the board with my recommendations on what we need to do. Prior recommendations, I understand what they were, but now I'm gonna dig into this, and we're gonna assess the real need of it, and I'll come up and I'll give you guys some
So-
recommendations.
So the motion that's on the table is, to not continue Andrew's employment.
Correct.
And, so I'd like to see us do a vote on that, and then I.
Did we get a second?
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay. And then I would like to, after we vote on that motion, to talk about public works employees.
We combine them.
Yeah, combined. Any more discussion on this? All in favor?
Recused. So on the subject of public works, here's a concern I have. Since we lost Gretchen last year, the planter beds and the trees, fencing, watering has really been inadequate. There's invasive species that are growing into our flower beds, especially in the circle by the liquor store. We've got the, what is it, rabbit brush that's growing in there that's infiltrated. It's a real fire hazard. It's an invasive species. The fences some of these fences that were put in with these large, like 6-inch, what do you call them, holes or framework grid. The deer have destroyed them, the trees are being damaged, weeds are being done. There has not been adequate watering, so this last year, I really do not want to continue another year with the lack of work on the trees and the planter beds. 2 years ago, we lost several aspens. Those babies cost 500 apiece, and one of them was probably in there for like 5 years and it died because of lack of water. There needs to be within Public Works a real attention put on our trees, which are like thousands of dollars and many years of investments, and maintaining of these flower beds. And so, you know, just having somebody 5 hours a week to pick up trash in the park is not sufficient. I mean, the park's grass last year wasn't watered enough, and every time we had an event, everybody just turned that into dirt and dust. And I have heard complaints from other people about how the trees and the flower beds have not been maintained, and then we're also looking at all the weed whacking that would be going on. I see it especially on Silver Street, all along by the fencing that runs between the credit union and the liquor store. There's just a lot of that street public right of way that really needs a lot of maintenance, and we used to have an employee, mostly with Gretchen or some of her designated state, Harold was a good one on that. And I wanna make sure that that position's full, and, you know, I'm happy to help. It's like I look at right now, some of those trees are gonna need to be pruned in February. But I would need a public works department to open up the fencing on those trees.
Okay. Cause
So
I,
some of the fencing needs to be expanded, so.
I agree, I know we need, I mean, are we moving into Public Works report? Because
Well, I mean, this is all
this
addressed
was,
in my
this was
report.
separated on the agenda
It's
as
all addressed in my report.
one item was the letter for this letter. I totally agree that we need to talk about
Yes.
this,
We're in agreement, yeah.
but we might wanna do it in your report, or,
Well, what
right
needs
now we're at
what needs to
lunchtime.
happen is, if, when the board has concerns, I'm accepting input.
I would love to walk
I'm in the
around.
middle
So,
of,
yes, and we
I'm in
talked
the
about
middle
that.
of, I'm in the middle of setting down procedures, and in my report, I lay this out. So as we develop this, I will develop a plan to handle all these needs that we have not been doing. We just haven't done it.
All
So-
he's gonna need is a chance to do that.
But I've got to, yeah, I've only been
Okay.
doing this 2 weeks,
So
I
let's-
haven't even got my raise yet.
So, let's
So,
please
you know,
let's
that's
please-
where we are, yeah,
go to lunch,
yeah.
and then when you get back,
We can talk about it,
we
sure,
can work on that.
absolutely.
So Adam, he's leaving, this might be his last meeting, but I'm asking him if he'd come back, and he said no. Come back even after lunch, I mean,
Hell,
I mean, you guys got this.
no, I know we got it, but it's really helpful to have you here, I really appreciate your feedback and your input.
I mean,
Really actually kind of sad.
I know.
Really harder. I'm really. Meeting back in order. Back to order, we'll call. Let's see. We'll start with, Seth, we'll start with your report, so we can. Hi, how are you, Seth?
Thank you, Mayor. I am well. It is nice to see you and the rest of the board, even if it is on a screen. Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I will start off with a point of discussion that I've been having with Baca Grande. After our December meeting, the board had 3 points that they would like me to take back to Mr. Locke. Those points came back in a conversation. I did forward that to our clerk and to you, Mayor, for review. The increase in the daily maximum flow from 30,000 to the original 60,000 gallons was approved by Mr. Locke. He also did reduce the potential fine for any permit violations from a $5,000 violation per day to a $5,000 violation per day to a $1,000 violation per day if found applicable. There was one third point that's really outstanding. He is asking for some clarification, and I will be meeting with him to discuss this further. It is the point regarding calculations of plant percentages for the plant expansion. I did have a discussion with the mayor and our clerk about a talk with Mr. Locke and how I do want to discuss that with him. And I do hope to have that discussion this week with him. That being said, it seemed like 2 of those 3 points had been adjusted already. And I would like to discuss and then also have a proposal from him and possibly for discussion for the board's January 27th special meeting. So I would like to have that as an agenda item on the January 27th special meeting for the board. My next point is that the town clerk, she's also our court clerk, has proposed a meeting with the municipal judge and the sheriff's office just to discuss the procedures of our current municipal court, how it is functioning, when it will be functioning again. I think there are some costs there that the clerk also wants to discuss with the individuals. We will be having some discussion there also. I am asking our clerk to add an agenda item to our February Board of Trustees meeting. That would be titled Status Resolution 2025. I did not have that drafted for this meeting, and that resolution would just describe the town's posting places, the legal newspaper, and also meeting times and locations under a few other facts. So I'd like to have that on our February agenda. Looking through the current agenda, I just wanted to touch base on 2 items. New business, item 13B. Just would like the clerk to confirm with the board that the application is complete, specifically that the deed or lease is attached, and that a diagram of the premise is also attached for the art liquor license application. And I believe that's just a renewal.
Can you repeat those 2 things again?
Yeah, if you could just verify that the deed or lease of the premise is attached that shows the lawful ownership. And then they're also required to include a diagram of the premise.
I don't think I have those 2 things attached. I can get them.
Mayor, I also would like to touch base on new business item 13C. This is the Pet Cemetery Road T, or road access. Had a little discussion with our clerk about this, trying to wrap my head around that also. I will have a meeting with Brad Crowell of Swatch County. That will be on Friday morning, kind of to discuss some of their prior actions in a similar circumstance. If this does have to go to court, I do believe this would be in a district court setting. And that would be if the landowner disagrees with the proposed letter from Road and Bridge, which is coming from the county, which is my understanding after reading this packet. That'll be one of my questions and an update for Mr. Crowell also.
One thing,
Yes, ma'am.
Seth, that, we figured out that this is not, land that is annexed into the town. It is just town-owned land within the county. That's, might be kind of important. So it's not our jurisdiction. It's as if a private owner, even though we're public, owns a piece of land inside the county jurisdiction. I don't think it, because of the nature of the way the land sits and the fact that it's separated from the town, it could never be annexed into town.
Okay.
So that's
That
one.
is a very important fact. I appreciate that, Mayor.
And we did talk about it in depth, and our strategy right now that, you know, we're just kind of going with all the options is, one is that, Dana plans on meeting with Elaine and just seeing if she can gather maybe more information, or just see if, you know, they would consider reopening it. I don't know if that's the best idea, but she kind of put that, or Dana kind of put that in motion. Second thing is, we asked Ariel to write a letter to the county commissioners stating that, you know, the fact that we are, you know, we don't feel like it should be on us necessarily. We're willing to, you know, support the county or whoever would do the court proceedings, but,
Jurisdiction.
but the jurisdiction is inside their county, you know, jurisdiction, and that, what else were we gonna say in there, basically? I mean, it was gonna be reviewed, but if you're working with the county attorney, we might be able to, skip the letter, I don't know. I mean, maybe, basically, they didn't wanna go straight to the lawyers, is what we were trying to, you know, prevent. We wanted to kind of do it a little bit more. But I can understand if you want to talk to the lawyer and discuss what they've discussed and kind of get down to the meat of it.
No, I think that's where I would start. I would also recommend you draft the letter. At least it's information. My next points really relate to information gathering, that I would be looking for information from the Board of Trustees as individuals and the board, just as to how that land has been used, specific individuals that may have used it, either the trustees personally or from the community, descriptions of their use, and also information related to the time frame of their use. How long has that been going on? And that would probably be helpful information for the county if the county has to pursue this also. So
And that's when
Have we sent the community responses to this to Seth, Ariel? Like people, Sean Homer's emails and that kind of stuff?
They're in the packet under correspondence.
Okay, so there is, just so you know, Seth, in the packet under correspondences, there's all those emails.
yeah, there were 3 or 4 of them at the very end of the packet.
And there also is more coming in as well that I'm aware of.
Okay. I did have a point that if this was a municipal prosecution, I would definitely be asking the county to join or intervene in the motion. And that may be something for the town to consider if it has to go that far and the county's the one pursuing the matter. So I will probably follow up with our clerk tomorrow just to get a little more of those details so that I'm prepared for my meeting Friday with Mr. Corral.
Just so you know, they spent the money, to get the pins along the edges of the south edge and the west edge of the cemetery put in to show a more detailed, kind of more detailed section of boundaries, and, turns out that some of the road is on town property as well. There's a little piece of it. There's some new information that we've gotten from that you almost have to go out there to see it in person, but, there was no cutting on their property, just so we went out there and checked for that. So the mitigation grant that they thought was out on their property never went out there. It was close, but it was not on their property.
And when you say they had the
The,
pins,
the property owners that border the cemetery, I went out there and one of them was out there, also checking the pins.
everybody's still trying to wrap their head around what's going on, it sounds like.
Yeah, and since, there was somebody who was sent out to live out there as thinking that, I think they thought that they were putting this particular person on a property that was, that they thought they owned, but it turns out it's on cemetery property. So we have a squatter out there who has a trailer, camper, probably violating health issues as well, and it's on our property.
The biggest intent was to try to get a draft of the letter from Road and Bridge that from the email correspondence attached to the agenda appears as being drafted for the landowner.
Okay.
My next point was that we do have agenda item 13L, our rules and procedures. And the copy I have, I didn't see if these were redlined, so maybe I'm a step behind. Is that something the board is going to discuss today?
No, we just had it in our binder for us to study on our own and maybe go through, anything that, stood out. But no, we weren't gonna discuss it, I don't think.
Okay.
Don't think.
If there's anything brought up, I'm sorry, Ariel.
I'm sorry.
Ariel said that she wants us to possibly go through it, but, I don't know if everybody got it with enough time to actually read every line. I got to the Robert's Rules of Order part and then I stopped, but
I have not read the entire document.
I was just going to ask that if any red line copies are made, if I could just receive a copy of those for review. There are quite a few things going on in the state currently. I've been working on some updates to things that may not affect Crestone directly. If we do ever have a police force, code enforcement officer, trying to make sure that our model traffic code 2024 would be updated and applicable to the town. We'll be trying to work on a copy of that, just so the town has it. If any citations would like to be written, they would be from the sheriff. The sheriff may write those into county court. He also may write those into municipal court. That is something that I was going to discuss in our municipal court discussion also with the sheriff's office, though. And I just don't have that date from me of when Ariel scheduled that, but I will be attending that meeting also.
It's the 17th at 8:30 a.m.
17th. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
we'll send a link out or,
Are you gonna?
No, I'm sorry.
what's the date?
Oh, sorry, 9 a.m. My apologies.
9 a.m. on Friday. I do have that written down. That's our Crestone court call.
This Friday. I'll see if I can make it.
So, Mayor, the main thing I'm going to be working on this week will be working with Baca Grande and then also touching base with Mr. Crowell related to the closure of this road. And those are kind of my two agenda topics that I have here. We had discussed scheduling a work session. Is that going to be in my report or were you going to bring that up also?
That's your report, I think.
Okay. I was hoping to try to schedule a work session to go over two topics. Two, the ordinance 2024-03 from last year, which deals with water and sewer hookups, extension language being clarified, defining what an extension is and who is responsible for costs from certain points. And then the second point, the natural medicine workshop, working with the board to decide if they would like to have any control over where those facilities may be within town. If they would like to designate that those can be in our commercial business district, some other district, or if they would just like them to be available anywhere in town. So those would be the two topics of a proposed work session. And I have my calendar here if you would like to try to float a few dates for that.
How time sensitive are those two subjects, Seth?
I do know that the revisions to the ordinance have been requested from Trustee Pazlusny for quite a while. I'm sorry, Trustee. So I don't think that it's necessarily time pressing, but it would be something that I'd like to get done. So not necessarily time pressing. The natural medicine workshop, we do not have an application in front of us now. So once again, I don't think that it's pressing. It's just something that I'd like to discuss with the board.
For me, I'm gonna be out of the state from the 21st to the 8th.
I think we may have had some discussion of trying to possibly even hold this on Monday, the 27th, the same time as our special meeting. For after that, I didn't know if that was still an option, Mayor.
7, we have.
27th.
So before the special meeting, or what time is this?
What date are you looking at?
27th.
The 27th?
We already have a meeting on that day at 2, no. At 9:30. So you're saying maybe after that, like, 11:30?
I would be available at that time.
What's the board think? 11:30?
That's fine with me.
What's the, public hearing?
You said 9:30 is what I got.
So what time is this work session?
Well, we already have something at 9:30, so it'd be like a half day meeting. So 11:30? Jim? No?
Doesn't matter to me.
Anna?
I am out of town from the 21st to the 8th. I have to go to work in California.
Let's just put it for 11:30 and we'll, 11:30 and I'll try to be out of there by 1 for lunch and then.
It's a work
Okay.
session, so we'll have discussion, but we won't be able to make a decision on those two topics.
Okay.
And then, Mayor, I have had a trial scheduled on February 10th. So I will not be able to make our regular scheduled meeting on Friday the 10th. I'm sorry, February the 10th. That's a Monday. I will be making the January 27th special meeting though.
Okay. Yeah, we talked about maybe giving a report then.
Correct. And if I have the status resolution drafted, I will also have that available at our special meeting. So.
Yeah. Was there any other pressing attorney topics that you guys, so we're gonna be going through that one.
Right. The ordinance correction.
Ordinance correction. Well, one thing was, Seth, we were discussing whether or not we could actually turn off people's water, for neglect of, it's not like, it's basically, some of the bills are building and they're just basically neglecting the town. And it's not like an older person who has, issues paying or, I know there's a criteria for that, but we were told in the past that we weren't allowed to turn people's water off, but I wanted to check with you and see if that policy is in effect or what it,
Anytime you turn somebody's water off, you are going to be facing some health and safety concerns. I am trying to pull open our procedure. A lot of times we'll have a requirement that the bill be outstanding for 3 months with no payments, etc. And I have to admit, I'm just not familiar with that in the town of Crestone. So I'm trying to open our code right now.
For the lane.
So,
there is the lien process.
so I thought our policy was to attach those bills to their taxes that we every, like December, that unpaid bills goes to to the county to be attached to their taxes. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I should.
okay, that's what we've been doing. So that is part of their tax bill. And then if they should pay their tax bill, we get the amount of money that is owed to us.
But we missed the opportunity.
We missed it, yeah.
We
We missed the opportunity this year.
we missed the
Missed
opportunity.
the deadline.
Did we ever do that and collect? We actually collect?
The liens, no. We didn't have to do liens.
I thought when the
I think,
property was sold, that you had to have clear title and the lien would cloud the title. And therefore, the people that had the lien would get paid when it closed with the new sale.
so yeah, either,
In our
and
code,
it
it
also
says
goes
30
on there.
days.
It also
Water
goes on
shut
their.
off on accounts 30 days.
Really?
Mhm.
Are you finding?
So it also goes on their taxes,
Tell Seth that.
their property tax.
Hey,
So if they owe X amount in taxes,
If
this
you look
money goes on.
In the Muni code, CD 7.8.
That is right where I'm at. Trustee
Okay,
billing procedure, delinquent accounts.
yeah. What is arrears, 30 days in arrears,
But that,
arrears, what is that?
but that has been our policy, and in years past, I know like when, I think maybe back with Gwen or Lisa, whatever those amounts were. At the end of the year, filed with.
No, I understand that, and I think that's something we should be doing. We're trying to get a little more teeth though, because it doesn't seem like they care.
Yeah,
And that's it.
good. So what should happen if somebody doesn't pay their taxes, then it goes up for tax sale? And if it goes up for tax sale, we get paid as part of what that bill is.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that's kind of a standard.
I thought that it was, I thought it
I
had
know
to
if
be
you
more.
put a lien on someone's property and have to get,
Yeah.
they satisfy, say, make the sale.
Yeah.
They have to satisfy whatever liens are on it, but I never heard about it. Hold on.
Yeah, it's basically a lien on the property and it's like, the end of the year, I mean, we were doing that for a while, that was just certified against their property taxes, so.
I don't know the question I have is, are we actually seeing that money ever? Because I'm sure we put tax liens on people in the past, huh? Not recently, but in the past, we put tax liens on people. But do you have to wait for the sale in order to retrieve that money?
No, it isn't
But
explained.
I know she said that, but I thought it was the way Kim said it, where you don't get it until.
It could be either way. If it's a lien, it's tax lien. It's sold, then you would collect the money, and they have 3 years then to recoup their property, right? But it isn't automatic, is it? I mean, there's something that you have to do as the lien holder to trigger that money back.
No,
So when they would say, let's say they owe the, $1,000 county tax, property taxes, and they owe 400 to the town, at the end of the year, we certify that to the county, and that gets on, and now their tax bill is $1,400. And so if they wanna clear pay their taxes, they have to pay that additional amount, and when the county collects it, they give us that $400 that was owed,
and the county knows to do that.
yeah.
So I think we should do that anyways, and I think that this year we're gonna be on it earlier, right? And that's the idea is that but in the meantime, we still I feel like people are neglecting.
Well, our code does allow us to shut water off.
I think 77340,
Yeah,
there's a place in there on section B, talks a little bit about denial of application.
well, in
That's a little indirect, but there's.
7130, delinquent accounts, arrears, penalties, service discontinuance.
I knew I found it somewhere.
Accounts in arrears will be charged a penalty of 1.5% per month. Services may be discontinued, water shut off
There it is.
on accounts 30 days in arrears.
So yes, that's the section I'm reading also. I would ask that our clerk and public works individuals draft a letter, make sure that this individual knows this is coming with a shut-off date if it has been in arrears for at least 30 days. There would be a service charge that could be added, and then a deposit would be required to return that service back on. There are some things to consider about pipes freezing, including the town's structure. If there's anything that the town's shutting off that may be between the shut off and the residents. But yes, there are two things here. One would be to disconnect the water from the system. And then two would also be what I think we're talking about is a lien imposed. So if at the end of our calendar year, there are delinquent accounts that we have not shut off, we should certify those with the county.
Thank you. You got that?
So I know that the town we have been reluctant to shut people's water off. Because of sanitation issues. There's always fire issues or, shutting it off and then having pipes freezing or service lines freezing. So,
I'm sorry to interject, but, okay, if you don't pay your light bill, they shut your power off. Hey, I'm on oxygen, okay? I'm gonna die. That's a health issue. Okay, you shut off my oxygen, well, I'm gonna die. Well.
or my electricity, my house is going to freeze
Because
up.
my house is gonna freeze up and I'm gonna die. So where does cut down with health and safety, as you were referring, with cutting off somebody's water as opposed to cutting off somebody's power?
Well, I think what I think I was mentioning anything about safety was not so much about the water, but there is a way to cut sewer, but we would not want to do that.
Right.
That would be look, we could do it, we have that capability, the physical capability to shut the water off. I don't see any, if we shut the water off at the meter, I don't see any exposures to our system in general. Even in colder temperatures or anything like that. I don't see any damage or any possible exposures.
It wouldn't be to our service, but from that V box to the house with stagnant water or water just laying in the pipe, it could freeze.
Yeah.
But I think if I remember everything everyone's told me, the people that we're talking about in this particular case have very large outstanding debt. It's not like they've missed.
And they're using
Like
actual
some
water.
water, $100,
No.
it's like 3,000.
Exactly.
It's like 3 years, yeah.
And that might very well be a get tough kind of a position on this, because if certifying for taxes hasn't been happening, which it should have been, but, and then also if that person, is it a tenant or the property owner? And that's something that if we have a tenant that's not paying, then the property owner actually needs to be informed.
Well, I think, as they said, there's going to be a warning. We're gonna have, I would like you to tag all of these on, just make sure that it's real clear that they're gonna owe more money per month. There's we should take into account the interest and then
Implement late fees,
implement late fees.
according to the code.
And say that there's they do it in Sawatch. I got one. I got behind and I got a shut off thing and might even got shut off and I had to pay everything. I forget exactly, but I was trying to pay ahead, but I got behind.
Yeah, I feel like people who are really egregious, I mean, sometimes if somebody has something going
Yeah.
on and they're about get fall behind a few months, that's one thing. But if this has gone on for months and months and there has been no attempt to pay, that's kind of a different
Yeah.
situation.
It's like, this is kind of like, get your attention, like, okay, this is what's gonna happen, because it's getting to the point where and I think, I don't know which one you have worked out with, but one of them is using extra water for growing purposes as well. So not only are they using the base amount, but they're going over the base amount in order to.
They should be able to afford it.
Exactly, I would think so.
I don't know, but I think having a good uniform policy is always important, and I think it's good that we can work, with somebody who falls apart behind a few months and work out payment arrangements. Health issues are gone, or who knows what.
But they were checking in, and I mean, Aria was wide open to helping them and figuring it out, even.
But at a certain point, I think then we have to get tough. But I also think we need to stay on top of this towards the end of the year, looking at certifying unpaid bills for their taxes. And that needs to be part of the regular business as usual.
Exactly.
So if the town is going to proceed with the shut off, I definitely would ask that they provide notice of that shut off, some specific terms about what is due, and then provide at least 5 days, if not more, to bring that account into balance with the town.
So, Seth, what is the notice that you recommend for us, 30 days?
I don't know that you have to go to 30 days. I think most towns have at least 5 days notice. That does give the owner of the property, as if it stated it was a tenant, but try to contact the actual owner of the property also. So.
And I would like to see us go a little longer than 5 days notice, just because people are traveling, they're gone, or the post office, it takes, our mail from here goes to Denver first. Around Colorado, stop in Crested Butte.
We've already been in contact with this particular person, so.
No, we still have some other accounts, they're not as high as that
Oh, we
account,
haven't got
but
it.
we still have people in the 600, 700. They haven't paid for months.
So we have and Patty's been contacting them. I don't know where she is on each contact.
And obviously, these bills are carrying over to the next, system as, everything gets carried
Yeah,
over.
nothing got done. That's what they're doing.
And when we do get to this point in December, we will certify whatever outstanding balances we do have. And then, yes, that would go on to the tax sale, in which the individual would have to reimburse whoever purchases that tax sale. And then they would have additional fines and fees also from that individual.
Well, like October, we should start looking at that.
So Mayor, that is the end of my report. Just scheduling that work session. I will be having discussion with Baca Grand. I will also have discussion with Brad Crowell, and I will be present at our meeting on January 27th.
Okay. Anything else for the attorney that needs to be brought up? Nope. Nope. Thank you so much, Seth. Appreciate your work and
Thank you all. I appreciate you allowing me to appear remotely too.
Thanks, Seth.
hopefully we'll have this Baca water and sanitation thing worked out very soon.
Thank you, Mayor. And just personally, stay warm up there. It's cold down here.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks, Seth. Okay. You're gonna move on to. Then jump ahead and go to the Public Works. Sure. Since you're sitting here and Public Works and Water.
Well, my report is pretty general. Ariel and I we've been looking at setting priorities and, for public works and, especially maintenance needs. We went over some of the cemetery challenges already. What I gave you guys today were really, they were just a little bit of my brainstorming. I'm not planning on even presenting that, today. So, the time kind of showed itself. You guys, what my suggestion was, is you guys think this over, how we want to do this, and we want to go this direction. Those are a couple of options. They're very viable. Sounds like we got several ways we need to roll, but if we want to roll that way, I can certainly put the plan together and make that happen. So.
And there's people that are, interested in helping as well, that might have to have some kind of, contract, liability.
There we go. I mean, we can put it together however we need it, but that's just, we'll see how that rolls, but I'm certainly as the public works director, I can see that through, with just the board's direction is really all I need. In your mandate, basically. And then, so Ariel and I and Patty and I will be in Chisholm, and you mentioned a lot of things, and my list is growing by the day. So if you guys, my office is open, come in, and I'd like to talk to every one of you, and citizens, board members, whatever you guys got, let's get it on the list. We'll talk about I've got some things already, I've already kind of planned out before I even was public works. I already had a plan to address, we had to dismantle the irrigation up at the top of by the liquor store. I had to pull that meter because the state mandated that I do that because we were in violation. So I had repairs that, and a plan ready to put that back into place, at least to get the supply back there. We have a lot of work to do on getting these lines straightened out. Those are the kind of things, so I'm starting to put all that together, and we'll begin to get a plan and priority of what we want to do. A lot of this stuff is not gonna cost a lot of money. I mean, we just need to get in there and fix what's been neglected. Anyway, yeah.
One thing I was thinking was some sort of, almost like an inventory on trees that have, are still alive, trees that are dying. Cause then we could kind of have it placed on a map almost, beds and all that. And then it's a lot easier for, like, if we did have somebody come in for a small amount of time, we could direct them to specific places to do specific things. As opposed to, kind of this, and I'm sure you probably thought of that, but there's definitely like, there was a tree like over here that one person had donated and they ended up just pulling it. They took the thing out.
Did you get it alive? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying, but at least we would, nobody else would have.
We saved it, yeah, because it would have lost.
So, it was just in a bad spot and it just really wasn't getting what it needed, but if we had like almost like a inventory of the trees, then at least we can monitor them over a period of time.
Well, I've already kind of mapped out the irrigation, just while I was doing water stuff. Yeah, I mean, I know the issues, because I have to make sure that the backflow preventions and everything are in order as a water operator. So I've already I have a familiarity with what's needed in our irrigation. We've got issues up here that have not been dealt with for 5 years or longer up at the Merck. We're supposed to be irrigating that, and those lines have been cut years ago.
So in that way, I mean, maybe we do.
I mean, there's a lot of, so
manual.
all those kind of things will be addressed, but that's gonna take a little work. I've got a little time to do that, but I'd love to hear from you guys. You guys can come in and we can talk about it, individually. And I'm gonna put it on my list. We're gonna set priorities and make that happen. I think we went over the cemetery challenges. I think we kind of gone over that. Like I said, I think we got a public safety concern there, and I think you guys should be mindful that the egress is not, despite what Warren says about there being a secondary egress, it's not clear that we have a secondary egress. So we might wanna prioritize doing something immediately. In other words, this might put this a little higher in priority, just based on the evacuation and egress out of the town. That's really all I've got for that. And
One thing too might be looking into what Warren is saying, because there was a letter, I saw it, she sent it out to us.
I think I got it, but I haven't read it. I think Jen sent it to
2020,
me the other day.
And
or
so-
this morning.
I mean, maybe if we look, I mean, I don't know if they even own that section, there might be a section where you cross over. No?
There's some
You know,
strange stuff.
but isn't
that
there
goes
like-
on out there, so, yeah.
On maps, it says that there's the old railroad is part of that
Yeah,
as well.
yeah, there's a piece out there, it's kind
There's
of.
a strip they won't sell to Stephen Lane that they're keeping.
So, I'll look into the secondary egress.
All I'm saying is that maybe there's a way that we can improve on it, so that it's a little bit better way out.
Well, we can make sure that it's open and not locked down. That would be a real improvement right there, if what he says is correct.
Yeah, I mean,
haven't been
so
out there.
according to, I asked Steve about it when I saw him, because eventually we were discussing it. He said that was a better way out, it goes straight out to Road T. And then he also said
Okay,
that,
well,
and I said, is it sandy that you wouldn't be able to drive a car on? He said it wasn't, but, I
okay,
mean,
well, that,
I guess I'm confused, cause when I read that letter, I thought it was referring to the road that they have now closed.
no.
But it's a different road.
it's a different one. See, yeah,
Okay.
it's news to me also.
So,
Straight at the end of Green.
Yeah, pretty much there's a gate
I
there.
think I know what you're talking about, I just never even paid attention to it, but yeah, I'll take a look.
I mean, if we're gonna use it, we should have our eyes on it.
Yeah, I'll take a look and I'll give you guys an update on what I find on the 27th, the meeting on the 27th. I'll go out there and figure it out.
Okay.
And then, public works staffing needs, Ariel and I have somebody that came in, dropped off a resume, highly qualified candidate. He has a lot of experience, we'll be interviewing him on Thursday. And,
Just you or?
Ariel's gonna do first interview, I'll do second interview, so we already kind of set up our processes. What we'll do is we'll do the interviews, and then we'll make our recommendations to the hiring committee, which I believe is Lucy and yourself. That's kind of how we're gonna work that, we'll just go from there and see, and this, yeah, we'll just see how it goes, and I'm gonna reassess what we need going into the tourist season. We'll call it the tourist season, the warmer season, as far as staffing goes. We've got one person, and we need at least two people, and I'm thinking we're probably gonna need somebody, more than 16 hours. I think that's what we advertised for, and that's what this man is,
So again, we're kind of going, even though we haven't implemented this budget, we are definitely still using this as a tool right now until it's totally done.
I think we've made adjustments so that we can.
Okay, I'm just saying, when you're thinking about it, do the math so that we stay within our budget.
Understand. Yeah.
That would be my suggestion.
That's, yeah, budgetary considerations, I don't think we're gonna have an issue, we'll make the adjustments to make it happen. I think there's been enough budgeted to adequately staff for, the coming season, so, and
when do you think y'all would start needing that person to get online?
well, depending on the person, really, it depends on the qualifications of the hire. So, yeah,
Okay,
let me me see what's going on and then I'll be able to make a better.
That sounds good.
Judgment. Go ahead, Jimmy.
I get a request when you meet with the board and other staff members, or whatever, individually or collectively. Can you write down and make a list for some future board meeting on what board members are considering priorities and how to do things? Very similar to what Randy had done with the DOLA presentation. So, and this is a little bit more nuts and bolts, what you're asking for. So if you just make a list, so then we can read through it and see what everybody's thinking.
So maybe we should ask the board, whenever they do come to meet with me, when they have their list of priorities, I mean, let's set them up in a way that the board member deems as priorities, and then we'll compare, basically we'll compare and see, I think, get together and then we'll hone that down and
Get it in writing is probably the best.
get it in writing. So yeah, if board members could put that in writing for me, and then I can compile it. How's that?
Sounds good.
Okay. And, water and sewer, like I said, I've kind of already done my presentation as we hit it. I think Ariel's probably thinking about making some, maybe we're gonna, instead of having to double over this, we might have the reports a little closer to the beginning of the, board meeting, so that we're not discussing things that, this is at the end, my report's at the end, where it really needs to be a little higher, so that I can present these things in a little bit better order. This was a little mess, today, but I think we both identified that. So, I'll be meeting with Baca Grande, and I can send you guys an email as what we've worked out as far as, basically, our main topic is to get these flow meters nailed down. That's the main topic. Well, I'm sure we'll have some other discussions while we're there, and I'll fill you guys in with an email. So I'll just send you guys all an email, and then you guys will have that. You can think about what those implications are for the next meeting. If you have a discussion, then just send it to me. And that's really about it. Yeah, we're just getting this thing nailed down, and it'll be a lot smoother this year. You guys can just enjoy the parade next year.
Thanks, Brent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
Yeah. Okay, Does Public Works, did you kind of merge water in there?
it's all one now. Yeah, it's at the bottom. The water report's down at the bottom of my public works, so.
Okay.
And there's,
Good together.
and basically, we're good for now. Yeah, there's not much going on with water. So. Oh, we are gonna bring a couple of new customers on. I got new meters in, so I'm putting some new meters in. So we'll have a couple of new customers. And, oh, well, what I was talking about, do you want to talk about this well? Yeah, so what I was talking to you before the meeting, do you guys want to discuss a little bit about
I
that?
think maybe because we're gonna go to a finance meeting right after this.
So listen, yeah, we can wait on that. I can get some more information.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have one question, it's kind of both between you and the clerk. Have we gotten any addresses from the county for the Living Wisdom Center project?
Not yet.
Any movement on that?
Oh, actually, we're turning the water on. I'm gonna go up there. In fact, I need to go up there in 10 minutes. We're gonna turn the water on.
Just in general, the mains, not the services?
The main, we're gonna do the main, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and so following quickly behind that, we're gonna need addresses for billing purposes, even if it goes to a building but to CPCH.
So we put that on there.
That's
Do they have meters already hooked up and everything?
That's what I'm gonna get ready to go find out. So that's, yeah, that's who was calling me this morning, arranging to go up there. So I'll see what they got going on up there. I don't think they've got meters in them. They might though.
They probably do if they have.
They probably do,
services,
yeah.
Concrete, they don't even have meters in there in the buildings.
So yeah, I'll find out in a minute.
So I would say if they do have meters, that we should have like almost like a meter number. Forget about the address for now. Each one should have its own.
It has its own address, yeah. But you don't, yeah, I'll take care of that, okay. Yeah, we'll get all that. That'll come from them, and we'll input it into the system, and then we'll just start our customers, yeah.
Alright, we're gonna do H, I, and J together. Talk about this. 13 H, I, and J.
Which one are we on?
13 H, I, and J. Wage. I don't
Okay.
know.
We're gonna do it over.
Kinda, yeah. I mean, we're gonna discuss it as it, I mean, we could just do each one individually, but,
I think it's okay to do it over there in one motion. So I make a motion that we accept proposals by our staff members for this year's wage increase and promotion.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I don't know if I could. Make a motion that we accept the staff's
wage and.
wage increase, request for wage increase for the year and the promotions.
So are you saying all three staff?
I would second.
Little more, detail for each one, Ario would be
What's
31,
that?
How much money?
Ario would be $31 an hour,
For, and then the title
Forty-
for
40 hours.
treasurer.
And municipal court clerk.
40 hours
40 hours fine.
flat. Brent is 28 with,
How does that, I'm sorry, I'm not interrupting, I'm just wondering how, cause right now, is Ariel, you're salaried for the clerk position?
And it comes out to 25.80 an hour.
Okay, so this would just be the increase from that. Okay, I understand. Go ahead.
Brent would be 28 and his title change would be Public Works. What are we calling it?
Director of Public Works.
Director of Public Works Coordinator and water operator.
Or C,
ORC, when he gets his ORC.
yeah, it doesn't, yeah.
Yeah, how many hours? He wanted 40, but I think we were said 36, right?
Right,
36?
that's what I
I know
thought.
he asked for 40, but 36 is what he's at right now.
And so included in that motion, we have like with, the Public Works and the water operator to 28 per hour. But.
Not the 700.
Pardon?
We're, disregard that, maybe we should be more specific.
Well,
Because,
I'm kind of sorry that it went less so quick, we needed to clarify that, because all we're paying under Brett's contract is $300 a month for his ORC. That additional money that he had averaged out had been additional work that Brett had done, other than what we had signed a contract for.
So could we do each one of these staff as
If
an
that makes you
individual
feel better.
motion, maybe just so
Sure.
we make sure we have clarity?
Sure.
okay, let's just start with our area, huh?
Oh, I said you could do the secondary motion. Talking about to amend the first one too.
I would just, let's take the first one out. Can you really withdraw your motion real quick?
I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Okay, first one is,
I would like to make a motion to approve Ariel Blackwell's title change to clerk treasurer and wage increase to $31 per hour for 40 hours a week. That's my motion.
is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
She got you on that. So. Trustee Lakai, seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Now, Brent,
Make a motion that we approve request for, Brent's wage increase and title change. Excluding the request for the, at least at this time for the ORC, wage increase of $700.
so it's just 28,
This is 28.
28 and do 36 or 40 hours?
I don't know what his regular hours is, I thought it was 36.
Yeah, it's the 36 currently. He says he leaves, he needs 40.
I would. I mean, I guess it really comes down to the budget, but if it's in the budget, I would give him 40 hours a week. Because he's doing 2 jobs.
Oh, the town's not open 4 days.
The town,
The town office is only open 4 days a week.
yeah, but he can still be working.
Yeah,
But I work like 10 hours a day, like I work even when we're closed. That's all.
I mean, I understand but his job also isn't just working with the public.
I am just making a statement, I'm not making any more judgment than that is.
I think we should increase our time being open. Well,
Just a statement.
And we might come to that, might come to that in the future.
so it's 28 times, there's 36, that's 1,000 a week.
We could also just keep it at 36 for now, and then at the finance committee meeting further, discuss more in depth.
36 not to exceed 40.
Yeah,
Their motion,
Yes.
second,
I second.
discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Next we have J, Patty Reeves. Okay.
Patty asking for more out, she's just asking for a wage increase, right?
And a change in her.
And a change in her title.
So I just have a question on that one. I'm just so glad Patty's here working with us. I think she's awesome. And, so you were saying with deputy clerk, as part of her title and deputy treasurer, she's still also gonna function as an office assistant.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that deputy clerk, I know there are some duties that are clerk's duties or would be deputy clerk's duties. That somebody who could fill in with you if you're gone, right up and take on those roles. So are you then doing training with her to assume more of what those deputy clerks' skills are?
Absolutely, and I've already been doing it with her, and that's why I don't think that her title reflects accurately what she's doing, because she goes beyond just office assistant. She has actually been a deputy clerk. She's helping with minutes, getting meetings together. And then the treasury side, she's helping with all of the water sewer billing. She's helping with QuickBooks. Training her on all of those things too.
Okay. How many hours is she looking for?
I'm not sure actually. I think she's happy with the amount of hours that she had before. I know that there was a temporary increase in her hours to help with the kind of treasury situation. But I think she would be happy with 20-25 hours. It'll be somewhere in there.
I guess I would make a motion to approve Patty's change in title and wage increase. And for her to stay at her however many hours a week she's working.
For a second,
Second. How much is it?
It's 25 an hour.
Okay.
You're welcome.
I just wanna say as part of the discussion, we went from an office that had like 4 people, clerk, deputy clerk, office assistant, treasurer. And so we were funding 4 positions, even though 2 of them were part-time. So I think now we're at 2 positions.
no, because we still have Andrea and.
Yeah, but I mean, we had larger staff and now we have lesser staff. And so, I just think that this is a fair, this is a fair arrangement.
Okay, no, I think you're right. I think it's a lot, there's a lot more control, there's a lot more. It's going on.
We can vote.
Bye bye, sorry, no worries, I got here earlier. We're good. See you later.
Bye.
Any more discussion? All in favor? All in favor? Aye.
Yeah, thanks everybody in the office for all of your hard work and dedication and everything. You guys are awesome.
I think this year is really. Year, we're gonna,
Getting shit tight is,
You then.
moving right along to. We already talked about natural medicine, that's coming up as a work session.
did you talk about thinking this community code supplement?
I thought we did that.
issue estimate?
That
I
was
just
your-
mentioned it briefly before, but there was.
Oh, we didn't decide on it. So in the budget. Our draft budget, which was not active yet, but we put in 1,000. I switched it to 1,500.
The estimate.
We're only gonna do it once, right?
Once this year, yeah. However you wanna do it, we can do it every 6 months, but it's completely up to you guys, how often you want me to do that.
So Warren, just so you know, on mine, I adjusted it, even though it's not on here. It's 15 and then the balance comes out to -14. Something.
81.
Did you get that? You put that into?
What, that's just what this, that's what the estimated total is.
At the end of at the very end?
No, they're talking about two different things.
Oh,
Oh, are we talking? We're talking about the muni code, right?
no, I'm saying that, we had budgeted on the draft budget 1,000, I moved it up to 1,500,
Mm-hmm,
Which changed the total.
changed the total, and then,
okay,
and so right now we're in a deficit of 14,176 as opposed to 13,676.
okay.
That's the code enforcement, the code.
Codification or codification. I wanted to check with you on, for this budget before we go into the next, we can go back to the day, January 1st. In the bank account and get the beginning balance.
Yeah.
I mean, I know, is that? You need an accurate beginning balance, right? I don't know if this was, because this came out before. New Year's, so. Okay, next,
Is it approved? Sorry.
oh, sorry. Somebody,
Are we looking for a motion to approve to pay for the muni code update?
correct,
That's what we were looking for? And from what I can see, the estimated total is $14,081.
1,400.
$1,481. Okay,
Correct.
which is in our budget? Because, our amended non-budget,
Our draft budget,
our amended draft budget,
now in the draft budget.
and then I make a motion that we need to update this, right? Is that is necessary?
Are we gonna get new books and stuff too? Is that come with it, or is it kind of like they just give you?
You get one book with it and then one PDF download, but from there I can make copies and I could also break it up online, so it's a little bit easier to. Sorry, lost the words, a little bit easier to navigate.
But they make it so that it's like they insert it into the right spot and it's designed professional.
Yeah, they'll send us a full book with tabs.
Cool.
Then I make a motion that we
Move through.
move forward with updating our municipal code.
I'll second that.
Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
And now we move over to, do you guys want to discuss anything on the Board of Trustees rules and, procedures revision, anything that needs to be changed, updated? Redlined, yes,
I have not gone through the whole thing, so
Um,
personally, my opinion would be to table the discussion. And I will read.
There isn't anything that's out of the extraordinary in that. I mean, it seems like it's all practical. It's even part of the ethics book.
I think when we did it in the planning commission, we found small things that got changed and we read the whole thing out loud, kind of good. But we're not gonna do that right now, but I do think that maybe we should have it. Everybody should just read through it and see if there's anything that needs to be redlined. Next, we have full business living wisdom village construction reported issues update. There's a letter in here from Kia. I believe you have been misled by the concerns the town has received about blocking driveways. The Elcon workers are very sensitive to this concern, and their trucks are never parked in front of anyone's driveways. Most of the time, workers' vehicles are parked inside the construction fence. If for some reason they need to park on line, they park east of the last driveway days and beyond the construction trailer. On occasion, a delivery truck is on site and parks at the east entrance to the project to offload materials or fuel construction equipment. I have been on site several times during these deliveries and I have observed that the site supervisor immediately checks to be sure Daya can come enter and leave his driveway. These deliveries usually take 10 minutes and the supervisor has advised me that he has never been contacted by the two neighbors about the lack of access to the driveways. I would also like to take this opportunity to address Daya's numerous comments about not being able to drive up line to his driveway. The most recent being the construction fences are taking up the road to the point where there's barely room for my Jeep to safely pass through Lime Avenue. I have attached 2 photos of Lime where he travels to his driveway. As you can see, it is not the construction fence that is impeding the road, but rather the construction materials stored in the public road by Daya's neighborhood. These materials are 21 feet from the property owner's fence line, which is a violation of the town's municipal code, section 8150. I hope that the town will take action on this matter expediently. While I have compassion for the distress that Living Wisdom Village neighbors are experiencing during construction on the village, I am wary of Daya's allegations and would appreciate if instead of automatically assuming CPCH Alcon is at fault when you have received a complaint, you would investigate the truth or lack thereof of the allegation. Thank you, Kia.
So, yeah, they're talking about my stuff, and I talked to Mateo about it, he came and talked to me about it, we're gonna move stuff. However, I don't know how much I should actually speak to this issue, being the neighbor of the place and having complaints. And I don't want to have like an ethical conflict of interest.
No, but you can legitimately, as a board member, voice things that you.
I would like to hear.
Yeah, I mean, Akia's right about my stuff, like I've got some lumber that's stored on town property and it's definitely in violation, and so yeah, I'm gonna move it. However, like my stuff is not on what has historically been the road. And so Daya's complaint about the fence being in the road is about the historical use of the road, where there is some lumber stored has not been where people drive. So I think Akia is bringing something up in order to deflect from the fact that people have a problem with their project. And also this email came right after Daya sent an email where his chief complaint was about the noise that the construction team makes I mean, me, Dea, and John, the supervisor, are all on a text thread together. Like, Dea texts him all frequently about when leaving generators on overnight. You know, and he's just in general upset because like our houses are literally shaking from their construction, which is like, they can't actually do anything about that. But also like this being the response to that complaint, and it's like a total denial and deflection of anybody having a problem with what they're doing, feels like, they just don't care, so. I don't know, but I'm gonna move my stuff. Anyway,
So good retention,
what's that?
so good retention.
Yeah, I mean, and she's right, my stuff is stored on town property, I should move it.
So there's no action to be taken?
Well, I'm just gonna read what the municipal code says real quick, cause there's something about as soon as such builder or other work is completed or work therein permanently ceases, such builder or the person in charge of the premise shall without expense to the town remove all such material or other thing from the street, leaving the same clean to the proper grade, blah, blah, blah. So it says basically after your work, it doesn't say no person, whether a builder, contractor, otherwise, or owner otherwise, during the construction or repair of any building or other work in the town shall use or occupy more than 1/3 of the width of any street with building materials, implements, machinery, or other thing. Do you think it's 1/3 out? I mean, how far do you think it's sticking out?
Oh, that pile of lumber, I can measure it, but I mean, it's not
Like
like,
20 feet, that's a third. I'm just saying,
yeah.
she wants to be technical,
Right away,
it's not, but.
I would just move it.
I'm gonna move it, like, yeah, I don't mind moving it, I just think that the way that it was brought up was weaponizing and deflecting from the fact that people have an issue with her and the way that they're conducting business. And the fact that like my stuff, while it is on town property, has not been historically in the road. It's not in the road. It's in the right of way. And that's a problem, but they're in the road, not me. So like,
Well, and they're in the road way up high, right? There's a whole.
Yeah.
There's like this, big giant metal, it's like a rock separator type thing that's just literally in the road. At the top, it's not blocking anything, but it's just, plus above Dave's house, there's another road, I think it's Pine Street. And they're parking all their vehicles on that street.
and they're only parked in the road usually 10 minutes, like that's inaccurate. I mean, I live there, I work on my house all the time, like they'll be parked in the road for 30-40 minutes doing various things. So depending on when you're coming home or when you're trying to get through there, they are definitely in the way. But I mean, that's part of them doing construction. I think that like, if they just admitted, like, I admit my stuff is on town property, I will move it, and I'm sorry if it's ever been an inconvenience to anyone, which it hasn't been. But, I think it's just like there's just not any accountability in this email about the inconvenience that they cause.
Is there, and we paid for a survey to look at that, I mean, is there a way that you could honestly say that there are fences in the property?
I mean, I think given the whole, all of the discussions we had around their building being built, only 5 feet from the road. Like their fence is basically against their building, so I think their fence is like technically right on what is their like building site. Which is 5 feet from, so their fence is probably a foot from the theoretical road.
Okay. I mean, how does the board, you think that we should just kind of like,
No setback on the fence.
Dana's
There's
willing,
no setback.
Dana's willing to move her stuff, which, you know, is no big deal, really. I think
It'll take me a minute, like,
really what this is a situation where a project that everybody in town wanted to happen wasn't really aware of what it was gonna take to get it done. And now there may be some regret or whatever. Cause I've heard some of my neighbors say, if I would have known it was this, I would have never supported it.
yeah,
The first thing was when all the trees were removed. So, you know, it's the same thing with trees and mitigation out in the cemetery, they're inflamed a whole nother issue. The quicker they get done, the quicker they get out of here.
Yeah.
And the quicker we can try to get back to normal.
I mean, I don't know, you know, like, if there's anything that can be done at this point, you know, what Daya's complaints are. You know, my house shakes from their stuff, there's nothing we can really do about that. But it's just a shame that like the people who are in charge of this project, instead of receiving those complaints and having compassion and being apologetic, are instead very defensive and attacking, you know, the neighbors who have legitimate, you know, complaints about this thing going on. But as a board, I don't know that there's anything we can do.
well, we know that the plan unit development thing is on the table, you know, at some point we really need to bring that up. So that we don't have another, you know, application coming in.
And yours is
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a huge learning opportunity for everybody about what,
I must say, I'm really happy, I know the county, they're still a little upset about it, but when we shut down that project, that was a very
Affordable
more
housing.
affordable housing, that would have been a whole nother,
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how many
Well, I
units they
think
said they were
about it.
trying to do.
32
If you think about it, we're talking about
on 5 acres.
senior housing.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to have a clinic. So they're not done. Okay, you can't have a clinic after that golden hour. You have to have a clinic if it's an elderly setting for a home. There's gotta have to be a hospital or a clinic of sorts eventually.
I think they were talking about pooling the resources, like they're gonna have vans that go.
Well, it's not assisted living, it's just senior housing. And I think when people get to the point of needing assisted living, they might not be eligible to live there anymore. But I, you know, that's one of the things, not a nursing home, but it's not providing assisted living, it's senior elder housing. But yeah, a clinic in this town would be a good thing to have anyhow. Yeah, I'm kind of in the senior category.
Well, I did hear that there was a woman who moved to the doctor and she's thinking about setting up a clinic, but we'll see how that unfolds.
Yeah.
He had a dental office for a little while, you don't remember that, the guy's back, but he's not,
Yeah,
he's retired, so he's not having, he's not gonna be a dentist anymore.
we got the mobile dentist.
Okay, so let's keep going and we'll get through this, but next we have, oh, this is kind of a big issue, it's whole business B, Box Den Studio rental.
All right, well, I'm kind of confused why this is
Coming up?
coming up. I
So we
thought,
gave her a 6-month time period where we were gonna reassess.
okay, so we didn't actually tell Dewey that she had to get out. We told her,
February 1st is the date that we would say, right? Is February 1st?
you have 6 months.
and so we gave her 6 months to just kind of like get her to stop having complaints.
Well, there was that, and we also just gave her 6 months because we didn't know what we were doing either.
Yeah,
And we're just trying to figure out if we needed that space and
right.
as of right now,
I don't
my
think we
opinion
really
would be a
have,
month to month. I mean,
I don't think we have the capacity right now to do anything with that space. Have we had any more complaints about Dewey? We have. What are the nature of them?
Mostly dogs barking, dogs pooping in front of the building, that people step in, dog poop and come complain to me about that. Had messes in the hallway as well, so it's been basically staff and outside complaints about it.
Has anyone else shown any interest in taking over that spot?
I had one person call and she said that she was gonna give me a proposal for this, she wanted to put a yoga studio in that space. But I didn't receive her formalized proposal.
So you're saying that has there been dogs in the hallway? In this hallway?
In this hallway. To the bathroom, cause she still has access to this bathroom, even when we're closed, all the other doors are just locked up.
Okay, and dog poop out front, and barking inside the building? And have there been in the cars with the dogs barking? So it's the same problems that we had warned her about 6 months ago.
So one way, I think I think we're not getting enough money, first of all, for that rent, $500, which, you know,
The prime spot.
it's a prime location. I mean, one thing we could do is give her one more month after February and say we're raising the rent in March for the summer. And give her the option, that way.
Yeah, I think there'd be no shortage of finding people who would want to rent that space. It's a perfect downtown space. And, you know, if we hadn't had any of the problems she's talking about, I'm like, okay, it's fixed. She took our report seriously. And I hate to, you know, have somebody move out, but at the same time, we laid out what what it was supposed to be. So,
One thing I also addressed that I meant to say before was she's also been having issues with our code compliance officer and it's spilled out into the streets. It's happened in the office while we were we I did talk to her about it and told her that's not okay, but I really can't have that happening, like in our office while we're open. We can't be fighting, having verbal altercations, like.
Well, that's good enough for me.
Actively accepting.
I make a motion that we don't renew a request for leasing the space.
and did you, what pick a date by which she needs
As
to
soon as the
be?
lease runs out. When the lease runs out, it's
It was not really a
over.
lease, it was just was it, how did we do it? All informal.
It was informally, just as a motion.
But it was month to month anyways.
Yeah.
So you could go to February 28th, is what we're saying?
You can tell her to read at the end of the month.
I'm sorry, I'm just having a hard time hearing everybody. What date do we wanna say that she needs to be up in here?
That's up to you.
Our last, so we gave her till February first, right? That was what the warning was. Correct?
That's what I remember,
So if you're doing month to month, usually give somebody a 30 days notice, so here we are, like at the, you know, it'd be like the 12th or something. And then, you know, we could be generous and say you know, February 25th or February 28th, go to the end of the month.
I think so. I think if we're going to,
Yeah,
you know, evict somebody, we should give them the opportunity to
Right.
move their stuff and whatever.
And we're not evicting them, it's just notice to quit. Cause eviction, you have to go to court and it costs and then 90 days it takes for the housing court to get involved and, yeah, it's not an eviction, it's just notice to quit.
And then the motion to say the end of February. Let's say February.
Or if, and any late fees, like $50 a day or something, if.
Oh, there you go.
On that,
I see.
Do,
$100.
Do we have that in our code?
and I think as part of it, a notice of a letter to her to state that what are the continuing problems? I think that would be good to have that as information as part of that, that the board decided not to continue renting. That she needs to vacate the properties, what did you say, the 28th?
Yeah,
And,
that's that are 100 or. The daily, you know, yeah, she's not gonna pay it, but do we have a deposit with her and stuff?
I don't
I don't think
I
so,
don't think there
but
was a deposit for it.
She still needs to pay February's rent.
And I think it's just as part of that notice that it lists some of the continuing problems that have been brought up before and have not been resolved. And because of that, it's not just, we don't like her or whatever, but.
Right.
Okay, so
Dennis, did you make that motion?
I did. And everybody added a little something to it.
So what is the motion?
Motion to not renew the request. Oh, sorry. Of Foxton Studio Rental to renew the space. With a notice to quit by the last day of February with a late fee of $50 there afterwards, $50 late, sorry.
So I would second that motion and not as part of the motion would be having in the letter be some of the reasons, but the motion should just be straightforward.
Okay, any more discussion on it? All in favor? Aye.
So that would be more of a just to direct Ariel to send with that, the letter to have on the record why we're not renewing the lease.
After it's vacated, I'd like to start looking at somebody new now and figure out the proper rent for that space. As well as a lease with a deposit first month and last month, no matter what. And I know that we were supposed to create a separate account, I don't know what happened with that. If we created an account for security deposits, but.
So is that space, is heat provided and electricity provided as part of that rent?
And
So I think asking $700 a month, it is a smaller space, but asking $700 a month, and it includes electricity and heat is.
could be more,
I think should be more
I think it should be more, only because,
location.
yeah, I mean, just like. I mean, if it's open to the public, it's gonna be like a constant flow, if somebody comes in there with, and I think something like $850,
You think how much?
$850.
I'm thinking higher than that.
I was direct. What do you guys think? I would entertain a motion to create it. Probably like,
225s, so it's half of 225s.
maybe like,
I'd say 800 with all these.
I'd say grand.
But I mean,
You can't even get a storage unit, little house for under 1,000.
this is a
I
retail.
know,
And this
Where
is
is
commercial, it's retail.
Our storage units here, the rental units, those boxes over there, yeah, not a liquor store.
Oh, I don't know, I don't know whether they will. I don't know what she charges, but
It's also nice.
I'm open, whatever, I mean, I'm open.
I just think it's a valuable corner. And anybody in their right mind would just die to bid on renting it. Same as the
It's also
upstairs.
like we don't live in a community that has a lot of money, even if like nationally, things are worth more now.
Well,
And like people are, like, times are kind of hard right now. We're struggling to find someone to rent the upstairs space. So like making it where we're only getting $500 bucks a month right now, like $850 seems like we get more and we're still providing like a reasonably priced space for somebody to rent. Is my opinion on it.
my opinion is times suck all around, we're broke. Everybody else is broke, but the town is broke, and we're trying to generate revenue. And there again, we just haven't advertised well enough, as far as upstairs. With maybe, I'm wrong, sorry.
Oh, no, I just want to speak to that because it's not being advertised right now. We're still working on the flooring.
Okay.
And so it's not a problem of not having people that are interested in that space, because I definitely have that. It's just that the work hasn't.
I think there's a line.
When is that gonna be done, you think?
I've been working with Public Works to try and order flooring that will be shipped here. That's where we got the hold up. The flooring that was proposed has to be picked up in Colorado Springs, and I don't see in the budget how we could pay for someone to travel just to pick up flooring. that far.
I know Ponche Lumber does have that flooring. We bought it from them before, so we just need to.
You have to go to the pricing for them. Yeah, I'm letting Public Works
Okay.
take over that project,
Are you talking
take care of the
about-
advertising.
Putting in Edward flooring or something?
No, just like the snap and
Virgo, like,
Yeah, like the laminate.
yeah.
bamboo,
Yeah.
the bamboo snap.
Yeah, they should have it, the same thing with most of them, but in 4,700, under other revenues, there's rents from buildings. Other rental income, which I think chairs and stuff that the town rents for events and stuff. And then there is refunds / insurance claims. So I don't know if we put in 4712. Rental deposits, create another line item on the bottom.
Under 2024 budget, there is a rental deposit for 2504.
Well, somebody make a motion, let's move this along, shall we? Okay, I mean, I make,
You made the motion for Fox,
right,
somebody seconded it.
No, it wasn't a motion yet.
well,
Yeah.
to,
And now,
to
No,
know.
we got that, that's already
And
done.
that's already been approved.
Now
But
we're just talking about the next step, starting February, March 1st. How we want to move forward.
I make a motion that we advertise the space is available, maybe after, like mid-February. Or in the February edition of the Eagle and for rent for $850 a month. Is that motion?
Starting the 1st of March.
Starting the 1st of March,
First, last, and deposit.
with first, last, and deposit.
do you know of any work that we might have to do in that?
Where?
Yeah, move out cases, move floor repair,
I think it's all their stuff.
it's all, even the display cases.
That's all hers, the only thing that's the town's is the bar back in the state.
Might have to be cleaned.
Yeah.
So I second that motion.
Okay, any more discussion?
Under discussion, my only point to my own motion is that if there's any hiccup with Dewey moving out. And people who might wanna come view the space. So we might want to have the space available April 1st.
And to add to your motion, if we could have them vetted
Would be nice.
with first, last, and deposit, I really encourage vetting. Cause I rented apartments before and, it's a nightmare.
I agree.
So the motion is
Job and a bank account.
April 1st?
I think, yeah, if people think that's reasonable to, instead of March 1st, do April 1st.
Good. How much for the deposit?
I think it should be
First and last,
first, last, and deposit. So
And-
850 times 3. That's a good vetting process. Okay. All in favor? Let's take a quick 5-minute break. Real 3:07.
Okay, all right, sounds good to me.
7-minute break.
Go for it.
So. I guess I'll look at that.
Are we gonna talk, budget progress?
Correct.
Can. I don't think I have this doc. Is this on a spreadsheet?
It is,
Like,
I'll send
I'll
it to you.
resend it to
I don't know
I think Adam has to share.
On my laptop, so.
He does?
Adam has to share it, 'cause he owns it. in
No letters.
Google Drive.
Email collaborators.
I turned it back in.
Does email collaborators?
Yeah, so I'm.
Do you have the ability to share? I just know before he has
I
to
do.
approve my request to look at it.
John, did you say you're going to Silverton
Yeah.
on the helicopter or is it?
I don't know, we usually do one helicopter, one ride. Let's see. People with access.
Are we back in session?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Got a little too excited, expecting on Silverton. It says I'm an editor.
You're an editor, but Adam will still have to approve it,
Oh,
but he's the owner, so.
I'll try doing it.
Yeah, we can figure it out. I just want somebody to share this document with me.
Okay, so. Budget, right now we're going for old business 14C 2025 budget progress. So. Warren is right, we do need to have an update as, as good as possible, 23 to 22 and 20. Do you need 22 or just 23, 24 and 25?
You need 23 actual, you need 24 budgeted, you
Oh.
need 24
Actual.
projected to the end of the year,
Mhm.
and then you need 25.
So 23 is at the auditor right now, and we're finding out about. She had said something about him splitting into 5 funds or something like that, and I just was like, I don't understand. What she's talking about, but we're gonna find out, 5 funds,
Well, you've got water and sewer,
which was in 23 separate.
no.
No.
Well, separate. It was not part of the general fund.
Right,
Right, so you got water and sewer are each with separate accounts.
right,
Conservation trust fund was in the front.
okay,
The cemetery is another one.
And
and
road,
then general,
No, the roads are separate.
it used to be,
it's not anymore,
and then the general.
and then general, so that's 5, okay.
That's my guess.
But then as we move forward into 24, it comes down to 4 funds. Because we put water and sewer together, even though. Right. And we put it in the general fund, but now it's just one budget, huh? I mean, now it's all under one. Here it says it's separated, but I mean, like, I'm not quite understanding the front thing. You have general at the top, and then you have water and sewer has its own account separated.
I think the water and sewer needs to remain separated for budgeting purposes. All right. But the money is, classified under general fund. I don't see why you wouldn't have a separate checking account for that still, even though it's not an enterprise fund. But that's I don't know.
Is there any way that you can go on the bank account and go and look at where our starting balance is?
Because,
I think that's an excellent idea.
look at the starting balance?
Yeah, she can go back, like,
No, but to have what Warren was saying, a separate account, separate checking account, so to speak. For water and sewer.
but then it would need to be a separate budget.
And we can still keep it in this format.
Oh,
Yeah, it's same format.
so why does
It's
it,
like a sub-account under the general fund.
yeah, but why does it say that it's like that on the top? It says general, 459,973, and then water and sewer.
Okay, so was a template that was sent by, Andrea, which you'll notice that in the upper top corner, it says Blue Valley Metropolitan District.
Right.
So it's a cut and paste. Yeah, format that she used, that she was suggesting you use here.
That's better than,
And I'm not advocating for or against it at the moment. But based on the first one she sent, there were significant issues with it. And this one I haven't gone through totally, but some of them got corrected at the finance committee meeting.
I'm a little concerned, there's a point where it says something like, under line 72, total revenue without grants and total revenue with grants. And those are the same, and then underneath it says,
Well,
one of those should be, we don't,
What's the number, the 4,000 number?
yeah, we don't have the page numbers.
it's page number 1, it's in revenue above, so below where dark sky grant 4,600, line 2, it says total revenue with grants, total revenue without grants.
Yes, the second page.
Find it, Warren?
Yeah, it's on the second page.
Second page.
So, I don't know, so you're not gonna find it.
Okay. Here, then I've got it on my computer now. Yeah. I can, we can,
Great, super. And is it adjusting, like, did yours come out,
No, it's not correct.
huh? No,
It's got,
617, 716?
it's got the same number for both.
yeah,
yeah,
Right,
Right,
so it seems like the grants haven't been added in yet, because
No.
that's also, go ahead.
we defunded that.
what, both. No, you can't, you got grants.
No, but we defunded this 600,000.
Yeah, but you still.
No, this is- no, this is all-
I think if I'm the same. Outstanding right now,
6-1,
so that needs to be,
this goes on top,
Right.
all right.
that's the revenue, and then 6-1.
Here's the problem that I think is going on.
Oh, there are 4 different pages, okay.
Adam was making changes, he was making some changes, I'll call it manually.
Yeah.
In there, and it's a freaking spreadsheet. And when you do that, without going back and checking the formulas, you end up with screwy numbers.
Sure.
That's exactly what we've been dealing with, 3 years ago, when they did a cut and paste for that budget. Numbers don't add up. That to me would be an indication of what's going on,
This number is too high then.
too low. The 1 million, the 1.2 million is too high. The 617 that says with grants is too low.
I would think
That's two
because we
accounts.
defunded
That's just the general.
and didn't carry that sewer grant over into 25, that number should not be in there.
That number should not be in there, the 600,000 shouldn't be in there. Okay, the 56 or 59,000, I've not got the exact. Close to 56,000. I think should be in there, for having to pay back the loan. Right? But the 139, 135, I've seen both numbers here now.
39,320. 139,320.
Okay.
I think. But
Okay.
that's
and I'm just rounding it out, 600,000, because I think it was less, it was 585 or something like that, that was left. Had been funded, and I think that it got put into that 671 number, along with. No, you've got six. You've got. You've got $617,000 of revenue,
Yeah,
right?
which is calculated through all of these numbers above it.
And there's money that's not being allocated. I mean, this is why I don't think we're gonna get there by Friday. This is not showing the accumulation of money that should be in the water and sewer capital funds. Okay, it's only showing this year's deduction. And I'm not sure without doing the calculation if that's correct or not at this point. It looks like it's probably close. Well, I'm just running this out, and I shouldn't, but if I take 585, which is what I thought, and there was some change for the grant, I subtracted. No, the grant was 480,000. Oh, no, I take it back. Was, don't hold me to the exact number, but it's like 55,984 dollars out of the 600,000 is what got spent for the inspection.
Getting scoping.
The ionized soup, right? So what was left was whatever that difference is now, so I don't know what that looks like. It's like $44,000 roughly. So $544,000 should be what, if you're gonna carry the grant, you gotta carry that remainder. And if you're not gonna carry it, you need to carry the amount that has to be paid back.
Right.
My guess is that money that's being paid back won't come due, my guess, until the grant is officially ended, which is roughly a year from now. Maybe less than a year, because we had something like, at the beginning of this year, we had like 2 years to finish off that, and then we funded it about the middle of this 24. And so we've got another, maybe a year and a half before that, and you guys might know better than I when that grant was awarded.
Yeah, Dwayne was still here.
I don't think it was awarded this year.
2020, and if it doesn't expire until 26, it might have been 2021. I don't know whether I've got it with me, but I've got the contracts for the grant. Everybody else got the contracts for the grant, right online, but. Yeah, in the Dover portal, you can get the grant. It'll tell you when it was awarded. Yeah, what's that? The water and sewer grant, I think it's. I can't remember if it's 20 or 21.
For the total with grants.
Yes.
So if, like Warren was saying, with this spreadsheet in here. Like it's all in formulas. So if we know. What are grants and remittance, so what was the number for grants, remittance and revenue? Grants and remittance revenue. To get you to that number.
What we have left is the balance on this building, which was 38,000, 46. You're 46 or 49, but somewhere we spent. I think you spent $5,200. Yes. So I haven't gone back to look for it. So take that, what did I say, 38, and then add 52, so that's 43. 43 might be, no, 43 isn't right, it's only 86. The original estimate for the work done for this building was $107,000.
Yeah, that was all the.
Okay. The grant came back based on a budget, I think of 96 or 98,000, I'm not remembering the exact. But it was that, and so it would have been half. So that amount, and 96, six in my head, because that was
47.
$46,000 the state, which should show up on the appendix for last year's.
So wouldn't that be? Wouldn't that be that number plus the anticipated money?
Right, except for she was originally carrying 607, 437. I don't know where she got the $7,000 from. It's like on page 2, under, it says the total water sewer customer fees. It's line 4,600.
Yeah, 4,600.
Right, because on the latest version, it's taken out. And it was gonna be put into an appendix. Right? So it does. What was it, water and sewer money, we said, what was gonna go into the appendix? The grants, I was under the impression that the grants, all the grants were gonna go into an appendix. Then there's a line item that would have carried the total, that's on here. Right, but the breakdown of what they are would have been, because like the mitigation grant is, you're getting. Some of it. You're getting, some of it, you've gotta pay in 5.2%, so you've gotta allocate money towards the budget for that 5.9%. Which we actually did figure it out, but it's written on the bottom of his pages, I have it at home. Okay, but. Was $6,700, that would be an expense. We would have a revenue of basically the 32,000. 32. Huh? 132 or something. Well, it's 139, but then minus 32,000 from last year. Yeah. And then, so that leaves, he has it on the bottom of the page.
Which one do you want?
What mitigation?
Mitigation, expense 97,686.
97,686.
Total grant 139,320 includes the 10%, 5.2% equal to 6,634, and that would be withheld until.
Well, that's just for, the 10% needs to come out of there.
Under 139. Town expenditure is 132,686.
For, what is this for all grants?
No,
That's a good mitigation.
For just the mitigation?
yes. And half of 49,164 should be, if we do anything with construction on this building, that part of DOLA, which we've got like a year and a couple of months to complete. And you were right, the sewer line extension. Counting engineering was 509,940. 509,540.
No, that's not right.
480.
No, so one of those numbers was never spent. So it went down to 480,000.
And that's the number.
Oh, no, and at $480,000, part of that money was committed from the state, but we ended up never spending it on the engineering. So we only spent 55,900 and something dollars.
And then we dropped it,
And then we dropped
and now we have to pay, how much of that do we have to pay back?
$56,000.
50, and do we have that in here in our
No.
expenses?
No,
Okay, so we should,
Because now we're having the discussion of
When it's gonna come due.
whether,
right,
I think you have to put it in now.
I think we probably should, and
If you don't have to pay it back until next year, but if you have to pay it back this year,
then it's in there.
except that
Doesn't balance.
it doesn't give us. A true philosophy on what 25 is,
yes, it does.
and only if we get built.
Well, only if you do a grant and you carried $600,000, having no problem with it, and doing it for years, never spending the money. So it's the same type of issue. You carried it on the income side, but you don't wanna carry it on the expense side. That's just.
I see your
practical
point, I see your point, yeah, yes.
And I mean, also, we're not gonna know by the, like, this is due immediately, and when will we know if we're gonna have to pay it back?
Aren't we gonna see if we can make payments?
If we're not gonna know for 6 months if we're gonna have to pay it back this year, then
Well,
that's,
we're waiting to see what they come up with and then look at payments but I don't think they're gonna say anything until the grant is officially expired and we haven't used it in February 6 month money.
and the grant officially expires next year.
I believe it does, yeah. I'm looking here at this and it says that.
I think we got an extension, because I think it expired last year. I think we got an extension on it.
Okay, so that's
Where would it go?
in the budget.
Where would it go in the budget?
Yeah, I mean,
With the expense,
yeah,
we'd have to probably create a lot, and that's the thing with these grants, they've been not accounted for correctly.
matching amounts there's a line item for matching amounts for grants. Under projects. Sorry, Dennis, I didn't mean to-
No, you're fine.
We also have there's grant expenditures.
So are you saying that we should not put the grants in the budget? Or it should just be in the, like an amended?
It was an appendix.
It has to be in the budget. It's part of the budget,
Right.
and just for understanding's sake, creating the appendix which shows exactly what's going on.
Then shouldn't we put that possible $56,000 in the appendix as well? Since it's kind of in the same category?
Yeah, 56,000 should be in the budget as an expense. If there's a line item there in projects for what you have to contribute towards the grant,
That seems like a logical place to me to put it. But then that's an accounting question. I don't know, but that's where I would put it.
Under the,
But
what I was saying,
Projects.
matching amount for grants and
under
projects.
projects matching grant, matching, I mean, that's theoretically what you're paying,
Yeah,
right?
so, yeah, I think it would be fine to put it in there.
Where did you say?
Matching amounts for grants
What number?
is 63,000.
Oh, no, your number.
Yeah, 63.
Oh, 63.
003.
Huh.
Under
Never mind.
projects.
I don't know.
No, even.
They probably got wiped out. You might not be looking at the same.
I'm looking.
Oh, there it is, I see it, it's it's just not in order, it's at the bottom, page, line 199.
Oh. I see, yeah.
Should I mean, I've got the document, the editable document in front of me, should I put 53,000 in this editable?
56.
56 in this document?
Yeah, let's see if it changes.
It's gonna change stuff.
It won't do anything for us to change yours.
It will change this, so I mean, we can always delete it.
Right,
So change it.
So now it's under here,
You got
In our
here
total.
63,000 what?
what's, oh no, 60, that's just the number for matching amounts for grants.
What's the whole number?
The code,
63000.
It's just not in order.
Page, just matching grant. The top order of the page. Okay, so you got $6,954 currently?
I don't have anything on this
Oh,
currently,
that's right, no, it's 25, there's none.
yeah,
Okay, so you've got 56,000.
it went in,
yeah,
but you gotta put it in the other, you gotta put it in under general, I think,
under general,
yeah.
okay,
Under general what?
general fund,
It's just the, where you put it in it, you know, there, I thought going. Cool.
okay. So is there anything else that we need to put in there?
The 60, what's this, the 6,000 and change that you've got to put in.
The 6,700?
From, oh yeah,
6734?
67, he's got it.
That's the number of this, okay. So 6734 plus
56.
if you're gonna put the 56 somewhere else, put the 6734 under the matching. For grants.
Oh, I gotta put something. Okay. And that's 6734, what was that for again?
Mitigation,
Mitigation? Okay.
Yeah,
That's the percentage we have to pay?
right.
that's the 5.2% that comes.
Now 6634.
What's that? You got 6634,
That's it, 6634.
not 67?
Okay.
Okay. So the other thing, is there anything else with grants that we need to put in as an expense for 2025?
I don't think so.
Okay, so if we go back to our grant,
Wait, did you apply for the grant for the
Yeah.
controls?
Yeah,
It's 100% funded.
We got it.
no,
Did we get, where you go?
we didn't get it, but
As
we're,
far as I know, it's not, their evaluation's happening now, and we won't know until next month, February.
Okay.
but should we
Yeah.
take 4,600 on here and take out leave dark sky grant, cause that has to be in there, but let's add a couple more line items for grants, the different grants.
yeah, cause we've got we've got a sort of like a total number, this grants remittance and revenue, we could stick it all in there, or we could create line items so that.
I don't know if we
each
can add
one.
line items.
We
on this
can-
one. Yeah, huh?
We can make more line items.
No, I mean, this is locked to line items, I don't know.
It is like the formula, I would say we probably shouldn't in this one, because it's got formulas in it that if we start adding stuff might get screwed up.
We're already adding stuff, but you're saying it,
Or I just mean if we like add, I mean, we could see, I can add a line to it.
You won't be able
It'll
to.
be-
Try, under 4,700 or 47,000,
47 and 4712, and that would be rental deposits.
I'd like to
We don't
move
have
it
rental
forward, if I
deposits.
could.
Forty-seven.
Still have a forward.
Maybe a 47.
Okay.
If you can do that.
Let me just lower
Right, put that in there,
I
forty-seven.
just think there was-
well, this is not.
It's protected.
Yeah, right now.
I have to contact, who's the owner of this
Rich already
spreadsheet?
did,
You know what I mean?
you don't need to do
He
that.
needs to make someone else the owner.
That. Correspondence.
He needs to share ownership.
Okay,
Sign pollution or anything.
so we pretty much covered everything.
Yeah.
Maybe you and Benji. One of you might be the owner. Are you an owner of this?
No, it's, I just made a copy though, and with the copy, you can actually update stuff, but then it's not updated on everybody. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So I have a copy draft where you can add whatever you want. So then we need another name, we need another,
And the copy draft has all the formulas.
it's just a copy of the whole thing. Problem is that it's not, carrying over. So for instance, like, what you just added didn't carry over into there.
Why don't you share the copy draft
Okay.
with all of us so that we're all working on the same document?
Well, I'm gonna delete this one and do a new one.
Okay.
File, delete. Now, copy, file. Make copy. Share it with the same people.
Yeah, I guess
I'm
so.
gonna change the name of it. This is gonna be copy of 2025 draft editable. I'll put a date on it, 1/13. Alright, there it goes. Everybody should have that in there. The Crestone clerk, Dana, I'll say, and it's you too. And you,
Do we know how much money we're getting back from NOAA on the flow meter? Because we've never put that into, got an estimate? We never put that into revenue.
It's not reimbursement,
We've got this one,
It's not what?
it's not revenue, it's reimbursement.
Yeah, but that would still go in revenue, wouldn't
That's what it is. Yeah. I don't think it's 2025 revenue, I think it's 2024 revenue. But that's,
it? It's gone.
we're on a cash basis, not a accrual.
if you were, it'd be nice and clean, you're not.
What is that SB 22-238 reimbursement? That's the gold grant, isn't it?
No, it's not a grant, it's a year tax, real estate tax adjustment.
How do we get on the cash? How do we actually transform our whole thing into?
I'm sure your accountant won't let you, even though that's what it should be.
Benji, I haven't gotten it from you.
Interesting. It's said that it's meant to be share.
Which email line did you use?
EP Town of Crestone.
Well, that's Dennis.
Oh, DO.
Yeah,
Oh, Artisans Timberworks, I see.
you sent it to the Artisan Timber Works.
Yeah,
Then we have to create a line item that says reimbursement.
I'm gonna add you.
Yeah,
Oh, I see what happened. What's your
My town one is DHO.
Tom Crestone,
DHO.
Tom Crestone.
Got
Mail.
Crestone.
That should be under water and sewer reimbursement.
For the flow meter?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, now you should see it.
I didn't get it.
You didn't get it?
You said the Crestone for sure.
Let me see. Crestone Clerk at Gmail.
Most.
Crestone Clerk at Gmail.
Okay, so you put that in, great.
Is it called? No.
Called copy of 2025 draft editable 1/13/25. Why is it not?
Oh, wait, yep, I do have it. Nice thing getting you.
Okay, so now we're all on the
Does it go
same
to,
topic.
does it go to your drive?
That's great.
Oh.
So would reimbursements and remittance, are they different things?
Yeah.
They're different things?
Mhm.
Okay. So we need a reimbursement line.
There's,
So can you can change line items now?
I'm gonna try. Oh. You know, it still says, please contact the spreadsheet owner to remove protection if you need to edit. Can you do it, Benji?
Yeah,
Okay, so you're the owner, so you can do it.
So,
I have to find out, yeah, I have to find out how to
So
do it.
you're right, though, we do need to ask Adam to,
No, I can do it on here, I can,
of the original one.
yeah, but this is a copy of the original, so now we just took the original, turned it into a copy.
Yeah.
Now we have an updated, everybody's on it, so we have to use that one, but I'm gonna make it. Suggestion, let's see, so what do I do here? How do I do that?
I think if you go, you wanna make it so that we're all owners.
Yeah?
Um,
I think this is drawing the like share in the little three little dot ellipses, there should be like a share, and then you can transfer ownership from there.
transfer, I wonder if only one person, can only one person be an owner? Because it says transfer ownership. But we don't want it.
Yes, one person should be the owner of the file.
Okay. So you're gonna have to make, like, we can type in here, but if we wanna add lines, you're gonna have to do it.
But you should be able to make people an editor, though, right, instead of just viewers.
Yeah, it has us as editors, and so it's allowing us to we can type in the cells that exist, but it's not gonna let us like add a line to it without ownership.
Yeah, I can.
But, yeah, so it might just be that you have to add line items. Or you can give somebody else ownership to be the one to add the line item. Maybe on here. What is it? And ranges. Oh, this is the protected ones, okay.
Huh?
So I think.
Is finance committee still meeting after this?
Yeah, so that's, what we were talking about was because we didn't notify it,
No problem.
we didn't notify that we were having a public, or a committee meeting.
Could we just not adjourn this meeting and make it and talk
Well,
about
we'd
budgets?
have to make a motion to adjust the agenda, right, or how can we do that?
to have the finance team. I don't know, I think you can do it under this agenda item, you know?
But that's kind of what we decided. Kizen is leaving.
I'm leaving.
You're, we're not gonna have a quorum.
You're leaving?
Do we need a quorum to just
I'll stay,
make
I'll stay
edits?
then.
I don't know.
Let's kind of burn through this if we can.
Yeah,
Okay.
the rest of the
How
meeting.
about I just make you the owner?
You wanna make me the owner? Okay, well, the problem is if we're having a finance committee meeting, like, we maybe should just keep it under this meeting.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
So I'll make you the owner so you can go start changing stuff that you.
I can, yeah, perfect. I mean, I'm not gonna change things without.
Yeah.
You guys have a better grasp on what is going on with the actual numbers, but I might have a better grasp of how to use this program.
By far.
Yeah. I mean, y'all are looking at papers.
Doesn't have letting a racer get
It
about.
said that now you're the,
I'm the owner,
well, it said you have to like approve
I
it.
have to accept.
And
What do we have to do here?
so let's table this for a second, and get through the rest of the agenda. Real quick, make sure that there is nothing, so we had, we did the bricks mitigation updates. We did all of that stuff. We got 2025 strategic planning tool.
You just asked me to put it on all the radio.
Yeah. So that's this. So it's something that we still need to, just constantly be reviewing.
Read that. Okay.
Good. Next, we have public works report, which we've already done, water report's already done, code compliance report.
I have an update for Aiden Mateos on this meeting today. Can I get here?
Please.
The subject is Thomas update for town board. Dear town council, I'm writing to provide an update on the ongoing situation with Thomas in the cemetery. I recently spoke with Thomas, who has requested additional time to relocate. He indicated that he plans to move back onto Steve and Elaine's property once the necessary survey work has been completed. I informed him that he can begin moving as soon as the survey is finished. However, he also expressed a preference to wait until warmer weather in a few months before starting the process. I let Thomas know that I could not promise that timeline. I mentioned that the best I might be able to offer would be up to a month, provided he demonstrates clear progress in transitioning and moving his belongings. However, I emphasize that this decision ultimately rests with the council and could be expedited at your discretion. As it stands, I understand that the county may also take action to enforce his removal if needed. Thomas has acknowledged his willingness to relocate and understands the necessity of doing so. Furthermore, Steve and Elaine have expressed that they want him off their property and intend to push him to leave when the time comes. While the exact timing remains uncertain, their support could help facilitate his transition, ideally outside of Crestone. For now, I will continue encouraging Thomas to move as quickly as possible and will monitor his progress. If Steve and Elaine follow through with their plans to assist him in relocating, it could simplify this process for all parties involved. To recap, I informed Thomas that he could begin moving once the survey is complete. Showing measurable progress in relocating might allow for a short extension, but ultimately the council will determine the timeline for his departure. If further guidance or action is required on my part, please let me know. Otherwise, I will proceed with the current direction of encouraging his transition while coordinating with Steve and Elaine as needed. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Please don't hesitate to reach out with any additional instructions. Best regards, Mateo.
Since then, the survey markers are in, so they're, you can go out there and see. We can clearly see that he's on our land in the corner of, the southwest corner of town. We've got a pretty big mess. There's a mess pretty much around the whole area. He cut trees, he cut a little road in. I mean, it's.
And what's he doing with the sanitation?
Probably,
I heard it's really bad out there, and also what I know is that he has a deceased animal, like in a tent. Like brown,
mummified animal.
a mummified animal. So,
Not doing
My thought was
Are we
that,
still on the record?
yeah. My thought was to have Mateo ask Mateo to start working with the health department at the county. Because they are 100% directed now to they've already gone through, I think there's like over 300 people in violation. And they're just going through a whole thing where they're actually getting people to either comply or they're taking, figuring it out, so. But the health department might be able to actually help him. Like if he's really struggling, you might actually go out there and say, like, we'll get you a foot,
I think
more than we can help him.
that's not a bad idea, and so his request is to at least be given some time because it's so cold out right now. Right? That's what his letter states.
If he wants more time. I think I'll offer him a month, but he's asking until. He wants to wait until warmer weather, like in a couple of months.
I would say we should use the county. Because there's still gonna be some kind of timeline, it's not gonna be instant anyways.
And if we try to make it instant, we're gonna end up with potentially a worse problem on our hands. If we try to like make it happen really fast.
Yeah,
Cause it's not like he's got options right now of where to go.
I think they need to be just informed, I mean, you can't, he's been out there for years now. Thinking it's the McDowell, it's their land.
I just want to add a couple of things, maybe as, he's been evicted out of the cemetery in the past. And I don't know if you guys are related to that. He only needs to move about 35 feet to the south to be off of our property.
Okay.
It's not like he has to go a long way.
Well, and when he-
35 feet will put him on the other side, put him on Elaine and McDowell's property. And he's almost off there, he's just not.
Yeah, but that doesn't really solve the problem in that, I mean, yeah, he's on cemetery property, but it's still a health violation.
Is he's surviving? Is he in good physical condition?
Elaine has she takes care of his, she's a power of attorney with his, I think he has disability. So Elaine is actually in charge of his whatever sustenance or income that he has. Elaine Johnson has that authority from what I understand. So she's very aware of the situation.
But is he deteriorating? Is he healthy? Is he?
He seems, since he's in this new little camper, he seems to be doing a lot better, actually.
In good shape?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty recent, he's improved over what he's been living in over the past 2 or 3 years. He was living in this tiny thing, I mean, he was like a coffin. But so, he's actually kind of excited, that would take care of what we need as far as not having him on town property.
Well, this is getting beyond just a city issue. I mean, if the guy is in bad physical and mental condition. I've seen him, I've never talked to him. I don't know. Maybe you're right, maybe.
I think Mateo's actually making some progress, so maybe we just keep it going with Mateo and then him,
That seems to be, I mean, the updates that we've gotten from Mateo, he seems to be working towards something.
I told him that what Tom McCracken told me, which is basically that the health department's been directed to basically go out and check people if they're violating health code. It's a state law, not even a county law, it's a state law. And that there has to be, there will be mitigation, like the jurisdiction doesn't matter when it comes to that.
Yeah, but the health department, if he's in violation of a health code, that is gonna create a adversarial position between him and them.
Mhm.
What I'm thinking is if he's physically and mentally not capable of, by some standard created by whoever, taking care of himself, that's something different. That's, like human health and human services. I mean, he shouldn't be given tickets and kicked out, and there should be some plan.
Right, I don't want punishment to be like the first resort for somebody who
Yes.
needs,
Right,
who like needs compassion.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Right,
So
but
I think that, yeah, maybe just let it like,
he probably thinks it's.
yeah, like, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Mateo does seem to be kind of handling it. And maybe we lean into that and like kind of just listen to his recommendations on it.
I mean,
I haven't
Steve
been
mentioned to me that you're gonna, if we wait, that supposedly they're gonna try to get him over to a place in Sawash eventually.
Okay.
But maybe the only thing I could say would be just like keeping an eye on that and not letting it go too far. Like,
Yeah,
there's gonna have to be a big cleanup out there as well, not just he moves or that trailer gets moved, it's gonna be, I mean,
It's
pretty
gonna
much in that whole area, it's trash and piles of stuff and it's tents, tarps. I mean, it is a mess out there. So whatever, eventually it's gonna be a cleanup operation.
okay,
I've done a couple of those already that way, because the people are so messy.
Well, I think a little communication that says, Thomas, every trip you make into town, leave all some of this trash out.
Yeah,
Yeah. Because if that's making it problematic, you're bringing the heat down on yourself by having it all trashed out.
yeah,
so let's just move forward with, let's just tell Mateo that we're going to, monitor the situation, try to get Steve, Elaine to follow through on her word to get him.
Are you gonna do it?
Okay,
No, we still, no, because we're gonna go back to the budget.
we got something else? What you got?
Yes, we have planning commission, there was no report correspondence, the sign pollution. That was one from, Scott Carlson, he sent to me, I passed it on to the board. I don't know what's happening with that sign, I don't go past it enough, a lot of Vaca people always tell me about stuff, what's like,
Which time?
it's the sign out, the dark sky sign, so there was like,
Somebody
town,
stuck something on there,
Yeah.
I did notice that. I don't know if any public works didn't authorize it, I don't know if we did.
yeah, I don't think anybody authorized, that's what he was trying to say, was
Well,
that,
I agree with you.
Slow drive park, did they have?
yeah,
Yeah, for kids, yeah, that's somebody struck it to our sign,
That's one that was on the ground that,
Right.
they had put up.
yeah.
yeah, which
the painted one, the hand painted one, and then
It's
what,
now nailed to the
city limits sign.
town
oh,
of Crestone with the dark skies, and now below that is the
well, I didn't even,
slow
So
trooper.
we could direct public works to just grab it and put it somewhere else and that's all.
Whatever, who does it belong to, do we know?
Town, it's just
Is it town
it's a
sign?
donated sign.
So where do you guys want to put it?
In
Anywhere?
another spot, not covering up the dark sky sign.
Well, it's not really covering it up, it's, I mean, but I did notice that, I was like, I don't think.
Is there a way to put it
I didn't
underneath?
hear about it getting authorized and, yeah, so do you guys wanna, just let me tell you, ask me what you want?
I mean, it was just on the ground before, it was like an A-frame.
It's an A-frame sign,
I
and
think it's blown over, that's what
probably got
happened.
blown over.
Do you think you could put it underneath, just on the,
I can maybe put some rod, maybe we could anchor it down with some weight or
Right,
something.
look real
Would that be a-
Just sleep on, so it doesn't remix.
Okay, alright, I'll fix it. Perfect.
put it in a spot that seems appropriate?
I'll put it back where,
That's
before, it was
your
just kinda hanging out on the side,
Okay.
which didn't seem to.
That got it, all right, good. Road closure, and email, support, Foxton. Did you guys see the Foxton studio stuff?
Yeah,
Okay. Now, we're gonna go back, because you're still here, we're gonna just go back to the budget. Table that for. If one of you guys wanna leave, you're welcome to, but we're gonna work on this for a half hour.
Okay, we're gonna work on that, we're not making a decision right now, so.
Well, yeah, we have to keep the meeting open though.
Keep the meeting open, you can meet without a quorum, it just becomes a work session.
And the adjournment is okay?
You might as well just keep the meeting open, yeah, but you can't make any official decisions, cause you don't have a quorum.
which we don't need to, because we're just editing a proposal.
Okay.
Right,
That's good,
we're not
thank you.
accepting.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess you.
I like
whatever you want. We don't need a forum.
So I still can't add lines to this. It won't let me, yeah, it won't allow me to
Even as an
add,
owner, even as owner?
even as an owner. It, you know, if I go to insert, it doesn't give me the option to add rows or cells.
Try copying it yourself, and put a new thing on there, just, and then you can share it after. But I think I was able to do it once
It would let you,
I duplicated it.
it let you add lines. Like you could go to insert a row. I'll make a copy. Yeah.
But I can still add, to it, so I don't, maybe you're not an owner anymore.
Okay, yeah, now that I've made a copy of the copy, I can insert rows.
Okay.
So do you want me to share this with you guys then?
Okay.
Am I gonna get several
Several.
You're gonna get several, but the one that's from me will be the
latest?
latest one that we're gonna.
Do you wanna do that now, or you wanna wait until we're?
I'll just do it when we're done,
Okay.
I guess. Okay, so let me see what happens when I add a rows on. Insert row. Total. Make this. 70. Okay, I think this will work. And now if I add $100 here, it works, great, and then I'm gonna do it to all of these, right? Okay, so let's talk, y'all wanna talk grants and income? Is that cool with you, Warren? That seems like we're one big place that we need to fill in some numbers.
So even though I know you're saying we shouldn't carry over, like we shouldn't have 24. If we spend money in 24. It should be in, if we take that out, but we're taking out the expense side, but we're adding in the income side, that's not kosher. So we leave it, we just make it even, can we make it like the leftover, so it was like $93,000 that we're supposed to be spending, even if it goes into 26, we just put 93 in, we put 93 on both sides, minus the.
Okay, so now you get into really what I think are esoteric elements of the state budget stuff.
Yeah.
Municipal budget.
Right.
You can't have multi-year contracts unless the money is allocated for each year along the way. Okay?
But we don't know if we're gonna get 20, we don't know if we're gonna get the grant done this year or not, so I was thinking we should just even it out, make it so that the amount that we have left is the amount we put in there. We know everything, basically it's not multi-year, we make it just 25. And then if it carries over to 26, we take what's left, what hasn't, the only problem is that we're gonna get income from 24. Cause we spent in 20, you know what I mean? So it's already carrying over.
I'm pleading ignorance as to how what the accountants do doesn't necessarily reflect reality.
Well, that's for sure.
Okay? So, that's one part. They've got their own rules for what they do.
Right.
And I don't know what that rule is.
Right.
But it seems to me that if you know you have an expense
Right.
out there, I guess you could theoretically, no, you've given up the rest of the grant, you're not gonna spend it. So
No, I'm talking about the mitigation grant.
the mitigation grant has to be broken out over all 3 years. Over in 24, Okay, you I mean, based on the old one, it had like $43,000 allocated with about $2,000 of the town's expenses.
Right, which we didn't spend,
You spent 32 and whatever
right, and we didn't receive it in income, so it's still not in there.
but you spent it in
We
20.
spent it in 24,
And this is where I'm gonna plead ignorance. I don't know how it should be accounted for.
right,
You could account for the whole grant as 139 as income.
that's what yeah,
Income
right,
with an expected spend of
90,
of
92,
32 in 24 and whatever in 20, and the rest of it in 25,
right,
Right,
because that's what you plan to do.
so that 32 then would go into,
it's 32,58250.
and so
That
but
actually-
that should go into the
Actuals.
projected actual 2024.
But that's in expenses, not
Yes.
income.
Yes,
Then 25 income,
would be us getting that paid back,
right,
right?
but he's saying that
I don't know.
carrying that over is not, cause it's like a multi-year contract basically,
Mhm.
where you're not, but it's stupid because I mean, if you're at the end of the year, you're bound to have that carryover.
Well, it's like the water bills. I mean.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
so the water bills are.
you're receiving the bill,
We're paying the December bill in February.
right,
Right.
Okay, well, that income gets charged back to 24.
Okay, so we should put all, if we just stick with that wisdom, we should put it all on 24. The 32, et cetera.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that's in the book, I'm saying in the budget. So you're saying that in the budget, we just
which then would become part of, if we got,
yeah, I'm
sorry.
sorry. You don't have a 24 supplemental budget. You don't have a 23 supplemental budget. Okay? I don't see how they are gonna get an audit without the supplemental budget. Personally. That's me.
I don't know if they totally use the budget as their main, auditing tool, they're using our actuals.
No, they're using garbage given to them. And that's what they use.
So there's a difference between like, for instance, if you spend $50, it shows up as a spent $50, where it goes, in other words, like, yes, there was money that is unaccounted for. But if most of it's accounted for, 90% of it is accounted for, then it doesn't really matter where the budget was, because
It does.
no, it doesn't, because I mean, they're basically gonna look at the bottom line and see if we spent the fund, the whole fund, if we overspent the fund, as opposed to each individual item. That's what they're really looking at, is whether we overspent the whole amount that we allocated for. Not individual items, is what she told me specifically. They don't go through and they, say, like, it's better to be in better detail. Obviously, it's better for planning purposes, but for auditing purposes, they wanna know if we overspent our fund,
If you overspent your budget.
overspent it, yeah, totally.
Right.
So we don't know 100% what to do with that 32,000, whatever, from the
That was spent.
2024
We're gonna
mitigation.
get reimbursed.
But we do have the rest of that grant that we can put into the 2025. So why don't we do that? And it's like, we have this problem.
Right.
We need more information. Maybe like Randy is the person to ask,
Not Randy.
or whoever.
Really is.
I don't even think the Fed, I mean,
We need to, that part, we need to definitely figure out what to do with, but we can move forward with some other numbers.
So I have a question, if we receive the reimbursement from last year and you deposit it in the bank, do you then account for it for 24? Is that what you're saying? You just somehow say that was a 24, like you just fill in the blank for 24? That's,
The bank would.
the bank's not gonna do, right? It's
The
just
back,
gonna-
that's cash, that doesn't matter, it's just like the water bill, just think of it as the water bill. You have the expense of the water in 24, and you only collect the income in 25. But that gets, but for accounting purposes, it gets added onto 24.
Right, so they don't like take what came in on 23 and they keep moving back, they accrue it.
That's why it's modified accrual that they do.
So we have to accrue the $32,000 when it comes in or whatever. It's just basically gotta do, making sure that when it comes in, Ariel, that this is a income from 24, not, you know what I mean? And then then when we get audited, it will show that as,
Okay,
I believe that's how it should be done.
And so-
I'm not positive, but that's how I think.
and so how should that, should that be reflected somehow in our draft 2025 budget, or is that just something we need to do in our paperwork as it comes in?
we just subtract it. Well, subtract it,
Don't count it as income.
yeah,
Yeah,
Put down the remainder of the
the grant.
20, of the 139,000, whatever's left, 100,000.
yeah,
On 24 budget,
on the 24 budget
25.
On the 25 budget.
92,
as,
As, income, grant income,
okay,
right?
under the general, would that be under
general,
general?
There's a separate line for it, isn't there?
grants and remittance revenue,
Yeah.
you're gonna add a line onto there, 4600-3-4 and -5.
4600-3,
And the next one's gonna be -4
okay,
and -5, right? That's what you got on there. Bricks is -3, bricks mitigation,
hold on one second. Okay, so -3 is the brick,
bricks, yeah, BRICS, bricks, yes. And I think it was.
And that's-
97.
The what?
Was it this one, 97?
Yeah.
97, 686, and that does not include the 10%. That's my,
10% should not be.
the 10% is our expense, right?
No,
10% happens in 26,
is withhold.
withheld. So you just subtract it, that comes in 26, that will be. Oh my God, it's so, that's what I mean, it's so confusing, these grants are,
I don't know.
okay, so we have 139,000. All right,
Yes,
139,
320.
320 minus the, 32, that we spent. 32, 582.5. That's 106. Oh wait, yeah. And then that would be minus the 5.2% that we already put in there, which is
Go to 6634.
minus 6,634, the 100,000, and then minus 10%.
You know what?
Minus-
Come down to minus the 10%.
If we're not receiving it, then we're holding it back until we close out the grant.
Okay, now you're into, you need to talk to
Future.
a freaking accountant,
Well, I know,
Okay.
just,
because that's deferred income. Right? You're not gonna get it till 26, but you're spending the money now. You're gonna spend that 10 grand, that $13,000.
right,
but you don't collect it back.
Right.
So you have to,
So you were right, 100,000.
so your commitment to spending, I don't know how this works. But you need to commit $20,000 basically to this year's budget. Or minus
6,000 plus the
plus
10,000.
13,900. Right? 20 grand.
No, because I think we subtract the 5.2% off first. What's left over is what they take the 10% off on. You see what I'm saying? So the 5.2% is our money that we spend. It's just like,
You're gonna spend that out of pocket, so you need to have that in the budget.
Which we do.
and we need to spend the 10% out of pocket.
And you need to spend the 10% out of pocket.
Okay, so
Right.
we need to add that down here on the grants matching.
I have 100,103, 100,103.5 That would be our commitment. If we spent the rest of the grant in 2025,
100,000.
100,103.
Okay,
And that's the goal,
Huh?
and that's your goal.
okay, so under the bricks grant, which is in,
Expenses, yeah.
well, this is an income.
Oh.
So
Well, income would be less, I mean, that's the thing, is like. If we're committing 100,000
or not, well, this is in revenue.
right.
So that 100,103 is under bricks in
It
grants
should be
revenue.
it should be minus the 10%,
Right,
No,
in revenue. Cause we're not getting that 10%, they're holding it back.
The 139,320 includes the 10%.
yeah.
I wish we had one.
get one. I know you try.
Call India,
Dude, I don't care what you call it. There's gotta be 1,000 of them, 100,000 of them in this country.
should we call Lori, I mean,
No color?
Get a real accountant.
Lori is, she was CPA,
Is she a CPA?
right now she's not.
If she's not a CPA today, don't hire her. Get a real CPA.
Pretty sure she is a CPA, she just can't do her own books for the business that it owns. So she's not a CPA for T Road, but she is like accredited accountant.
The Lori's for
The T road under?
She's mad at me, she's.
Look, everybody goes and hires their friends to work in their business. And finds out it's the worst mistake of their life, right? Or hiring your brother in your business, whatever. In your case, you got a whole family, so maybe you have, I don't know.
It's a mistake, yes.
Okay. Go out and pretend. Just go hire a good one, and they have to be out there. They may not live in the valley.
To do the budget though, to help, I mean. Or we need somebody like to sit with us
You
that
need an
knows.
accountant, a real freaking accountant.
But we also need an accountant that's familiar with municipal finance.
Oh, that's horseshit. Municipal.
When you lay these grant things out on them, and give them,
There's nothing special about this municipal accounting. Everybody keeps throwing it out. We need
it's
municipal.
not,
I got an idea,
it's not that, it's the grant part.
It's a grant, it's just a.
I got an idea. How about Warren joins the board and he finds an accountant? How about you join the board and then you help
I
us
don't
find
have
an
to
accountant?
join the board to help you find an accountant. I'm willing to help you find an accountant, okay? And you do not want me on the board.
I don't want you on the board.
Tell me, though,
I like you
what-
exactly where you are.
what is wrong with the numbers here that we can't?
Well,
figure
first
it
of
out?
all, you're over budget already by 17,000, and you just added 56,000. To that.
But then we also just added 100,000
And
to
another 20.
the bricks.
Well, 20 being the fact that you have to hold back the 6,700 for 5.2% for the bricks, which actually is gonna be coming out of work that's in volunteer stuff, so it's actually not real, it's in kind. That's hopefully will be in kind anyway. So, in other words, it's not real dollars that are coming out of our pocket, it's work and in kind and volunteer and all that.
But it also reduces the expenditure,
It does.
down to 132, 686.
So I just put in a line under grants and remittance revenue for bricks. Like put $100,103
But
and
that's actually the expense side, not.
Not the revenue side.
The revenue side would be that minus 10%. I mean, we're just going with this, we're doing our best to make it. You're right, that in 2026, so in 2026, that 10% has to be, is gonna be given back, it's gonna be reimbursed in 2026. I mean, it's kind of,
I don't know, okay? I simply do not know what the proper accounting for that is. And you need an answer.
Why can't we just go with their philosophy?
I
I
mean,
mean, maybe because it's based on memory that we have to remember.
Well, not really, I mean, it's big, that's what putting it down in writing is taking away your memory and letting you read it, we just.
Yeah, but I mean, we're taking it out, but we're not remembering that there's gonna be a 10% reimbursement after we close out the
But
grant.
that's the way the grant's written.
Yeah.
I mean, that's our memory.
Yeah, so then in 2026, I'm just saying, we just need to,
You don't, to me, you leave the 10% in as income, okay? As a total number, you got $106,000 left over right now. You need to spend $20,000, so you need to have a $20,000 out-of-pocket expense this year.
but I'm saying that if we're already doing that, we already took the 6,000 and put it in 6,700 and we put that into our expense side.
Okay, so now we're back
And
in
then,
minutia.
and then we're gonna have
5% of the 32,000 should be in 24.
5%,
Of the 32,000 that you spent in 24, should be on the 24 amount, not in the 25
the
amount.
32,000, yeah, right.
Okay.
Right.
that makes 25 work.
No, he's saying that 32,000 is money spent, it's gonna get taken out as well, which is $3,200 or whatever. Is gonna get taken out and moved all the way into 2026.
yes,
So it's actually more like 29,000 that is reimbursed. But in 24, but you see what I'm saying? Cause
They're gonna short you on the 32,000 by 10 grand, by
Yeah.
10%.
Yeah.
You're not gonna get 32,000, you're gonna get 29.
Right. 29, 28.
But you also have your commitment portion of it, 5.2% that should be allocated to 24. So that's another $1,500 or whatever that is. Should be in 24.
Oh,
So the 25 budget should only have like 46,000.
so you take the percentage of,
Each year.
I get it, but I don't know how to do that.
To do your accountant thing, adding says Jillian Elsey.
She's an accountant, she's good.
And then also we upgraded to that fancy QuickBooks because it gave us access
Gives
to
you
the
an
CPA.
account, right?
Yeah. So, should we try to do that?
Wouldn't it be more practical just to balance it out last year? Well, just the money spent in 24, 25, and the last year 26. In to reconcile that then, wouldn't that be much easier?
I don't know. You don't have any numbers for 24.
Well, we do, but we got the money that we spent, we haven't collected any, but we got the money that we spent.
Okay, so the 32,000, just make it 32,000.
Right.
Expense, income, zero. Zero.
25, year 25, whatever expense plus that,
I don't know. This is an accounting issue that an accountant should answer.
The accounting issue around the 32,000, I think we can still make a decision on what to do with the remainder of the grant and how to put it into the 25 budget.
You know, you can also have. You don't, it doesn't have to be absolutely exact.
Right.
It can be a little on the high side. In both sides, on both sides.
well, the way we got things bid out,
Because,
yeah. You don't know what they're gonna get done, and what, if the weather changes, if. the
right, so I
condition
mean,
changes.
that's why it's considered a planning tool, it's not considered like the end all be all. I know, I would love it to be to the penny, I mean, trust me, that would be ideal for everybody, but it's never gonna be that way.
But we
We have to
know,
buffer it a little bit.
like with the bricks one specifically, you know, like we spent 32,000. There's a set amount of money that grant has allotted us, so whatever we have left over.
Yeah.
We can put into this
Yeah.
budget.
And that's what we're doing.
Right, so we just need to decide how we're gonna do that. We've got this hang up around the 10%.
So maybe just make it 100 on both sides, right? And if, you know, if we spend it, that 10% is,
Make it 100 on both sides as in the revenue and in the
Mhm.
expense.
or just take, I don't know, you know, take out the 10. See, we have to take out the 5.2%,
Which,
but Warren is saying that some of that 5.2% should have came out in 24. So it's lesser than $6,700.
But the 5.2% only comes out if we've got any revenue coming in. Isn't that right? It's taken off of what was being reimbursed back to us.
You know, I mean, I don't know when they actually take the 5.2.
So what happens if we finish the grant, if we finish off the work all in 25?
That's what you're planning.
Yeah,
Then we don't have to proceed to 26.
That's right. But
So
you're
how
not
would
gonna
we
get the money.
balance that? We would just take what was spent, minus out the 5.2%.
Yeah.
And and what was ever left is it.
Except for you've gotta spend the 10%. So pretend you only
Right.
have $100 in your pocket, right? And 10% of that. You've gotta spend, but you're not gonna get back, so for another year. You gotta spend it today, so it has to go into today's
so it's
budget.
100,000 out and 90,000 in, and 100,000 out and 90,000 in, we'll get the 10,000 back at the end, but we're gonna be coming up $10,000 short. So now you're saying that we're like in the $70,000 range of being short money. Which, so we're gonna have to cut something in the budget,
That can make lots of things.
huh?
Come on, I mean, you've got 13,932 dollars. That you have to spend. Plus the 5% remaining, so another, call it $4,000, right? 1,500, whatever the hell it is, whatever that number is.
Plus the 10%.
Plus the 10% to be spent this year, has to show up as an expense somewhere.
Right.
For this year.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, if you put in that we're gonna receive 90 as reimbursement, we probably won't get till 2026 anyways, but whatever. You say, we're putting in 90 as reimbursement and 100 as expenses. That's the 10%. It's gonna show up in here because it's 10,000 short. I mean, it's calculating it. So you're gonna see, as soon as we do that, on the bottom line, it's gonna say 23,000 plus the extra the $500 that we are spending on the codification and all this. So let me see what happens when you do that. If you-
Okay, you want 90,000
On the expense, on
on the revenue
Revenue
side,
side.
the bricks.
it's not 90, it's like 90.
It was like 90,087 or something.
What was it, 100,000 was the total.
It's you
103,
0350, and 10% of that is $10,016.35.
1,000, I got 10,010. And one. 90,000, $93.15. Cents up. No, just leave the cents up. 90,000, $93. So you got it?
I had 90,087. Okay, so that's on our revenue side, and then down here, projects.
And then add
a line.
Yeah.
And this needs to. 36. 3. What?
63001. There you go.
Bricks.
I'll make you a new copy when we get that.
And we're gonna put in
100,000. 1035. 10320. That, okay, so
So
what did I do
change
the
it.
bottom line?
Where's our bottom line?
14.
Is this it?
Should be, but that's not right.
It changed this. Let me go back here. It's not changing the bottom line. Let me see why. But that's U 214 minus 215.
Maybe because when you add lines,
You have to change the. Okay, so that's doing
Change the
just
ranges.
U 70,
So-
yeah, you gotta change the ranges, I gotta figure out where the range comes into play. With this. That's just doing your totals.
did it change?
This.
Mhm.
Let's see. We're looking at this one?
Mhm.
No.
No.
So this. Should have changed though.
You take this one and make it say that it matches
Like if I change this, it should change those. Here.
Good touch.
Yeah. So why is it not going over to the total? It should be.
Make sure that the calculation is correct on that cell.
This,
Yeah,
it's just a number, it's not a calculation.
I know, but the other one has calculation, so if you.
This one?
Yeah. See?
I put that in there. That's that's our payback plus the mitigation payback. It's okay, it's just getting the spreadsheet to work for us. I mean, we can keep. You guys can keep talking about like. other numbers.
Okay, so
put in
the
there.
next one is called flow meter. That one, that was an income,
That's what we estimated at.
that's 2024.
It's 2024.
So we just wait till it comes in and switch the accounting again in 2024. I don't know, I mean,
To me, right, you build it 24, you're just collecting it in 25, it's 24.
it goes out.
It's not 25, it's not income.
So this is where it starts to get confusing, because we're gonna be receiving money that needs to be accounted for in the audit of 24. We haven't done the audit, and it's not ready, not even close to ready yet, but,
Right, because we're still on 2023 one.
right,
Right.
but you're just gonna have to figure out, like, when it comes in and you put the deposit in, you're gonna have to like label it what it is, that it, you know what I mean? Because it's gonna show up as like, it's gonna raise the bank account. This gets tricky, because
Well, accounting wise, you show it on for the 24 income, but I mean, that's really all it is. It's just a number on the page now because it's in 24 is here and gone.
I know, but I'm just saying the auditor then has to just account for it.
Right. Right? Is that right?
It's income against an expense in 24,
In 24.
and the auditor should be apprised.
You just have to know that it does not go into, or come out of, yeah.
Well, this could, I mean, so it'll increase theoretically your starting balance.
Right.
For 2025 by whatever you've been reimbursed in 24.
Right.
Audits are supposed to be done by June, okay? The fact that the last audit, we didn't get until October. The 2022 audit is where this started to get really messy. And now the 23, hopefully we'll get February. But when you audit in June, something that you may not collect until January of the next year or February of the next year. Well, this grant, as little as it is, 15 grand or whatever, is taking that long just to close and get the payment. Then the accountant has a line that says,
Awesome, you know,
I forget what the right term is, but it's, accounts receivable, future accounts receivable, that they know.
I'm gonna take my time on it.
Okay. But let's assume that what you just did will work out. Right? We leave the flow meter out of the question. We don't have to have it in the 25 budget.
Right.
Right? That closes out all the grant stuff.
No, there's still one more,
What's the other one? Oh, the town hall.
public health. Yeah,
Is that what it is, the town hall one?
25,000.
Oh, yeah. No, the town hall, and we decided to defer that, not even think about doing it until 26. Just,
No, this is for the components.
yeah, and it's what the grant application was for was 25,000. Okay, so just stick it in, there's 25,000 and zero it out.
However, we gotta put in our own money.
No, supposedly it's 100%.
No,
No,
but don't we have extra money that
Well, what we talked about was because it was limited at 25% or 100% payback, that we would make it a possible 3-year project.
Oh,
Each year?
Yeah,
apply for it?
so in 26, we'll wrap it up, so to speak, or if it takes into 27. I'm really getting bold for 27. It's a long time away.
Yeah.
I'll be 80 by then.
so just put in the 25,000 as it number, $25,000
Oh, in and out,
in and out.
yeah.
So I have a question, maybe we leave the line item for bricks for DOLA grant, or just leave it in there as as a blank one, just because then we can put in 24. I mean, when you want it in there, so we recognize the fact that that we're receiving it. And when it would go into the 24 actuals. Down, like, later when we receive it, no? In other words, if we just leave the
Are we
line,
talking about the controls for the,
no, the DOLA grant,
You
the
saw
flow meter.
oh,
If we just leave the line there, even if it's blank,
just so you know that it's out there.
right,
Yeah.
and then we could fill it in if we receive it on 24. 24 actual. I'm just trying to show that it's there, so we remember.
To me, one of the problems that's happened is historical knowledge has been lost at various places.
Right.
So if Ariel has a list of what's out there,
Right,
that's fine.
good, and that's, yeah, I was trying to.
If it goes on this, then not, doesn't.
Okay, so. Separate from what you guys are talking about, what I'm noticing is, and. You know, Warren pointed this out before anyway, so like, we've got this document in here that has formulas in it. And as we add lines to this formulated document, we then push pieces of that formula down and it fucks up the formulas. So we
Doesn't work.
can't add lines to this. We have to just have notes that tell us what we've put, with like, things are gonna have to get lumped together in these line items with notes for the formulas to function.
Are you telling me that that's not changing accurately, the correct balance?
Correct.
And there's no way to
But
copy and
can you
paste.
change the formula itself to
Yeah.
reflect what you're adding?
You can, but so like, visually,
You start,
like, so this is,
that's one of the problems with.
like, I've been changing the formulas, but so like, this is the original copy before we started messing with
Well, we
it.
could do it and then add it up by hand.
Funds is on line 73.
Okay.
So then,
Just put it down.
when I came in here
It's really not
and I
that
added
easy.
these line items, now total available funds is 75. And so everywhere total available funds shows up is fucked up,
So you have to change
everywhere,
formulas everywhere.
everywhere, yes. And that is just not,
I only have some.
that is not gonna happen. You see what I'm saying?
It's because there's so many formulas in there.
Exactly, yeah, if they would automatically change,
She was like, I
Based
saw,
on
like, after
it.
she got all her words and.
you know, if they would automatically change, it would be cool, but they don't. So that, I'm glad I didn't share that with
I was
anybody.
ready.
Good work, yeah,
for it, but
I know, good.
it worked out.
I'm happy.
You're going to me.
What?
It was a technical term.
Oh, sure. Thanks, Warren.
It doesn't reflect your work. It's the nature of spreadsheets
Yeah.
and the danger they have unless you're.
A master.
I mean, unless you know, we have the original one, not all is lost, and it's not taken very long to figure out that this is a
Well,
problem.
I'm just trying, let me see if that, I can.
But we just,
Except for Adam added lines, okay?
So it was
Before you
already
got your copy,
For your copy.
so this is not going to work. Ultimately,
Unless we go in there and manually add stuff up. Put in totals, like, basically we get it to where we want it, and then we start doing calculation.
Take the formulas out and just do the actual calculations yourself.
Yeah,
That's probably the best thing to do at this point.
like just start a whole new draft spreadsheet. Or we could start new columns beside the one we have.
Norm, can you,
So I'm making the assumption we've solved the grant issue for what's going into the budget. The two grants.
We just need to write it down. Now our problem is where are we writing it down?
Okay.
I see,
Well, maybe just keep working on this new copy that you're
So look.
doing, then we can keep
if you add,
troubleshooting this formula thing, because maybe I just have to go back in and make all the formulas
Match
make
up.
sense everywhere.
if you want to, you can just add numbers onto that, so.
This is not the problem. Here is the problem. I've been doing that. I understand that. The problem is if I come in here and add these 3 lines, it now moves totals to new lines, and those formulas are present throughout the entire document
Oh, I see.
in all the calculations.
And that's the problem that started with.
And,
No.
Oh.
I am here, but started.
Leslie.
Leslie, she did a copy and paste deal, and the formulas. There were formulas that should have been there.
Right,
Were
so I
not
have
there.
the absolute original,
The total original
I have
copy,
the total original,
we should,
from, Andrea. The original, but now everything is all on, it's.
if Adam has been adding lines without
Yeah.
changing formulas, then
We're off.
we're off.
He's been
Yeah.
changing numbers manually without changing the formulas.
So if he just went in and edited numbers, that's fine, but if he added
No, he added
lines,
mine.
He added lines and he added numbers.
okay. So. That's the tricky, we could comb through this document and see if it makes sense.
So I don't know how to do it, but there's a function that shows you the formulas,
Yes,
right?
yeah, all you gotta do is click on the cell.
Right. No, it shows you all the formulas on the page, doesn't it? Not just the cell.
That shows
Can you
you,
make a copy where you just clear out, because I'm pretty sure you can clear out all formulas at one time. You just like, oop, bye,
and it'll just leave the numbers.
and you'll just have your
Oh, look.
numbers.
So, the totals, basically you just have to go and find where those totals line up, because when you add it, it actually is calculating correctly. Except, like here, like when I click on that grand total at the bottom, it takes all those totals are, all, and you just have to make sure that that number, that total number lines up
With the totals,
with the totals of each, no, so it will.
Each like right there.
Huh?
Yeah, you can change the
So
formula.
if you go down to you wanna get like the very grand total at the bottom. What is that? So this guy, click on that. That should line up with. So 206 is not in there because. Cause you added one, so that would be our 206 instead of, you know what I mean? So you just you just go in and say. Okay, it should be the total of that one, 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 that one. R9193. Might have to write them down, I don't know. There's a way of doing it where you can grab each one, but. And then this, each one of these has.
192.
And so, yep. And you shouldn't have that.
Yeah,
So the bottom, let's see, 14, this one is U71.
there's everything to how is that possible?
We just did it.
Well, I'm just, you insert, let me do this, insert logo.
So the other thing that got messed up was if you wanna do like the subtraction. The differences, like that 14,176, that got moved.
So this document is set up that when you add lines, it adjusts. Which is great,
Which one is that?
the document, by all of them,
Okay, so it did adjust.
yeah.
Now, the total at the bottom that's in parentheses, make sure that one lines up, that one should be a subtraction between the revenue and expenses.
Mhm.
So I have U71 minus U209.
Okay, so the bottom line? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, bottom line, this, yep, it should be expenses minus revenue.
So if total expenses are,
You have to see here,
yeah,
You
use
have to find
213 is here.
okay, so that's right. And then
And 74.
it's,
Yeah,
so it is right.
it is right. It's adjusting on its own. If I add a line, it adjusts the
How
formula.
is it only 14,000? That's pretty,
Okay, so when you get the, line, I don't know, you've got numbers next to you, you've got the rows and columns.
Yeah,
When you get to the 4,000, coding number, right, which is the total of the grants, is it showing that now? Because that's where you added the land.
yeah, is that 90, whatever the 90,000 that we put in? For the bricks grant?
Yeah, the 90
That is showing up in the,
is
in the
not
totals.
showing up there. So the new amount should be like, $707,000.
Yes,
That's the total budget,
with grants.
instead of 1,000,002.
I still see $1 million too.
I've got,
well, hers is not shareable yet.
I can make it shareable now. I can make it shareable.
You might not want to, but
Yeah, I wouldn't do it yet. I would wait until we're totally ready.
because you still have,
$14,000.
So right now in that column, total revenue with grants is showing up as $707,803.15.
Okay.
Total available funds is, in the general fund, is showing up as $1,167,776. So that's. We solved that one this
I
week.
also got the total general fund, but, from January 21st, 2025, less than, the other thing is, it's less than it was projected on here.
For the general fund,
Yeah,
should we change it?
well, it'll really throw everything off.
How much less?
Well, cause I think it's a, I think it's a general versus the general and water and sewer together. If I'm right, it's general and water sewer together equals 666,000 or something like that. You see that?
I see
459,973.
Yeah.
And then you see
5808
Yeah,
2058.
205,886 on
Yeah.
water. So I think when we combine them, it equals that, which is a lot, is like $30,000 less,
This is
a combination of those two.
of the general fund
Yeah.
and the sewer, okay, well, that's less.
Yeah.
But we should probably put that in. If I mean, we can't pretend it's not, right? We can't.
Well, that one's better.
Is that off the bank statement?
Yeah, bank statement.
But this is a reconciled number, isn't it, from Andrea?
Or for,
Yeah,
This
that
is-
might,
The
yeah.
6, 7,
don't move it, don't you?
I don't know. She gave you that number as a reconciled number.
I think she did that based on, cause she did this in November or something like that.
Oh, so it's,
No, this isn't, is it?
Or
I
when
don't
did she
know
do
what
it?
we
December?
got this.
Let me see.
Here's one thing, policy you should put into effect right away. Every form, every document has the date
Yes,
and the person's initials,
Mhm.
yeah,
who's responsible for it. That way,
Start with that.
I did not
You
change
can
any.
put that on now. Date.
put my initials on it? Fuck that! I'm gonna put all of your initials on it.
Everyone's initials on it. But that way, because, and page numbers. Okay?
Yeah, page numbers too.
Page,
I think you could just put that in, insert page numbers.
yeah, this is.
When you print it, yeah, I mean, it's all one page on this document.
Yeah.
On the computer.
Okay,
Okay, so
so we don't,
we know we can edit this spreadsheet, which is
Right.
great. And we've got our bricks
done,
done, and so now we could do the,
water controls,
yes,
right? So you can add that in for 25,000.
as the 25,000 expenditure.
Income and
Income,
expense.
okay. And we're gonna label that 4600-4, DOLA.
No,
Well,
it's not Dole, it's the Department of Public Health and Environment, Colorado Department of Public Health, you do all initials.
Department of Public Health,
Public health, D and E, I think.
Dean. And that was the flow meter,
No, that's a new
Control
control.
is for the pumps. Pump house upgraded, whatever, how you
and so for revenue, that's 25,000, is that, and that's in water and sewer?
Yeah,
And then 25 out. So we're gonna come back down here in projects. We're gonna insert below, this will be 63002, D and E. Pump house upgrade, and we're gonna put that as also 25,000. Okay. So. We don't have to go in those grades. It's gonna be this number. Plus these grade numbers. We'll have to leave that out here. Okay. Next. In the other world,
So,
that's it? Great,
so where are we at as far as bottom line?
so
14,000 something.
we've gotta do. Use of 214. So that's gonna be. This.
You just must have gotten it.
I know, you got temporary license and number.
Yesterday she had her old car, and today, so.
That's because they got 10 out of 10 in road and track, and everyone likes it. The Honda Ioniq 5. I'm like, it's a pretty cool car.
They make a good vehicle.
They doubled their business, this, they got 100% increase on the business.
Toyota and Subaru aren't necessarily top dogs in Colorado.
Really? Oh,
With Honda and Hyundai.
Nissan, I heard, is having a really bad time.
Are they?
You hear that?
No.
They're getting bought out. By Honda,
By Hyundai?
well, no, by Honda,
Oh, Honda.
I think Honda is buying it,
So,
or merging with it.
this is still showing net income 14,176.
Yeah, it shouldn't. It had $14,000 negative.
Negative. It's a negative.
Right.
See if you change a number of like, without messing with it too much, try to change something like, add or subtract something in just for the heck of it and see if it changes.
Okay.
$1,000 something. You know.
The negative number should now be closer to 34,000. Negative.
Okay, so everything that we have edited right now this evening has to do with grants.
Right.
And it looks like that number is coming from the numbers that don't include grants. So like that $14,000 is taking our total expenditures without grants and our total revenue without grants and coming up with that number. And for some, so what's this adjusted? 216 and 217. And that's just our depreciation and the net income. So we've got this total, y'all see the, like, at the very bottom, total expenditures without grants? Right? And then below that is total expenditures with grants,
Right.
right? But for some reason, our net income is not, isn't, the formula isn't relating to the with grants. It's just without grants. So like, total expenditures without grants is $631,892. Total expenditures with grants is $794,629.
Again, it's just a calculation thing that needs. Like, I think there's,
But that, I mean, yeah, this is where it's like, we need, for some reason, it was set up that way originally. It's not because we've changed anything. For some reason, Andrea sent us something that,
right,
was set up
yeah, it
like
was
that.
set up on a county or something like that,
So
but I'm wondering if you click on like the actual like formula. If there's a way that you could include the grants into that and then just change.
I
that.
can,
Yeah.
yeah,
Cause we don't really need that with or without grants right now. We just need a bottom line that basically says what we're in positive or the negative.
so that would be total expenditures with grants. Total revenue with grants minus total expenditures with grants, right? So I can create that line.
Yeah. Or not.
Doesn't, US government has no problem with losing trillions and not knowing how to account for it. They don't feel too bad. The Defense Department hasn't passed an audit in 11 years.
Ooh, and they just keep going.
They're off by 8 billion this year.
8 million?
Billion.
That because they have money that's kind of like
It's kind of
shady
like,
money?
well, it's probably the shady money and the money that went to Zelensky so he could stick it in the Swiss bank account. I'll give it back to them.
It's just it's just a, what do you call it?
A rounding error.
Huh? No, it's just a problem that goes from the feds to the state, to the counties, to the.
So
And we're the ones that get hammered.
Yeah, and we can't balance the budget.
if you take total expenditures with grants minus the revenue with grants,
Yeah.
expenditures with grants, it's a negative $86,000. $86,825.85. Wow.
That's because that 56 we put in. Yeah, that would make sense, right? 56 and a 30.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
we're now-
that's a big number, but that seems right to everybody? That seems like more
So
correct?
what I'm trying to see is there any place that we're missing either cut, we really can't cut too many expenses, but we could. Well, for instance, like with the event, right, with 7,500, we could take 2,000 out of that.
You take 2,500 out.
2,500 out. And then not do any more events, and that's our only event of the year, so that's 2,500 right there. It's
Where,
under events, it says 7,500.
how much did we just promise?
4,500.
Okay, so we could put 4,500 in here.
And that was, you
83.
agreed, that knocked it down, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What else? So. What do you do about, like money that what do you think about the money that we spent, supposed to spend last year on the audit? We supposed to spend it in June for the 23 audit, but we didn't spend it. We ended up spending it this year. That's also gonna be carried over. Yeah,
You don't carry it over.
why wouldn't we carry it back? I would carry it back, carry it back.
First of all, I don't think your accounting of that is correct to begin with.
What do you mean?
I think you spent way more than you think you spent.
On what?
Sorry, on the audit,
No, we haven't spent
not
it.
the audit, on the forensic audit money.
I see what
The
you're.
money that you set
It
aside
makes
for
it
the
look like we're
forensic
operating
audit
at
last
a
year.
loss and we are.
last year.
Well, then.
I think you spent in excess of what you had budgeted. There is no surplus.
From Virginia and. This year we have budgeted 20,000 for forensic audit,
Where was that 30,000 coming from?
Okay,
30,000 coming from. The
56,000 for the repayment.
no, the 30, the extra, the 30. You had, there's 56 and then it's 80. So there's an extra 30, it's coming from.
Right, but originally there was 14,000.
Oh, from the,
And then there's the six.
And then there's the
no, that should be.
Grant.
20 for the grants that has to go in there, right?
It's 17 or something.
So there's still $6,000.
Yeah, that's it right there. It's the 6,700 and the 10,000 and the 14. That equals 30,
Yeah,
Okay.
and then 56.
and then 56 on.
And we just took off 2 to 3,
Mm-hmm.
so now,
So let's forget about the 56 just for the
but
moment.
then you have 30 left.
So deal with the 30,000,
Well, we just dealt with a little bit of it. We took
2,500.
3,000, we took off.
Oh, you took 3,000, okay. Good,
From the special event.
Yeah.
okay,
So we have 45 left, and that's what we committed to. Okay?
okay.
Perfect, yeah, so make sure.
So then, the other question is the audit stuff, because this year we budgeted 20 grand for forensic audit in here.
Yeah.
We haven't paid for the audit that's supposed to be done last year, is what I'm trying to say.
No, that's a separate line.
No, but that's 24. That should be 24, not 25. I'm saying that this is actually for the 24 budget.
Yeah.
This budget, whatever we have, 12,000, how much we
The
have?
audit, but that's forensic audit.
The regular audit,
The regular audit, you got like 14,000.
right,
Right,
that's actually for the 24 budget, not the 23 budget.
I get that. But I don't know that the accountant will agree with you, even though that's correct.
But I mean, we're receiving money from 24 that has to get the account, and then we have to spend money that we had in 24.
Service fees.
Because that's, right?
Yeah,
Because that- Dude, like, we don't have anything under
14,000
water monthly revenue and sewer monthly
It's
revenue.
24,
We just have
but then you have to put the money in for 25
90,000
budget,
in water and
which
sewer
isn't
services.
gonna be paid for 26.
Did we combine?
Well, it might be, because we might actually get 24
Just
done
make it
this
just
year.
one thing?
We might. She's on it, that's the thing, it's like she's working on him to get
Oh,
24.
whoa, you're saying the 24, but it might get done on top.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
it might get done this round.
So you still need the money.
Water and
I know,
sewer
that's what I'm saying,
monthly service
leave-
fees received,
The 14
$90,000.
as though, but all I'm saying is, we're gonna have to pay for 2 audits this year.
Because monthly 28 or monthly revenue.
It should be, but
billing.
the contract, you know, they last, in other words, that was budgeted last year, and we didn't spend it.
Right, but you only budgeted 14 out of 28.
You're asking.
Last year.
This year.
Yeah.
No, this year this year we're only supposed to pay for 1, but we're gonna be paying for 2. You see what I'm saying, like,
I get it.
so, if you,
I don't know.
it's the same thing that's happening in the other direction.
I get it.
So,
Yeah.
my point is, can we leave 14 in there? If, when we get the bill for this one, we pay it, it actually has to be an audit for 24. Another question for you, right? But is it cool?
I think you can up your liquor license revenue as well. Oh, sorry.
No.
More to.
Up to liquor.
You think it could be higher?
I think that could be right.
Cause I mean, that's the other thing, like, we can cut stuff all we want, but we should look at our revenues and see if those are correct.
Because what I know to be a fact is liquor licenses is a problem, so it's 100 each. I understand why they put 300. But T Road's about to.
I mean, I know
start something
I know we've been
else. It's
promised
gonna be a new app.
I don't know if
we
we
can
can-
transfer and
There's
ownership
another
of 750
70,000
to
in
$1,000
Okay,
right there.
Thousand.
Okay, that counted number.
so
Because
where,
they can't just renew
The
with
sales
new
tax.
people, they have to.
Well, for 70 grand.
so we've got liquor license, you think that it could be more,
Yeah.
is it $100 a year?
It's $100
Basically,
basically, you already have your license.
Okay.
But if you're doing a new license,
You did not do it, so you were done with
it's
it.
1,000.
Okay.
And if you're doing a transfer of ownership, it's 750.
And they're selling? Are they in like do they have someone buying it right now? So that's probably gonna happen this year? So we could say that that's gonna be more like,
750.
okay, you guys, did y'all hear what Ariel said?
Increase.
Something about regular revenue.
Yeah, I'm gonna increase it
Okay.
to $750 instead of 300.
Well, plus the other 2 renewals, cause.
Oh, right.
Althea's will renew and the Bliss. is
So-
due to renew.
We could be
Oh,
more
what
like
about the
9,
transfer?
That's
That's
what
what
I
we're-
that's why I asked you to up it.
so we could do 950, 950? Okay. So,
This is the old one?
Here's 24, they show 24, right? I'm looking for it, here it is, 430.
this 90,000?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
It
confused.
took it 500, but there was $70,000 allocated, which never got put into the savings account.
Because of
Because nobody did,
what you're saying about because of that extra money that was specifically.
we were putting it aside because of the sales tax crap with the BACA. We were setting aside $70,000. The money wasn't going to the BACA, the money was being set aside to deal with something in the future that might benefit either water and sale.
And if I remember correctly, Adam said that's.
And that's in the general fund.
Later. Or.
Well, Adam and I had a different
I know.
view, and that's when I called him a sack of shit, okay, a lion sack of shit, to be accurate.
Really warning.
And well, his response was fair also.
Listen, I have a question. We're looking under here, under water and sewer customer fees, 4804 -01, water and sewer monthly service fees received.
The oldest one?
That's the old guy.
$90,000.
500?
Hey, guys.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so on this document,
Yeah,
in the 4,800 line items, which is water and sewer
yeah,
stuff, we've got 4804-01, which is water and sewer monthly service fees received. You guys see that?
90.
90,000.
90,000.
What is that?
That is all,
supposed to be all your income from water sewer?
So that's a total.
yeah,
That's the total combined water and sewer bill.
And so that's why the 2 line items under it, water monthly and sewer monthly, have nothing.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, so, the accounting for 2024 that Andrea is doing, and I'm not sure, I'd have to go find where I highlighted it. She had, an additional line in there for like $40,000 that I didn't understand where it was from. Right there, 40,000. Yeah, there we go, that's
I guess I'm wondering in the same space why hydrant fees and fire protection fees are. Why they're both on there, cause it's the same.
because they changed the name of it,
Oh, so.
Yeah,
it's
they have to
different
leave the line.
But changing, okay, perfect.
and that's why the fire protection should have zero and hydrant fee, and it couldn't,
We should change the name to protect the innocent.
it should have changed. After all, nobody had a problem.
So,
Dragnet,
Oh,
Does that seem accurate?
doesn't add up.
That's,
For hydrant fees.
huh?
the hydrant should be around 16 there.
For those on there.
Yeah, it was 50 something.
and should our monthly revenue from water and sewer
We did. Where,
be about $90,000?
Yeah.
And if that's the monthly revenue, then
It's not monthly.
yearly, that's the
It's
yearly,
not yearly.
okay.
Right, yearly is about 16, and bulk water fees, right, and then that's it.
Another person, you can share that with us, and you change stuff, we can watch you change it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you do that.
You can always make people view this and then we can't change it and you can just own the changing.
I wanna be able to watch,
Who wants to be a viewer?
I can't see your view, yeah.
You want
I'm just gonna stand over you, but.
No, I can totally, I'm happy to share it right now. I would be more than happy.
We can do it if you want, I don't need it for
Um,
now.
okay, so I'm gonna share it with you, and what's your email, Warren?
WSTEP.
WSTEP,
I'm gonna have you send it to my Google,
okay.
81131
81131.
at Gmail.
So that's WSTEP81131 @gmail.
We're kind of making progress, but we're also still showing an unbalanced budget.
Had we done this in 24, we could have saved another 11 grand by paying off the loan. The water and sewer.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the majority, like, if you don't.
Had we done it in 24, I mean, you could say that next year, had we done this.
If you don't
That's right,
include,
2 years to go.
if you don't include grants, then our negative balance is $10,500. So like, the big deal is that we've got these grants, which I think will probably reflect a negative balance until they're done.
No, you could claim all the income.
But we had to pay back the 56,000.
Oh, 56,000 separate.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's a huge, that's the biggest.
And I'm gonna say that
portion of this.
56,000 was for something, whether it was, should have been 40,000 or 35,000, it doesn't matter, it was for something that actually helped the town. I know you don't agree, we agree, we think it really did help the town, because there was something that happened, there was a bigger leak than we thought.
if that would have continued, that would have probably by this time, it might have exceeded that 56,000 in damaged pipe and water. Or sewer bills.
Maybe, but
That's okay.
I'm just saying that 56,000 sucks to have to pay it back, but it's also something that did help the town.
You're right, you got something for the
Yeah, it's not,
56,000.
yeah.
That's fine, I'm not fighting that fight anymore.
So we have $10,526 over. We have to figure out where we're gonna pull that.
Hold on one second, this is not.
Sorry, the raises today? No.
Huh?
I'm just joking.
No, it's fine.
Joking.
That was my point.
Huh? That was your.
You can get back 400 from trustee wages, cause you put it at 10 grand, but it should be 96.
Okay, there you go, 400.
Where?
Did you get this back from?
Hey, every little bit right now is, we can get under 5 digits.
That's under town hall
Count,
operation?
it's under 61102.
178.
Okay, and what was it need to be?
96.
9,600.
Let's just see, okay, so the other one that I think we could take from, and we were just talking about this, I really do think, it says one-time forensic audit, $20,000. Now, this is something that we were just talking about. We have to pay for the audit that we were supposed to pay for in 24, that is 423 in 25. Okay? That shouldn't be on this budget, it should be on 24 budget.
Going by the
It's
line
kinda-
we talked about before,
Right.
where it was budgeted for and should have been taken,
Right, it's the
really
same kind of
should
thing
be
as
from that budget,
the
and not
opposite,
from this year's budget.
right? So we have to remember that when you pay that,
Yeah.
it's the auditor thing. Okay, so then we have 14,000 for the 24 budget, which hopefully will be paid in 25. See that? 61105?
Yeah. So you're taking the $20,000 and doing what with it?
No, we already have 14 in here budgeted, and then under that line item, there's 20.
Taken care of for 24.
25 is taken care of for 24.
And now
24,
25 has to be taken care of for 25. So you have
that's
to add,
next, huh? No, what I'm saying is, if we leave the 14 in here, and that covers 24 budget, or audit. So, then we have this one-time forensic audit that says $20,000. We could either knock it down so that it balances the budget, or take it completely out
you know, positive.
and have a positive number.
Well, I mean, we're still at
What's the question?
82,000.
But I'm saying, that's again with the grants and stuff, but we could take out 25,000 if we.
Yeah,
I
they
mean, the
are.
problem is that, again, there was some promises made that Warren is kind of sticking to, and, you know, sort of like, it's sort of like a quid pro quo. Start balancing the budget, or keep your promises on.
I mean, if we took that down, without grants, we need $10,126 to balance things, not including the grants.
Well, there's other things I have questioned about too, like under professional services, I'm kind of confused by some of these numbers.
Which one?
Line 81,
Yeah,
there's a line called all other, which is $6,000, we're just talking about just general like contracting. I guess that would make sense to me, what's 5,000 for public works?
That's the amount for,
extra help.
like, right now you're paying for, not
Drew.
Brett.
Oh, Brett.
Brett. Am I
Right,
okay
yeah,
like that?
that's confusing.
You're paying Brett X number of dollars. That's to cover for water and sewer.
But that's not gonna continue much longer, is it? That contract?
But it's only, recently, it's only been $300 a month.
I think it's like, I think they put that in there specifically for things like if we had small, need help with like the landscaping or something like that. You know, we could hire somebody.
But could that number come down, especially when Brett was at 300 a month instead of? And is our building inspector gonna do 20 inspections this year at $50?
Probably not, and I mean, it's not, he doesn't have to go inspect every single,
That's gonna cut your income.
what?
That's cutting your income.
Yeah, because we put it in the opposite way.
Oh, I see, okay. Double edged.
But, no, but public works is not an income, that's a liability. So we could cut down 5,000 to 3,000, I mean,
Oh, okay, so
I'm just asking questions, you don't have to.
it's a good question. We could cut money there, I think. I think money can be cut there.
Cut in,
I know that the accounting for money that I was seeing in 24 is off by thousands of dollars because of how it was handled. There's mileage numbers in there for Brett.
Brent or Brett?
Brett,
Brick.
Brent too, but I won't go there. Brett had money it was being charged to the wrong account. It should have been under professional services.
Right.
Okay, which would have jacked up the professional services higher. It was being carried under mileage, and the mileage number was all screwed up. It was like over $7,000, I think, for mileage last year. Yeah,
Are you looking at
But-
professional services under public works, Ariel?
I
So-
was looking at professional services, 61105,
Okay,
line 81, under town hall.
gotcha.
So the main thing, Ariel, I think when you know, are doing this kind of breaking out of expenses, you're gonna be just really just getting into the weeds with it. If you don't understand where it's supposed to go, just leave it aside and wait and wait till we know where it's supposed to go.
I mean, that makes sense.
Because what he's saying is that, like, we're getting one invoice and then we're taking it out of one fund, one area, when it should be taken out of two areas, right?
no, the opposite.
It was multiple ones that should have been
Yeah,
taken.
he's saying that it should have, his mileage should have been included as part of the professional service, but she was taking it out of
Mileage.
our mileage as employees. And that's a common problem we've had, was how people were like categorized, like Andrew shouldn't have been entered as an employee, he really should have been like a contractor.
Yeah, contract.
Yeah.
But with Brett,
Shouldn't have been hired, but we kind of needed the expert help.
we did have
Do,
It's a show.
the beginning where there were some of his invoices that were legitimately stood. Cause they were charged to like the Living Wisdom Project. Should have been. And there's something else.
I think things got like a little wonky along the way,
Yeah.
and then the chart
So-
of accounts changed, and then that was.
And I think- And I'm not 100% on this, but I think you can actually, in the accounting, you can go deeper in the subcategories. You can actually take a category and make it more detailed.
I only know that paperwork I see that's presented to the board. I have no insight into it.
According to Andrew, she said you can, when you're accounting, you can get more details.
I'm sure you can, but my point is, what I was seeing was not accurate.
It wasn't coming out of the right funds. The right,
It wasn't
Right.
being allocated to the right account
right,
in general.
right. I agree, and
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
why,
like-
and that's why we're having problems now, because we cannot seem to like get the calculations exactly right, or have the, that, we just don't know.
Okay,
even right now, it's like in this budget, in this draft, we've got professional services, water, sewer, 10,000, it's under the general fund. Should that actually be out of the water and sewer fund?
it's water and sewer out of the general.
It's water and sewer out of the general.
Yeah, because we don't have a separate budget for water and
Okay.
sewer.
Then-
The other thing we need to consider when we go through this, if we ever go through another similar project of Living Wisdom, is to make sure that we collect enough money in the permit fees to cover expenses from professional services. If we have to hire an engineer and do some big time research over there, we really been screwed. Yeah, plus at least $5,000 already, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So did we ever get that money from Living Wisdom? We did?
And that's
And
another.
that's actually there is a line that says, where is it?
Says donations, it's in the
It
wrong
says it
place.
under 4500, it should be in 24. Another one of those ones that you're gonna see, Ariel, you're gonna see it come up. We're gonna have to tell the auditor. 25,000 from Living Wisdom.
It's three items, that's 25 grand there, the last, what was the other two?
The two grants, when we get the reimbursements for grants.
Right.
And anyway, you'll see it. I mean, it's not gonna be like that hard to tell that that's 24.
For sure.
But it came in
It also
25,
helps that I was here in 24, so.
Huh?
remember.
This is incoming 25.
it came in 24. Oh, came in 24.
Yeah.
but it's not a donation. And that's,
What would you call it?
I'm calling it what it is, it's a water and sewer,
Okay,
that fee. Right?
right.
It should have been.
So I mean, you could find that one and go into QuickBooks and find that deposit. I don't know if it's separated out, but you could note it, you know, for the auditor
Here it's a
donation.
4,500 donation.
But it's not, and then there's a note on the side. It says needs to be in water and sewer.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
So here's what I wanna do real quick,
How much money do we have to make up?
with the grants,
before the
without,
grants or after? the
And are
grants?
you taking out that 20,000?
that's what I'm wondering, cause we could balance it right now.
That's my question.
For
Minus,
the forensic
56.
audit thing?
If you take out the forensic audit, then you'll be in the black, is that right? That's when you're positive.
Before grants, yeah.
wait a second. Is that 56 was actually supposed to be like, we paid it way back in 23. 20, when did we do that thing? Where we spent that money, or we were supposed to be 22? 22. I'm just saying, like,
22.
I'm just saying that,
You're stretching it.
Actually, it could even be 21.
You're really stretching.
I'm just wondering why, again, we're like accounting for it, and I know we're gonna pay it out, but.
I think it should.
I mean,
be
it's like if we're
26.
receiving money. If we're receiving money in 25 for stuff that happened in 24, but we're paying for shit that happened in 21. I mean, it's. It's like we're making our budget look like,
I personally would go through and cut other expenses. We take the time to go through line by line
okay,
and get whatever you need to get the $15,000. That's gonna take hours. I am willing to go along with your view of cutting the forensic audit,
okay, so we.
because I don't even believe you're gonna do it. Okay?
You know,
And when you do need to do it, it's gonna cost you $50,000. And I'm not kidding.
no, he's right, and we nibble away at that thing.
No, but we had it in last year's budget, and now we have it in this year's budget.
But you spent $40,000 in 24, and you only budgeted 20.
No, but some of that was professional services and things like that, and other stuff. It
So
wasn't just,
if cutting that 20
it wasn't
grand,
just from that.
which is in the black, then.
No, but listen to where else we can cut. Cemetery expansion and drainage.
Yeah,
We don't need to do that much this year. I mean, we could do some, we could spend 10 grand.
But
You
the
take 10.
cemetery fund separate?
Cemetery expansion and drainage has 20,000 in there.
I was looking at that too.
I mean, I know that it'd be cool to do some stuff,
Oh, yeah.
but we could do a lot less. Well,
I feel like you still should go line, I know it's gonna take hours.
I'm just trying to find the big ones.
There's money, and there's things that should be reappropriated too, like, if you're looking at training and off-site meetings, I don't think $1,000 is enough. That's like me going to clerk school and Brent never doing training again.
So, but what I'm saying
But
is,
do you need as much for like printing and copying and,
well, your printer bill's been pretty high, and we went off a bill.
I thought it's been like 60, it's been low.
Didn't we go off a
Hasn't it
bill
been
that we had?
375 a month?
That was, the previous year when everything was so high,
This year, it's been like 100 or less every month for go-bins, and they take care of everything, including the toner and stuff, so. You're talking about spending 375, but really what you need is like 100 a month. It's just some of these, I don't know. Maybe because like I'm in the office doing it.
No, I think you should, we should go line by line, but I'm looking at the like really
The
big ones.
yeah.
Like, the cemetery expansion would be great to have money to put towards that,
Yeah,
and we're probably gonna need some,
yeah,
but we could do up to, 10.
yeah,
Take it 10 off,
Take 10 off that, take 10 off the other one.
I take 10 off of your accounting.
Okay, I'm gonna turn cemetery expansion and drainage into 10,000.
Okay, and then the auditor, forensics.
The one-time forensic audit,
Okay,
line 89.
I actually think our regular audit's gonna be cheaper too, even though.
I don't think you're gonna pass. I think you're gonna spend more money.
Pass it?
I don't think you're gonna pass your audit. I think you're gonna fail your audit.
okay, why did that not? Change.
I saw it work.
Did it work?
Yeah, 126.
Okay,
Now go up to cemetery, or sorry, forensic audit, which is on,
I changed that one.
oh,
That's why I'm confused.
oh. Hmm.
There's some changes there. That changed. But that, where did that change? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh. I see why. Hold on one second.
Didn't see that one line, 183.
Yeah, that line is, ooh,
Oh, uh-oh.
uh-oh.
The whole section missing.
Maybe,
Three, I see 183 in there.
you see. That. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Supposed to be. Okay, I see what the deal is here. Just give me 1 second. It's because this,
The 10,000 is in there.
well, so are you looking at this sheet right now?
Yeah.
All of these numbers,
Uh-huh.
this is the sum of those numbers, but somebody just added it and put it in there. So, does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay, so that number needs to be adjusted by $10,000. Which would make it 98,000, so I'm just gonna do that.
Shouldn't it
So
be
now-
88,000, cause I thought you were taking that one-time forensic off altogether.
We swapped it between that and, we took 10 off the forensic audit and 10 off the cemeteries. and drainage.
Okay,
oh.
So-
Some of these numbers, like, when you add them, like, they don't
no,
have a calculation mixed in.
okay, so now we're in the positive by 9,874.
Well, that was easy, let's go. Still at 70 grand.
62. 62,775. Oh, you're saying 70 grand from before?
I also still think there's a problem with the water and sewer.
Right, not transferring enough money from the 5% or the 25% or whatever.
It's not, it shouldn't be in the available funds. It's
Goes into the account, that extra account.
right, and I don't know what it's 71,000 this year. It was 60 something thousand, 68,000 last year.
Where's this one?
It's
For capital reserve contribution,
4104-1.
a negative.
So was last year the first year that actually, because of the ballots, I'm confused at what year we did them. And did it only start putting the money in 24? Or was that in 23?
Wait, I'm lost.
That ballot thing has always confused me, but
And I had big issues still with that, but that's for the next election.
That wasn't in the ballot for this year.
No, it was, when did it take effect? Did it start at 20, did it start at 24, or did it start at 20?
help our water and
I
sewer.
got it at home.
There you go.
In which case, there's another $60,000 that's not showing. Oh, there it is. No, it's not there.
The 71,428 that's in negative, no.
Yeah, I mean. And the 68,000 for the year before,
I see that. But why isn't that in negative?
it should be a negative. It should be a negative, and the sales tax above it should be raised by the 68.
Can you do that now?
What?
Parentheses, in 20. I don't know if it.
In the green column here, in the first section,
It's no, line 14.
Full
68,106, that needs to be a negative in parentheses. Even though, I think that whole 24 thing is messed up anyway, I mean, that whole.
well, it's gonna be, because you don't have ordered numbers.
So,
Should we share this with Andrew? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would think so.
probably. Do you want me to try to make that a negative number?
So the line above it should add, you should add the 68, 106.10 to the number above it.
That's
The
it,
four-
grand.
The 408,
6,000 plus the.
636, 56,
Okay,
right? Because that's the total sales tax collected. And then the capital account would be negative.
the water sewer capital
See what I'm
account?
saying?
Yeah.
I think as we get
Uh,
to finishing these off and we see the economy, how it comes to us, we're better reason that we should do the next time. You know, we should.
I'm just happy that we're now on the.
so that's 408.
Like 476.
I just don't know where to put that number. Like where, like. If we wanna add these two numbers, what cell do I put that in?
So add the 60.
Right,
You're ready.
right here,
No, I'm not in a hurry. I
Or
just
right here.
Think it would be cool to start looking at it, because then we
Yeah,
can combine it with this little road thing.
Because that's a total sales
Like
tax.
to because I just sold that last.
okay, so,
As well, so.
There's no one plot, right?
Well, there's that extra one, remember
Okay.
someone had double walked in?
And I'll put
So I think we
parentheses
could use
on the
that.
68 that's correctly.
What if we do the road that we talked about that
This
goes
one?
Yeah,
across? And we start
That
expanding that
is-
way, going like
just put
Scaling out
parentheses.
and like phases.
out to the
but
west.
it's, I got
Yeah,
the
phases
phases
going
around
around
this.
Oh,
That's the
dense,
formula.
well, they kind of did some, but we could,
There you go.
I mean, we're gonna have to take out some trees. We have to start-
That doesn't make
I
sense.
think he said he'd be down to do
Okay.
more work in
Because
that
this
cemetery area too,
should
which
be a
is so
positive
dense.
number.
that,
This one?
You know, you
But I
be
think-
really targeted about what you
Yeah.
want him to do. By that, I mean Daniel.
Okay, so that's a positive number, so this,
That's the deal.
I just, where'd that,
We have the map in here?
but this is just
Oh,
the
that one that
total.
Greg had?
Right. It's a seven, that's 1/7 of the sales tax. Well, the total sales tax, that's 1/7. So if you were to divide,
Is this the total sales tax?
that's the total sales tax, okay? And
Okay,
so it's, the sales tax for the town is 3.5, so that's, and the sales tax for water and sewer is 0.5. So that's 1/7 of the total sales tax collected. So you can divide 476 by 7 and you'll get 68, whatever.
okay,
Okay, and that amount is being put aside for the capital fund,
okay,
okay? But it's not, it's coming out of income and being moved to capital.
This is it, this is right.
One more time.
yeah, the.
I mean, to make this correct, it should be, that should be a positive number, that should be a negative number, and this number here should be a positive number of 137,088,000.
So to make that happen. J14. Okay, that's nothing. So, okay, I can just take this, make this not a. Calculation.
No, it has to be subtracted.
So.
I just don't know how to turn, cause this is just giving me a total of the capital reserve contribution. So it's just totaling up what's ever in these three cells, so if this is a positive number in this cell, then that's why it's giving me a positive number. So either this has to be a negative number, or this can't be a calculation, for me to make that negative.
Or.
If you make it a negative number, I'm just calculating what's three cells.
Yeah,
These three,
even though it's really dense, but.
which is the capital reserve contribution for the general fund,
Okay, right,
conservation and water
Is that
sewer,
over here?
okay, right, so these, no formula
That
for
would give us,
here,
you know,
okay,
right? Make this
this is
negative,
a drain.
right, that's
and
what,
then when you make that negative, it should reduce this number
By
by
that number.
68,000.
yeah,
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
that's what I was suggesting.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now is there a formula on this line?
We need like,
Oh, you want?
Yes,
we could.
it's the sum
Of the three
of
lines,
these
This
three lines.
okay,
could access over here too.
so it's coming out of the general fund.
That, I don't-
This line here
Mhm.
should be the sum of 71,000 here
Uh-huh.
and 68,000.
Fence here.
The sum of positive 71,000,
There.
No, it's a negative, it's
And
coming
this
out
road
of
had
the general fund.
It opens up and then you access
And,
this way.
are you saying it should be the sum of this negative 71,000 and this positive 68,000?
No, I'm saying it should be.
But this is all fence, I mean.
This is coming out of the 500,000, okay? And it goes into water and sewer, so it's coming out here and going in here. So it should be this plus this in this.
So then we can take big trees. And have a mausoleum next to it, you know, just have a lot and. You have to be careful of the roots, but you could have like a certain distance from the tree. But you're not digging, you're just.
Yeah, you just put it on.
Placing a big thing.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of space.
One more parcel here. Oh, it's because I put these things in.
Work with that end of
It doesn't work.
So like maybe.
Okay.
Discount, you know.
139,534.
Sure.
I mean, if I've got the right year, if it didn't start the year before,
15.
that's what should be in the capital fund for
X
water and
amount of
sewer.
dollars, right?
Okay.
It'll save you, you know, yeah.
And
150
how's
each instead of, right, whatever plot is, so 150 times
So
15 times 10.
now
See,
our net income,
And they have to pay for.
now we're in the positive every year.
Too, yeah, you know, so.
We're 149, we're positive $76,000 with our grants.
We should find.
For our
out
net
a company that does it.
That's not right.
No, because they're ready.
Didn't you have?
Should have paid for
Which one?
the 139, right?
They definitely do that.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's so common in like Japan.
That's the water sewer,
Yeah, but-
yeah. So that, are you saying that shouldn't be in this calculation?
I would do that today.
Yeah,
Yes. Yes, it should not be in the calculation.
it's here. And then have another.
Like, that shouldn't be in our net income,
Right, it's not income.
right, it's, so that should
We
just,
should talk to Matt about moving this. How that's.
It's a capital fund, like reserve. Reserve.
okay, so the reserve should not be
And I-
part
the
of
other-
this.
Okay, and here's another thing that's gonna really screw everything up. You need to have that Haven reserve in there,
And gate and everything.
and that's not in there, and the cemetery reserve
There's
is
a lot
not
of
in
people
there.
who actually volunteered to work on that, like Sean. That's cool. He has much volunteer, because we did too.
I don't know what you just did, Warren. You just, but it's,
That's in 2024, right? Well, that was 25. What happened?
but so this reserve should not be part of that net income calculation. Okay, but
It's on an operating income.
this is a capital reserve contribution,
That's right, that's where it's going. That part's right, I think.
okay, so,
Okay.
but it just shouldn't be part of the calculation down here.
That's right.
Okay, so I need to figure out how to take it out of that, what's that?
Why is it called a contribution? Because the sales tax, 0.5% of the sales tax,
Has to go into a separate account.
0.5% of the sales tax is supposed to go into water and sewer. 50% of the, 2.5% goes into each one of those accounts. The 10% of that amount should be available for operating. But there's a big fight over the wording between the resolution and the ballot. And this is one fight I've been fighting for 3 years. Oh, we won't deal with it tonight. But that's out there still. Plus,
What is your?
150 or 200,000 stolen.
So where does this put us now if we're making that adjustment?
We should end up with the same net at $6 grand or whatever we had before. Nine.
Yeah, but the thing is the way this spreadsheet is set up is this contribution is being figured into the net income. And so I have to figure out how to adjust the spreadsheet so that the contribution is not part of the net income total. Does that make sense? Like if I, with what Warren just said to do. When we come down here, it looks like our net income is now 149,000,
Well, it's a reserve.
right?
Yeah, so here,
You can't count it as,
no, it's not income. Here's how it should have been handled, okay, and this does not handle it. There should be a reserve thing, you need to have 3% taken out of the budget. So there's another 20, whatever,
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
19,000.
Like this would just be a reserve and it wouldn't be counted. It's basically, we don't get to touch this.
That's right.
Yeah.
And 3% has to be there. And then you got the conservation trust fund for $5 grand and your natural burial for 17, which I think is off by thousands. And then the operating reserve is there. also, I mean, we're not gonna get
there,
there tonight.
no. I
What-
really,
what is
I
your-
almost feel like we should. I don't know exactly how to fix this right now,
Yeah,
how
it
to
doesn't
fix
matter.
this.
What is your gripe about the election,
So the resolution,
yeah,
okay, says 10% of the sales tax money. Originally, it was
sales
all,
tax, I mean, the money that,
the 10% of the 0.5%.
okay,
Okay? Originally, all of that money should have gone into operations. It should not have been set aside for capital reserves.
Okay.
Leslie came in and doubly screwed it up.
Okay.
Afterwards, all right? But the resolution says 10% of that money
okay,
can be used for operations to balance the capital reserves. The ballot doesn't say that. So the ballot says that it goes to capital reserves. That's right. And that's a fight I had with Lisa because of the resolution
so
saying,
didn't they do another resolution?
no, they didn't.
So I should leave this number in here
I would leave that number in there,
and figure out how to take it out of the net income.
take it out of the net. Okay, and you don't have to do that now because we know there's $9,000 deposited right now, okay? But you're gonna have to take out the reserves out of someplace. I don't know where they come out.
So, Warren, so you're saying that Leslie, when she was here, she did start taking that 10%?
No, oh, she was taking 100. Well, between her and Lisa, they took out between $100,000 and $200,000 out of the water and sewer account and put it into the general fund for operations against the regulations of the town.
Okay,
To
and that's,
pay payroll.
I think payroll.
That's pay
No,
payroll, that's
but
what it
they
is.
said, do you remember when she came to us and she goes, we just found like $300,000 that wasn't accounted for, and that's why we bought that land. I'm wondering if that was it. Because there was money, that was why we bought that land, was because we had extra money. And we said, and I know that it wasn't in the, but I know it was screwed up the way it was done. But I'm telling you that that's what they told
I
us.
understand, I have been a complete asshole and jerk, okay? They're not gonna change that. But you're a test. The money, yeah, the bush.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe now it was.
But the money, okay, so I have a question.
I don't know where the 300,000, the 300,000 might have been in your hand.
I don't know where the hell that money came from.
And you have it in your checking account. There was a point at which you were spending more than you were taking in, and you were eating into your existing balance,
Okay,
okay?
right, I remember that.
3 years ago, that's what was going on when she was here.
Right.
You were spending
More than we were bringing.
more than you were bringing in.
And when we bought that land, then it was extra. All I'm saying is, if you wanna know where that money is,
300,000.
it's in that land.
No,
So,
no,
yeah,
no, because this is subsequent to buying the land.
but if it was, I mean, if you're looking for cash, that's saying, okay, like, if she did that, and she put it in the general fund for operations per
No,
se.
the land got bought previous to the money coming out of water and sewer. Okay, it didn't come out of water and sewer and you buy the land.
Where did she find $300,000?
This shithole place has been wrong for 5 years. I'm insane.
But we ended up buying the land.
So you're not insane, you're lucky, you're shit lucky. You bought the land,
We still have money in the account, we're not bankrupt.
and you got money in the account, and it's only because of what? The sales tax coming in from the Baca still. Which hasn't dropped that much as far as I. Well, what's our 40, what's this month's sales tax, around 43 3,000
This one's,
roughly, for anyone.
What I'm saying is if we want it to be
they've all
even,
been around 14,000, is that what you said?
It should be over 40 grand, from 37 to 52. The sales tax that we collect, that we get from the state each month.
so what I'm saying is that even though the money was eventually, or beforehand, put into land, I'm saying if we sold that land,
You'd have $300,000 more.
$300,000 more, and we could allocate it into the funds that you're talking about, and we would be even Steven, great, basically.
It's only because the numbers are near each other.
Huh?
It's only because the numbers are relatively near each other.
But I'm saying, that's pretty, I mean,
You could, but you're not going to.
no, so it's sitting in there as an asset.
Yeah.
So that's where it is.
It's about
If you want-
45, it's about 45,000.
Okay, so the sales tax hasn't dropped that much.
That's pretty good. Oh.
Yeah, so if it's 45,000, it's 450, we're over 500 grand for the year. Right? And if your income comes in, you have to do a supplemental budget.
Why don't we, increase the income on here? We don't have to do something like that.
To do that.
Should, if that's how much it is, should be like 560.
Well, you take the whole year and see. I mean, I don't know why, they threw 70,000 back in
70,000.
from last year.
Oh.
That should have gone into the savings account.
So increase the sales tax up to 570, put 70 into the savings account, is that what you're saying?
You just take, when you do your supplemental budget, take it out of your cash and just put it in there. You don't have to screw up this year's budget. Right?
45. 540,000. That was for, December?
God damn it, where are you?
What month was that we got 45?
It was actually 46 in his last month.
For December, that's a low month,
Yes.
right?
I can always see you.
No, you can see him.
I see you, Mateo. I know you're always kind of high.
I'm trained, I can see you.
Mateo, did you get my text?
I did.
You're blending in with that photograph behind you. Yeah.
Yes, I'll take it. I need my camera paint, my makeup. I wore military makeup for a long time.
Yeah,
You still have it on.
What's that?
I thought you still had it on.
I was about to-
It's just,
I was about
He's one of those civilians that really still thinks he's in.
I'm just so tactical.
For December, we got 44,754.
November, that's November.
55.
November.
No, that came in January 9th, so we could be December number. And then your November number was. $46,212.69.
That's in the winter. Huh?
You can boost your income hit up over 500.
We'll do it. Tell her.
I'm still,
Oh,
She's trying to solve the other problem now.
I don't know how to get rid of this capital reserve contribution out of the net income. Like, nothing I've done so far
can you eliminate the whole column?
corrects it. I mean,
So why don't we add a reserve section? If we had a whole one of these between the dark black line,
yeah,
okay? And you could zero that out, and that would take it out, right?
okay, so you're saying,
Am I correct in saying?
say it again,
No, it's not correct. I can see it's not correct. This one for being 71,000 to 68,000.
right,
But if you got rid of this whole thing.
Yep.
And we made a section.
Another column?
Put it over notes.
like right now, this is saying that our capital reserve contribution is negative 71,000. from, that's what it's,
From the sales tax.
it's
That's because it's an expense, like it comes out of
because it's a contribution.
an expense.
Yeah, you're moving it from sales tax here
You have to create another
to
fund,
reserve.
just another, whole column
Under tax revenues,
to the right of to the right of the total, or right of water and sewer. Needs to be another column.
It needs a whole section like that,
of reserves.
of reserves, because you have multiple reserves that, you have to have a table reserve at a minimum.
Well, I'm saying, why not put it as a whole other column?
Oh, it's a column.
Column, because here's like a column that doesn't have anything in it, but it just says what the total is. You create another column and then take the 71 and put it in there. It won't do anything except for show that it was,
I mean, right now, it's serving its purpose. If $71,000 is what's supposed to be in our capital reserve.
Yeah.
Then it's serving its purpose right now. It's just not the most, like,
but isn't it a fund, it's a separate fund? So what? Why not create a column and write what it is?
because then we're gonna have to,
You gotta.
mess with all the formulas. It makes it more,
What about just like put in W over here?
But you've got four different ones. It's not one.
Right,
You've got four reserves.
so right now we've got our capital reserve contribution.
Right, and that's not even on here.
No,
Like creating another,
each column should be a separate fund. Each column,
No,
that's what it is here.
I know, but I'm not. Okay, so then you need a separate column for the cemetery. Okay, and then the
But
cemetery.
what if we just have like a sub column over here just to show what we're doing?
Because the money has to come out of the account.
It is. Here it's coming out. Right? Isn't that coming out or is that going in?
the 71,
Yeah.
that's coming out.
Coming out of sales tax. 500,000 sales tax, 71,000 coming out, 71,000 coming out of the sales tax and being put in capital reserve. Right?
Right.
So there needs to be a capital reserve line. And there needs to be a table line and.
But those, you're saying a row versus a column.
Yeah, a row.
So a
sorry,
row,
row.
but if we put it as a row, then it gets mixed into this whole,
And it is. It has to. You have to subtract the reserves from your available funds.
And those, so basically all of those have to come out of sales tax. Cause that's where we make money.
well, first of all, the sales tax is too low, so we
It should be
decided we're gonna raise that.
What should it be?
It should be like 540.
That's what I got. 540,
Okay,
he was saying 570,
that's been nice.
I know, we could do
My
5.
first time ever.
Not me neither, anyone.
Okay, yeah, cool. I just am checking.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, so that,
We're getting down to 22,000 on that.
Nice.
Liking this is fun.
You've got about 250,000 more that has to come out.
I'm telling you, it's in the land.
No, it
It's
has.
in the land, it's being held as
I'm
an
not talking
asset.
about that. I'm not talking about.
Where are we gonna get it from? It's in an asset, we've spent it,
That should be in there.
huh? It should be in there, it should have been in there, and that's what one of his biggest gripes, is that it never it wasn't a supplemental budget.
You never budgeted the money. You never went to the public to get permission.
I wasn't here.
I wasn't either,
I was barely here.
was not here.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna be saying that for the next. I'm gonna say next 10 years.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're here almost a year, huh? Over a year.
Problem is, the more here you are, the more
kill
blame you get.
Right, that's why you gotta dip after, you know, year and a half, it's a great time.
That's why Mateo's been keeping it on the minimum, because the more you're here, the more blame. The more you're guilty. The more you're guilty.
Skating to the forest, that way wearing green color. Gotta be tactical about this. It's
As
true.
long as it's not orange.
One day I'll surprise you all with colorful outfits.
So. If we need to. Add in reserves.
Yeah.
Then. Where did this maybe I'm backtracking, but where did this 71,428 for the capital reserve contribution come from?
From sales tax.
So,
And now that number is no good because you now have to take out
540.
540 divided by 7.
okay, so the capital reserve contribution is supposed to be,
77,142.
but it's supposed to be negative.
Yep, negative in that column. Negative in the far right column.
So,
How do I make that?
Warren, if we have money that's in the bank account,
You can use that for your reserves. I don't know if you can use it for your Tabor.
that's interesting.
Tabor has to be 3%. I don't know.
So what, wait, capital reserve contribution. Didn't we need to have a reserve written in there? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, we didn't do that?
No. It's $227,000 over there.
That we can use,
In fact, it's almost 300 now that it's
so we
77.
can use our bank account for that, right? Or no?
I think you can use the bank account. I don't know if it has to come out of the budget. It has to come out of available funds.
And it just sits there anyways, but it goes into a reserve.
That's
You want
considered available funds. You could take it out of the $671,000.
Oh, right. The idea is we're not trying to dip into any of our reserves. I mean, any of our bank accounts. We wanna run off of our.
You should run the year on the income you come in, spend it in the year you get. If you got surplus, it goes into the bank account.
Yeah, but then we can use that bank account as our reserve fund. And you're saying that maybe we should put that in a separate.
It should be in separate accounts,
Yeah, it should be in separate.
separate bank accounts.
So in other words, he's
just split it up into different banks.
He's saying that
That's
the
a separate, I'm not gonna go down that road.
I mean, that makes sense, the same way he was saying we should have like a water sewer bank account.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, we could do that, and we already kind of split it up here. So, you're talking about,
I mean, there should be a way at First Southwest that you have the general fund, and then you have all these sub-accounts. If they don't have that ability to have those sub-accounts, then yes, you should look for a new bank. But, and the fact that you've got,
maybe a closer one.
what's that?
Oh, I said maybe a closer one, so we don't have to pay for mileage.
You can't, there is none. No, you can't, we're deal with them, they're against, credit unions don't count for municipalities.
so what are you trying to show me?
The reserve.
Total reserve, that one.
You're big.
Along with the fact that you have to add in the water and sewer reserves for that. So there's $39,000 more, it's now $7,000 more. It's over $140,000 more that you have to have in reserves.
So that should really, if that can just come out of available funds, we could take that out of the beginning balances
Yeah,
for our budget,
yeah,
right?
okay, but yeah, that's right.
Correct. Okay,
I think that's a better way of doing it. I don't know whether that's the right way. But yes, it should come out of the available funds.
So it shouldn't get in, I mean, everything below those available funds at the top are all calculated, so you're gonna have to make a new calculation for any, if you're gonna.
And one of the buggers with Tabor is because it's a percentage of your expenses. It changes every time you change the expenses. Which is a nightmare for doing it. Particularly if you don't have the money, but you do have the money, so you're in good shape.
I have a question, could we add another row underneath balance, beginning balance?
That's where I put it.
That then
Reserve. Under beginning balance.
I can try.
Might screw everything up or whatever.
It will, because it's.
It might, but she said it's adjusting, so.
Oh, it's not, no, it's not taking the accounting. It's not adding this in until that one line, right?
Right,
The total available funds,
it's not adding it in.
that's the only place it's adding it in.
Yeah,
It was you through 16.
So what I'm saying is, then for 459, we figure out, the reserve for that, and then go over to the water and sewer and figure out the reserve for that.
Yeah.
You actually subtract it,
So from available fund, from the bank balance,
you might need one more line.
you need 5 lines. 6 lines, probably. You have to have a subtotal, right?
cause you're saying it should have the number for each reserve.
Did it screw everything up when you did that, or
It didn't seem like it did, yeah, it didn't seem like it did.
So here are the things that you need, the amounts are around another page, I forgot what the hell that was. Here, over here, yeah, there they are. All right, here are the prices. In fact, this is showing these as, TVs. Mostly. These are
did you
CDs.
get your message about towns?
Well, what, how does that,
You're gonna work with,
The survey thing,
you saw it? You got
oh, maybe I didn't read all of it, I just saw that the surveys were done.
I took some pictures.
What was this?
So it wasn't a survey, it was markers along the edge of the.
do we have
Survey.
rental
I
security
only got, I
deposits?
didn't get any pictures.
You need one.
I didn't send you.
You have to have it by law, but that's,
But we don't have it in here already, okay.
you have it 24.
I should have taken a picture of those.
So-
I didn't take any time.
Does everybody want me to do this,
They do.
to add in these reserves?
Well, like, you have to be these,
You know what I mean?
huh?
You want to be clean, if you.
So funny enough.
Let's make this reserve. Neighbor. Then we can't, what, he's calling me like 9 times today, I tell him I can't talk to him, Jesus.
Of the line,
He's probably
Okay.
so
dumb.
I'll definitely try to go check that out
Yeah.
first.
you need to, and then you can see exactly where it counts to.
Yeah, it looks like.
Okay,
he's right there.
conservation,
Yeah, so it looks like he's.
do we, and so conservation trust isn't anywhere else?
So I would maybe create like a strategy.
Is the money somewhere else?
Yeah, like it's not already accounted for somewhere, cause like capital reserve is in here. It's just not in a place that makes sense.
Conservation
Trust.
Conservation trust.
Now, we can tell.
But there's nothing in the
We
line.
have the help.
There's nothing in the line?
from-
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, they can.
There's reserve conservation trust, but both of them don't have any numbers.
See, that's what I'm afraid of, is we're gonna like add them in here, but they're somewhere else in this budget.
Well, that's what I'm looking for.
Where I see conservation trust is online for.
My guess is that yeah, you take like the. Given the deadline.
Yeah, see here,
15% like that.
conservation trust, 4204,
You gotta leave this land, it's gotta be cleaned out.
Yeah, but that's not accurate.
And then tell
well,
her.
there's nothing in there,
That's showing income, right?
yeah,
But it's not showing the money that's in the trust fund.
no.
Right.
She was trying to find a place with family.
Well, last year, there was $5,000.
I hope she is. I just don't want to be here. There are a lot of people there. You gotta go,
So that
can't
one's
even
fine.
read the word along with these, and that's unacceptable.
Just showing like 2192 in Austria.
No, we want to leave them up there and forget about
Well, yeah, but I don't want to like venturing into town, scaring people and.
it. We want totally out of here. We need to keep
Yeah.
separate.
You know,
She said she was gonna send them just to watch.
that's like a plan.
Oh, she has a plan.
We'll see. We'll see.
But anyway, so the other money is not showing up there, so you're safe putting it in reserves.
Okay. Okay, so then there's natural burial reserve, is that somewhere else?
Oh, yeah, I haven't moved on, and race change, I'm really happy.
Hey.
I don't see that in here.
I've taken a terrible risk.
I think
I'm not educated.
that's what brought us here.
So if you're asking.
And then there's operating reserve.
That's cool. Yeah, no, that's how the message is.
Is that not the same as the capital reserve?
No, it's okay.
That's still.
That's how much you're spending out of the general.
I don't see anywhere else operating reserve.
That's 3 months, so you take,
My savings.
Yeah.
whatever we have as our total expenses,
You're gonna have to go back.
Okay.
divide it by 12, and multiply times 3.
And that, okay,
What are the restricted reserves?
And you can't spend it,
That's not what we're
Or,
talking
yeah,
about.
or they.
it's what we are talking
It
about.
is what we're talking about. There is a line item for restricted reserves.
where's the, oh, there's,
It's line 226.
And how much is it for?
Because it was just so bad, yeah, now it's like improved.
It doesn't say anything for 2024, but it has numbers in the other years.
oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of there.
So Tabor is totally restricted. You can only spend it if you're about to go bankrupt, and there's all sorts of things that has to happen when that happens, right? That's one of the places where I think you can only spend 90% of your budget.
Oh, so is this where the reserves are supposed to be? It says last year was 239,795.
Yeah, that's about right. And
Yeah,
that's a combination of all the Conservation Trust Fund, the,
Didn't take it, in the last award.
Conservation Trust Fund, the cemetery is 17,000,
Oh, yeah.
5,200 for the cemetery. 140 something thousand now for water and sewer, and then 600 divided by 12 is 50 grand a month, right?
Yeah,
So another 150 for operating reserve.
so maybe she doesn't need to create line items, it just needs to be filled in.
put in at the, as one big subtotal at the bottom.
Oh, that's a possibility. I think it should be broken out personally, but if you wanted to put it in one number, yeah, you could do that.
We could do that, and then I could make a note on the side,
Right.
kind of just detailing what it is.
That might be better.
Okay, let me get rid of these.
Good job.
Here, whoever finally needs to be helpful.
So, we go down here to our restricted reserve. Do we just wanna take what we,
Oh, we have to.
we gotta,
Okay. Oh, yeah, it's really.
What is changing here?
so we gotta,
Break it
now
down.
we need
Put
to,
your conservation trust number there, and your water sewer, and then I think the general is the rest of them all together, like the operating, and the.
Okay.
More folks don't forget, like.
so what's our reserve, what's our restricted reserve for water sewer, or for conservation trust?
Well, we don't have a number here, other than 5,808, and that's for.
Okay,
So. higher than that.
The double, and was in SOI.
by what?
I don't know.
But then we have, well, could, You want single, because it's.
I have no idea.
How do I get that?
Are we used to the number 24?
What's that?
I said, how do we get the number?
Yeah.
Well, isn't it in QuickBooks?
Okay.
And honestly, like.
Yeah, I mean, there should be, in QuickBooks, there should be a conservation.
It's not that great. Can you hold it that well, you know, like, it's not really close. I don't know, I didn't like it, but, I mean, it's good to have NVGs to be able to see them, but. I'm biased though. When I was a kid, we were at war.
Are we getting it over there? I'm kinda,
We're looking for some numbers.
you guys are doing amazing. I'm so proud of everybody today. We're still in a meeting, by the way.
Are we still recording?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
It was never adjourned.
I've been working all day outside, but this would like fatigue me, this would exhaust me much faster.
What was
You
Nixon's,
guys are right.
what was Nixon's secretary's name?
Layton?
No, Nixon's secretary that erased the tapes.
What? Oh, Nick, I think you said Nick's.
Oh, yeah, Nixon.
Nick's son.
I thought you said Nick too.
Yeah. Oh, Layton.
Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger,
No, it's a woman.
not Secretary of State.
No, his
It
secretary,
was his personal
his
secretary.
personal secretary was a woman, Rita.
Oh, Rosemary Woods.
Rose,
Am I pulling actual
Rosemary
numbers,
Woods.
cause maybe we should.
What's
put
her
it
name?
to the bank.
Rosemary Woods.
Wood.
I think we should use actual numbers, right? That makes the most sense to me.
So here might be the easier way if you're not finding it there. You have the CDs as a separate list.
Off the good work, see you later.
I can't see the CDs now, that's why we wanted that cash management system.
Yeah, I get it.
I can see the conservation trust fund savings. Would that give us that one number?
Yeah, by the way, can you put that, Ramita, I mean, I think maybe you should just call, since you're,
Oh, the cash management stuff? Yeah,
or the, and the CDs, maybe, so you can,
oh,
she
yeah,
needs to see them, so whatever it takes, like, we can get a.
I can go to, so watch
Have
tomorrow.
you talked to Andrea? Okay, so just maybe talk to Andrea. Like, figure out.
Okay. I mean, it's still gonna take time, because
I know.
all the paperwork and all the things
Okay.
I don't have.
I'll
It's
text
not
her.
gonna be like, I can give it to her tomorrow.
Okay.
The CT Operation Trust Fund.
Well, alright.
Why do we have to be real accurate on the cemetery conservation trust fund thing? What numbers do you get?
Because cemetery conservation.
It comes out of your cash.
I mean, I can give you the numbers of the account, I'm in our First Stop West Bank right now. So I can walk the number,
The balance?
the balance, yeah.
Yeah, that works.
It's $6,973.10.
So should I put that up here at the bidding balance? Cause we said it's 5,808.
Yeah, change that to 69.7. Down below too. Okay, how about, the burial account 0306?
That one is $17,433.65.
17,433.
Yeah. Reserve would be whatever the 77 and the 68 is.
The 77. Oh, the one that was up here,
Yeah,
the 71,000.
it's now 77,000.
Which one is that?
That, so,
The capital reserve contribution.
Is a cap project fund account 4468?
but wait, see. 4468, that's a new CD?
I can't tell if it's a CD. It's called capital project fund. It looks like it was opened in 2023.
Well, here, I guess what, I'm seeing numbers here that should put this way out. There's 131,000 supposedly in 22, 110 in 23.
This one now, that's closer to your numbers, it's 109,486.
That's not right. Unless money's taken out. No, because there has to be money going in. There's $60,000 or $70,000 a year going in. That number should be like $300,000.
In the,
Water and sewer, capital reserve.
in water sewer. I mean, I've got 205.
Oh, no, excuse me, I made a mistake. That's the checking account.
Yeah,
The capital reserve in 24 had 81,000, not 68,000. According to this.
well, I don't know, man.
Did some get spent on something?
I don't know.
Remember we said we were gonna spend it? It was something that we were gonna spend.
You wanted to spend money out for the 56,000, but you can't.
But
Anyway, so if
Anyways.
you add the 77 and the 68, for the lack of a better one, right? That's what should be in the capital reserve for water and sewer.
70, so that and that,
Right,
so like 139 something
yeah,
should be in the reserve.
yeah, whatever that goes. 145.
Hold on, I'm just gonna do it from here really quick. Water sewer reserve. I just wanna be able to change it easily.
Yeah, 77,
42,
143, and 68,
406.
106.
So 145, 248,
No, 249.
whatever. 248, 96, 6.
Okay,
So that's what should be in our reserve.
so that. Okay. Now, this is showing rental deposits in 24, $2,500. 2504. I don't know where that number came from. But we don't have any rental deposits, do we? I believe you do. I think there's a $500 deposit in that account. Are you with the word?
Yeah, I'm I'm just taking notes over here, and then we can really figure out where we want them to go
That's kind of what I.
in here. So yeah, rental security deposits, we've got,
How can we confirm that?
we
She
can,
just went to check.
okay,
And then we also need, reimbursements,
we need what?
reimbursements.
Or,
Like the, $25,000.
We put that in,
that was in 24.
I'm sorry, that. No, reimbursements. It's not, reimbursements is the money we would get back from DOLA.
for the pump house upgrade,
Like, for example, the flow meter. Am I
I
right?
thought we said that we were gonna take
What?
You're right, there is a $500 deposit
We
on.
were gonna take that and actually, when it comes in, turns into the auditor so that they account for it in 24,
24, right?
even though it goes into our general. fund.
but that's,
We get that one.
So there's $500 for rental deposit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay. In reserves. Okay. And what other reserves do we need?
We got water and sewer, we got the rental, operating reserves and tape. So let's do the Tabor first. And so what's your total expenses times 3%
Total expenses with or without grants?
without grants?
Without grants,
That's the year.
608. 608, 492.
Okay. Times 3%, like. 18, 19,000.
Can they do it?
So
20,000.
$18,254. Or 182,000.
No,
No, it's gotta be.
3%.
0.03. Right, okay, $18,254.
Okay. And now take
And now we're operating,
the 608, 492.
Yeah.
Divide it by 12.
and then times
Multiply
three.
it times 3.
$152, $123. $152,000.
Okay, so, and we can take out 152. 153. No, 123.
152,000
And you could subtract the 18,254,
from,
which is the Tabor, you can subtract it from the operating expenses.
why,
The expensive, you can subtract it from the operating reserve. Because in a way you're double counting.
so then we would remove Tabor and just put it in the
No,
operating?
You really need to show Tabor because it's a legal requirement,
Okay,
but the amount you reserve doesn't have to double count that.
because it's part of our operating costs.
Yeah,
To
it's
have
like a super emergency amount of money.
Okay,
So
so
we take the 152, 123, and subtract 18,254. Good. Or something.
133.68.
Okay. That should do it.
So then our total reserves. Did you calculate it?
We can just drag it down, you know, add that.
Yeah,
Oh.
except that it's not those two numbers, it's just that number. You know what it- you know what I'm saying? The total reserves are $279,617.
And that could go on that restricted line, then, right?
Oh, wait, hold on, I gotta put the burial in here.
Nice work, Dana.
My biochemistry degree is good for something.
It's good when they finally.
I-
come handy.
I learned how to use Excel. So $297 and $297,050, 20 cents. And so that would go into
That total one.
the, right there, right?
Yeah.
So that's just gonna equal that. And so if any of this changes,
Right.
that'll change.
And that should then be subtracted from. That should, somewhere that you should get that number.
I should get what? Total unrestricted funds?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we gotta get so we'll need our ending balance. After we get everything put in, we should have an ending balance and then take that and subtract that from it.
Right.
Yeah. But, we need to put in this conservation
Warren.
trust as well.
That, extra money that you were saying comes out of sales tax, we don't do that anymore though, right? It was just from,
No, every year.
no, I'm saying from, the extra money from the BACA now. Like everything's worked out with that, right?
The only, you had it on the 24 budget
Right.
and you did not,
We
Do it.
Say it, we didn't say it,
that's all I'm gonna say,
right? 70,000?
70,000. You could put it into restricted funds. You still have, I'm assuming you'll still have over 100,000 left.
So I mean, we could add another,
You could add another,
what would
you
you
could
call,
stick it in
what
here,
would you call it?
special savings account, I think is what it was called. Makes me happy.
Do you understand that, guys? That, remember when Adam was promising that we were gonna put money aside from our sales tax? So he's saying that we can still do it through our bank account, but it would just be restricted funds.
Right.
Separate from this?
Separate from the budget, it's last year. And it just goes into the reserves. You probably have to tell the accountant when he does 24's
24? Oh,
24's budget.
So now. We've got, we made a water sewer reserve down here, right?
How did this number go on?
What number?
Available beginning balance, it started.
Oh, that did change, didn't it?
Yeah, what did that?
Why did that change?
R2 to T2.
Is that because that's 6,000? The conservation trust?
Oh, yeah, I think so, yeah. Because that was 5,808, and then we changed it to what it actually is,
All right.
right? So,
Okay. Is this number adding up all these?
yes,
So are we?
this is the total.
Double counting the 205? And the 205 doesn't match the,
I think we're double counting this. Cause if we put that down in the reserves and subtract it out of the ending balance, but we have it up here as a negative, then it's double counted.
It's a negative there, but a positive in reserve,
Right, so it's
so it should zero out,
at zero out, okay,
right?
yeah,
Okay,
that should be fine,
okay,
okay.
so do you wanna put the 70,000 in? Okay, so.
What's the 70,000?
Put it in here, put it in special,
We want another,
another line,
we want another reserve line,
yeah.
okay. And what is it?
Special savings,
Special sales tax savings.
yeah,
And we're putting 70 grand in there?
70,000.
Okay, that puts us at $374,023 in reserves.
How much?
$374,023.
How could we go to $23 when it was 50?
What do you,
Well, we just added 70,000 to a number that was 297.50, and it's now 70,000 higher. It should be like $3,067.50. And three hundred.
it's $304.23 because we added, I added in the
6,000.
the conservation trust.
297.50 with that, right?
It's 304.23 once you added in the conservation trust.
Oh, and the conservation,
So it was the 297, et cetera, 50.
no, none of those numbers add up.
You wanna redo the sum?
Well, here, we've got 18,254, you've got that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we've got 6,973,
Yep,
we've got 17,433 or 34,
yep,
okay? And then we have, what is this? Is the table is no, so we subtracted that.
so I took,
I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna say,
Isn't one of those in parentheses?
what's that?
Isn't one of those numbers should be in parentheses?
it is, well,
What, in parentheses?
You subtracted it, you're not adding it together, you're taking.
we took out the 18,000 from the 150
To
to 123, so it's 133,868
yeah,
is the positive, right?
What if you put the conservation trust fund in there too, or does that not?
it's in there. Here, I'm just gonna redo the sum. We're just gonna redo it. The sum, here's the conservation trust. Special tax savings. The burial fund. Water sewer reserve. Rental deposits. And the operating cost minus the tabor. $374,023. That's the total.
That person ever.
That's the problem.
Whopper, organic?
No, okay.
They're good. But everything other than that, thing you were going to adjust, correct?
Then,
That's everything other than you were gonna make some adjustment earlier that you had to you figure out.
yeah,
All of that, The,
The operating, you're talking about the operating reserve or capital reserve contribution, which will zero out at the end.
Beginning balance.
it's gonna change the available balance. And there was the whole. I thought there was something that you had to figure out the calculation for. If I'm wrong with all,
Oh.
is that the one,
That was the one,
the 77, right?
yeah, but we got rid of it,
Right,
yeah, and now, I think that was just the whole reserve thing
okay,
was problematic, and now we have the reserve.
and how much does it show as available funds now?
Well, we haven't totaled it up yet,
Oh, okay,
but, oh, well, I mean, total. Right now, what we've got for net income without the grants is 44,000. And net income with grants is negative 28. Which I have no idea.
Yeah, I watched it,
how'd you get it?
cause we took off 10,000 here, 10,000 there. We increased,
Oh, you increased the income, never mind, there's the 40 grand. Good job.
Right,
Okay,
but, I mean, we're still 28
in the hole.
with the grants. But like I said,
Okay,
56,000 that you keep bringing up is on a multi-year contract. What, I was watching it change.
no, I'm just saying that with the grants, you shouldn't have it $28,000.
It's- No, we did, because we had 80,000. Remember, it was 80, we brought it down 28 or
Oh,
something.
because of the 56,000.
mhm.
Still pretty good. That was a big move right there, we just,
I don't know if you're allowed to have it.
with grants.
Well, not knowing does not mean that we can't.
One thing, though, I'm gonna keep saying is that 56,000 was from something in the past.
I get you.
And we're gonna be receiving funds that we're not putting in to this budget this year. So it's kind of, I mean, I know you wanna look at it that way.
No,
I mean,
I
if
understand
we're looking
exactly
back,
how you're doing it. I just don't know the accounting part, okay? So
we're gonna increase our balance in our bank account.
so the auditor comes along, okay, they throw in depreciation. Depreciation is a non-cash number. So you're gonna end up with either a loss because of depreciation that shows up on the balance sheet when he does the audit.
Guys, I wanna go home.
Yeah, me too.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Yeah, I'm ready, unless we wanna put more numbers into this, I wanna leave.
Good God.
Okay,
Are you a little happier? Let's make sure Warren's a little happier.
I'm happy. First time I've been happy in years.
Wow.
So should we meet again before, or is this, cause this
Yeah.
is not ready to go out?
Still not ready. Well, partly is that are we gonna,
What's not ready?
huh?
What's not?
We don't
ready?
have the 24 and 23s in there.
Oh.
But,
We didn't have them when we passed 24.
I know.
What change?
What we might be able to do is pass this on to Andrea, and she can make it a little bit better on the 24 and 23. Right? We could just,
Yeah, I think you should
Share
share this
this.
to Andrew tonight and be like, is
Yeah.
this good, can we?
Like, I should share it with her, do it, what's her?
her email is. Buller.
Oh, sorry, do it again,
Sorry.
Buller.
Buller,
Book.
BOOK,
KEEPING @gmail.com.
Bueller bookkeeping.